Chapter 1. The Drenched Girl. P.S. The protagonists in this narrative are both adults. This world is a fictional realm, broadly resembling modern civilization. Please forgive any discrepancies with reality. Thank you for your next visit. Accompanied by the farewell of a supermarket attendant, a young man emerged from the automatic doors of the store. He was characterized by a mane of jet black hair, with wisps slightly obscuring his brows. His profound, expressive eyes conveyed a hint of maturity and aloofness, while the contours of his face were strikingly sharp and harmonious, giving him the appearance of an elegant gentleman from afar. Ah, Shen Yi sighed as he carried the vegetables he had just purchased. In truth, he was not originally from this world. His presence here was a result of divine orchestration. He still faintly recalled his previous life, where he had become the world's most formidable demon swordsman and vanquished the Dark Lord. Recalling his words to the deity, "Brave young man, you have saved our world. I can grant you one wish. I wish to be reborn in a carefree world." "Of course, that is no problem. What desires do you have for your new life?" Shen Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, pondering for a moment before responding. "Since my emotional intelligence is rather lacking, I wish for opportunities to engage with others." "Is that all?" "Yes." "Very well. I shall bestow upon you what you seek." As a holy light enveloped him, it signified the realization of his wish. At that moment, Shen Yi, lost in nostalgia, murmured softly, "Alas, it seems I have yet to interact with any girls in this world. This indeed feels like a regret." Unbeknownst to him, the deity overheard his whispers. "Is that so? Then I shall secretly grant you a unique talent. I believe this will surely make you appealing to the young ladies." Has it truly been so many years? I remain an ordinary individual in this world. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. A carefree existence is rather pleasant. Having settled his thoughts, Shen Yi resumed his journey home, clutching the vegetables he had purchased. As he passed by an alleyway, he suddenly caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a figure within. Due to the lack of illumination, only a faint silhouette of a petite form curled up in the shadows was discernible. Are you all right?" A warm, melodious voice echoed into the alley. The figure, huddled against the wall, trembled even more at the sound. Yet, inexplicably compelled, she lifted her head from her arms upon hearing Shen Yi's voice, and was momentarily entranced by his presence. Though the girl could not clearly discern his features in the dim light, his deep, expressive eyes pierced through the gloom of her heart, igniting within her an inexplicable sense of trust, despite it being their first encounter. Noticing her intense reaction, Shen Yi quickly took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance, raising both hands in a gesture of peace. "Please don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I merely noticed that you seemed unwell and wished to help." As he retreated, the girl was able to see him more clearly. Emerging from the darkness, her face gradually illuminated by the streetlight revealed a tragic sight. Her disheveled hair obscured her features, her tattered clothes and dirty visage resembling that of a forsaken stray cat, curled up in a corner, licking its wounds. Upon noticing Shen Yi's astonished expression, the girl forced a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, anyone who beheld her would likely perceive her as a beggar or an unwanted child. "Perhaps it would be better if someone like me did not exist in this world. I apologize for offending your eyes. I shall leave at once." She lowered her gaze, her parched throat producing a raspy sound. "Wait here." Shen Yi, observing the trembling girl, tossed out those words before dashing away. The girl, watching his retreating figure, closed her eyes and shook her head, whispering to herself, "I truly am deluding myself. How could there be light in this world? Even if it exists, it would never belong to me." Thank you for your next visit. As the automatic doors opened once more, Shen Yi, determined, raced towards the alley he had just passed, his mind consumed by thoughts of the girl's vulnerable form. "Hey, are you still?" Just as he reached the alley's entrance and peered inside, he was met with an unsettling realization: she was gone. Where is she? Shen Yi anxiously turned his head, desperately searching for any sign of her, when suddenly, by the riverbank, he spotted a figure that was unmistakably her. Indeed, it seemed to be her. Wait, is she about to jump into the river? Splash! The plastic bag fell to the ground as Shen Yi sprinted towards the river's edge. The girl gazed at the placid river's surface, taking a deep breath. What am I enduring this for? It would be better to dissolve into the darkness and vanish. Perhaps that would be my best fate. With that, she closed her eyes, allowing her body to sink into the river. Plop! The sound of her falling into the water echoed as there was no one around. Her plight went unnoticed. Ugh! As she descended into the depths, her consciousness began to wane, and she caught sight of a figure approaching from above the water. Isn't that the person from earlier? Is he coming to save me? No, that's impossible. Why would someone like me matter to anyone? It must be an illusion. With that thought, she slowly closed her eyes, the last remnants of air in her lungs extinguished, awaiting the embrace of darkness. It is strange, but from the moment I first laid eyes on that boy, I felt an inexplicable desire to be with him. At that moment, the girl suddenly felt something grasping her arm, pulling her upward toward the surface. Damn it! It seems I've lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Seeing the girl's lifeless face, Shen Yi sensed an impending crisis. In a moment of impulsiveness, he embraced her and pressed his lips against hers, providing her with a breath of air. Her lips are so soft. Wait, what am I doing? I must get her to the surface quickly. With that, Shen Yi wrapped his arms around her delicate waist and swam towards the surface. Chapter 2: A Night's Lodging. Cough, cough, cough. Soaked to the skin, Shen Yi lay on the riverbank, gasping for fresh air. The pressure of the dive, coupled with the breath he had given the girl, left him severely oxygen-deprived. And he had inadvertently choked on water while surfacing to this moment. The girl beside him, still a bit dazed, propped herself up with both hands, appearing to be in a slightly better condition, seemingly unharmed. Am I still alive? Scenes of Shen Yi rescuing her began to surface in the girl's mind, and she then shifted her gaze to him. Was he who saved me? Is he? Cough, cough. All right. Shen Yi wiped the water from his soaked hair and continued to breathe heavily, all while observing the girl's condition. After all, the river's current was quite rapid, and any injuries would require immediate attention. Do you feel any pain? It's nothing. Why did you save me? The girl interrupted Shen Yi. Her eyes, peering from behind her disheveled hair, fixed intently on him. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback by her question, pondering for a long time before slowly responding. Perhaps it was due to a sense of guilt. What guilt is there? I am but a speck of dust. My existence makes no difference in this world. The girl lowered her head, still trembling from the cold water. You are mistaken to think that way. Every individual has their own significance in this world, just as I do. Not if I did not exist, I would not have encountered you tonight. Significance. The girl murmured the word, gradually lifting her gaze to Shen Yi. Exactly. So please do not lose hope. Strive forward in search of your own significance. Shen Yi smiled as he extended a hand and offered her the outer garment he had removed before jumping into the water. The river water is quite cold. You should put on this coat. The girl quietly observed this scene, and suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the gloom in her heart, pulling her from the depths of despair. This world truly has light. He is that light. Are you feeling a bit better? Shen Yi inquired, looking at the girl who had buried her head in her arms by the riverbank. If you feel unwell, please let me know immediately. I recall there's a hospital nearby. No, I'm fine. Thank you. The girl stammered, her voice still hoarse. May I ask why you were hiding there alone? Shen Yi ventured. The girl buried her head deeper, clearly unwilling to answer his question. Gurgle. At that moment, Shen Yi heard a faint sound and, following it, realized it was the sound of the girl's stomach. Eep! The girl jolted, her cheeks involuntarily flushing red, hidden from Shen Yi's view by her arms. Oh, right. Shen Yi suddenly remembered that he had intended to buy water and food for the girl at the supermarket, and that he had left the bag at the alley entrance during the emergency. I'll go get something quickly. Please do not wander off again. Hearing the girl's response, Shen Yi felt a sense of relief. Seeing her emotion stabilize, he stood up and hurried towards the alley. As Shen Yi rose to leave, the girl suddenly lifted her head, gazing at his retreating figure for a long while, then shyly tightened the coat around her. It feels so warm. What is this? The girl inquired with a tilted head, puzzled by the plastic bag Shen Yi handed her. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? I actually went to the supermarket to buy you some water and food. But who would have thought this would happen? Thankfully, no one else picked it up. That's how it is. Why is he being so kind to me? What? seeing the girl suddenly burst into tears. Shen Yi was momentarily stunned. Having had little social interaction over the years, especially with girls, he was at a loss as to how to respond to her unexpected tears. That "I am sorry. Is it that the food I bought doesn't suit your taste? I can replace it right away." "No, that's not it." The girl grasped Shen Yi's sleeve, who was about to rise. "That I am crying because I'm so happy because you're the first person who has ever been kind to me." "Oh, I see that if you don't mind. Please eat now." "That you am." The girl, gazing at the assortment of food in the bag, hesitated until Shen Yi pulled out a red bean bun and a bottle of water, handing them to her, prompting her to carefully unwrap it. It's so delicious." "Why? Huh. Why are you crying again? Is it that you don't like red beans?" "No, I'm crying because I am happy." Gulp. After taking a sip of water, the hoarseness in her throat dissipated, and a melodious voice suddenly rang out. "May I ask your name?" "I am Shen Yi. And you, young lady?" I am Lin Xia." "What a lovely name." "Thank you." Lin Xia blushed, lowering her head, her lips moving silently as if she were whispering someone's name. Lin Xia, aren't you going home?" "Home?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xia let out a self-deprecating laugh. "How could that place ever be called home? Has something happened? If you have any worries, you can share them with me. No, there's no need." Lin Xia declined, unwilling to burden Shen Yi with her troubles, as she could not allow something pure to be tainted. "Well, that's fine, but if you need to sleep..." Just as Shen Yi was about to speak, Lin Xia leaned closer, her voice filled with excitement. May I ask if I could stay here for one night?" With the sound of a switch being flipped, the living room lights illuminated the space. "Make yourself comfortable. This house is rented by me." Shen Yi placed the fruits and vegetables he had first bought into the refrigerator, and under the bright lights, he noticed the girl's dusty appearance and immediately said, "Lin Xia, why don't you go take a hot shower? After all, catching a cold after being in the water wouldn't be good." Or perhaps fearing she might misunderstand, he quickly added, "Don't worry. I won't do anything bad. You can wear my pajamas for now. I'll put them in the laundry basket outside the bathroom later. Chapter 3. The ugly duckling becomes a swan with a whoosh. As the shower was turned on, warm water gushed forth, cascading over Lin Xia's entire being. After the cleansing warmth washed away the grime, her face gradually revealed a beautiful visage that had been hidden beneath the dirt. It feels so warm. Lin Xia closed her eyes, letting the water droplets flow from her cheeks to her chin. The moment Shen Yi saved her still vivid in her memory. "Oh, everything is real. Is real. Is this the will of heaven?" Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, Lin Xia gently covered her lips with her hand, her face flushing bright. That moment, he risked his life to kiss. "Oh!" Thump, thump. Lin Xia's heart raced like a startled fawn, unable to calm down, feeling as though she were enveloped in honey, sweet and blissful. Lin Xia murmured his name, her rosy lips pouting slightly. Just then a knock sounded at the bathroom door. "Eep!" Lin Xia gasped, shrinking back, her cheeks burning like ripe apples. After a moment, Shen Yi's voice came from outside. "Didon, misunderstand. I'm just here to bring you some clothes. I've left the pajamas in the laundry basket. I'll be in the kitchen cooking soon, so don't worry that you am." "Thank you. No need to be polite." As the conversation concluded, distinct footsteps echoed from outside, seemingly intended to allay Lin Xia's concerns. Shen Yi deliberately made a loud exit, as if to dispel any lingering doubts. After a moment, Lin Xia cautiously exhaled a sigh of relief. Having confirmed that Shen Yi had indeed left, it was not that she feared any inappropriate intentions from him. Rather, she was anxious about her own flushed face being noticed. After changing into fresh attire, Shen Yi hummed a cheerful tune while meticulously preparing the vegetables he had just purchased from the supermarket. Following his reincarnation, both of his parents had succumbed to illness when he was still young. Economize. Shen Yi rented a modest apartment using the funds left by his parents and occasionally took on part-time jobs during weekends to supplement his living expenses. Thus, he had become quite adept at managing various aspects of life. Lin Xia's soft voice emerged from behind Shen Yi. "Have you finished?" "The hairdryer is..." Upon turning around, Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Dropping the spatula he had been holding, his astonishment stemmed from Lin Xia's appearance. Cleansed of the mud and river water, she appeared as if transformed. With skin as pristine as snow, a graceful figure. In lustrous black hair, she looked strikingly different from moments before. Perhaps due to malnutrition, her face bore a slight gauntness. Yet, what truly captivated Shen Yi was her exquisite features, harmoniously framed by an oval face. Especially mesmerizing were her alluring black eyes, which seemed to possess an enchanting power that drew Shen Yi in. How beautiful, he thought, unable to deny that this Lin Xie was the first enchanting beauty he had encountered since his rebirth, a visage that would surely evoke admiration even in his past life. Wah, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lin Xie, noticing Shen Yi's intense gaze, felt a thrill of secret joy within her, yet feigned curiosity as she tilted her head. Ahem. Shen Yi awkwardly retrieved the spatula from the floor and gestured toward the cabinet beside the television in the living room. I meant to say the hairdryer is in the cabinet. Lin Xie, you can dry your hair to him. After speaking, Shen Yi turned back to wash the spatula, focusing intently on his cooking, already embarrassed by his earlier reaction. Shen Yi, thank you, Dado. I already told you it's no trouble. You don't need to keep thanking me, Dado. Unbeknownst to Lin Xie, her normally indifferent demeanor had softened, her lips curving slightly upwards as the sound of the hairdryer filled the air. Shen Yi diligently plated the dishes, while Lin Xie, eyes narrowed in enjoyment, discreetly observed his every move. For reasons unknown, she relished the moments spent with Shen Yi, feeling for the first time a desire to continue living. Mission accomplished. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction at a simple stir-fried cucumber with eggs and fish-flavored eggplant. Lin Xie, are you still hungry? Would you like some more? Just as Lin Xie was about to shake her head, she caught sight of Shen Yi approaching with a bowl and chopsticks and immediately nodded. Yes, not because she was still hungry, but because she wished to remain in Shen Yi's company. Then I'll help you get some rice. No need. Lin Xie set down the hairdryer and quickly approached, glancing at the seat beside Shen Yi before choosing the one opposite him, not wanting to give the impression of being too casual. Pulling out the chair, she sat down and accepted the bowl and chopstick from Shen Yi with a smile. I'll just have a bit of the vegetables. Oh, all right then. I'll dig in. With that, Shen Yi began to eat, ravenous after his earlier delay at the supermarket. Had Lin Xie not been present, he would have indulged without concern for appearances. Lin Xie ate sparingly, but if one were to observe closely, they would note that each time Shen Yi picked up his chopsticks, she would follow suit, selecting the same dishes he had chosen, as if intentionally mirroring his actions during the rest of the meal. She stole glances at him, pretending to eat whenever he looked up to avoid his gaze, clang. The sound of bowls clinking together was followed by Shen Yi, satisfied, patting his belly. Ah, that was truly satisfying. I'm full too. Simultaneously, Lin Xie placed her bowl and chopsticks down, her hands resting neatly on her lap. Just as Shen Yi was about to stand and clear the dishes, Lin Xie rose first. She stammered. Please, let me wash the dishes. That one tea do. You're the guest. It's not customary for guests to wash dishes. Not anymore. Lin Xie, your voice is too soft. I didn't tea catch that. And nothing. I mean, Shen, you've helped me so much. Please let me do something for you. Seeing the determined girl before him, Shen Yi relented with a nod. Surely, allowing her to assist would ease some of her guilt. Thank you so much. Lin Xie beamed with excitement, then bent down to retrieve Shen Yi's dishes, but an astonishing incident unfolded, due to Shen Yi's oversized sleepwear, which hung loosely even on her frame. As she leaned down, her neckline slipped, revealing a glimpse of her delicate figure. Chapter 4. Living for oneself, though the mountain's elevation was not particularly high, it still posed a challenge for those unaccustomed to the altitude. The terrain was remarkably smooth and rounded, possessing a unique beauty that was captivating. For climbers, even a glance at the peak could extend one's lifespan. Ugh. Shen Yi pinched his nose, hastily turning his head to avoid letting Lin Xie see his flustered expression. Fearing he might be perceived as a rogue. Shen Yi, are you unwell? Could it be a fever from being in the water? Lin Xie inquired curiously, her hands propped on the table as she leaned forward, inadvertently increasing the angle of her posture. No. Shen, sensing the precariousness of the situation, quickly stood up and waved his hands. Lin Xie, you needn't worry about me. I just remembered something pleasant, that I'm going downstairs to take out the trash. With that, he grabbed the garbage bag from the living room and hurriedly exited the apartment, leaving Lin Xie standing by the table. Lin Xie recalled Shen Yi's comical demeanor and stifled a laugh behind her hand. In truth, this was all part of her carefully laid trap. It was evident from Shen Yi's reactions that he was rather naive in certain aspects. My savior, how can I ever repay you? I long to continue spending time with you. Lin Xie gazed longingly at the door before starting to clear the table and wash the dishes, unaware that a seed of affection had taken root deep within her heart. Puff! Puff! After disposing of the garbage bag in the recycling bin outside the apartment, Shen Yi still felt the earlier scene linger in his mind when an elderly voice broke through his thoughts. Good evening, young man. Have you had dinner? Yes, I had some. White eggs. No, soft cucumbers. What on earth? Oh. Shen Yi, realizing he had misspoken, quickly corrected himself, and I meant to say, I've already eaten. Thank you, landlady. How about you? The kind landlady, leaning on her cane, nodded with a gentle smile. I've had my dinner as well. Thank you. Young man. No, landlady. I should be thanking you. It's your generosity in renting me this apartment at a lower price and taking care of me that warrants my gratitude. It is not easy living alone, especially as a student, that if I don't help you, who will? Everyone has moments when they need assistance. Besides, you're not failing to pay your rent, so what is there to thank me for? Landlady, Shen Yi felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. Although his part-time wages barely covered the rent, she had made an exception for him, which he truly appreciated. All right. Just focus on your studies. By the way, aren't you about to start school soon? Yes, tomorrow marks the beginning of my school term. After years of effort, I've successfully enrolled in Sakura Academy. Shen Yi has recently been accepted into the prestigious Sakura Academy, renowned as a top-tier institution in his city in this world. Upon reaching adulthood and graduating, students face two paths. The first is to become a working professional, while the second is to continue striving for admission into an esteemed academy. Those who succeed in the selection process will pursue further studies, yet it is predominantly the wealthy heirs and top scholars who gain entry. Shen Yi clearly belongs to the latter category. Indeed, it is evident that you possess remarkable talent, young man, remarked the landlady with admiration. Oh, you flatter me. Dear landlady, I merely consider myself fortunate, Shen Yi humbly replied. Well then, it is getting late. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to this old woman. I shall retire to my room now. Thank you, landlady. After bidding farewell to the landlady, Shen Yi gazed up at the brightly shining moon and smiled. Although his circumstances were challenging, it was reminiscent of his previous life, where he continuously amassed strength to ultimately defeat the Demon King. Such challenges were indeed exhilarating, weren't they? He was truly looking forward to his time at Sakura Academy. Upon returning to his floor via the elevator, just as Shen Yi was about to unlock the door to his home, it swung open to reveal Lin Xie, who greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome back, Shen Yi. I've already washed the dishes for you to... Thank you for your kindness. Shen Yi nodded and entered the house, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. The thought that someone awaited his return, after having lived alone for so long, seemed almost surreal. Don't mention it. After all, you saved me, Lin Xie said as she closed the door behind him, her gaze fixed on him as if she could never tire of looking at him. Now, on that note, I must impart some wisdom to you. Shen Yi glared at Lin Xie with mock severity before sitting down on the sofa. Lin Xie, you should take a seat. Before he could finish, Lin Xie had already nestled herself beside him, a delightful fragrance of shampoo and body wash enveloping him. I shall earnestly heed your counsel. Shen Yi. No. Why does Lin Xie smell so good? It's not even the same scent as my shampoo and body wash. Lin Xie, you're sitting a bit too close. Lin Xie tilted her head, feigning ignorance. Didn't you have something to say to me? If I sit far away, I won't be able to hear you clearly. Thus, I must be this close. With that, she adopted a serious expression. While her argument held some merit, she ought not to lean so close. It was rather perilous. Cough, cough. Shen Yi shifted over slightly on the sofa and spoke up. Lin Xie, please don't feel indebted to me. Just because I saved you, I hope you can live for yourself. Live for myself? Yes, I wish for you to pursue what you truly desire in life, rather than shutting yourself away. Though I don't know much about you, I find you to be a charming and resilient young woman. I am unaware of your past, yet our meeting today is a stroke of fate. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I will do my utmost to help. After a long silence, Lin Xie finally spoke softly. Shen Yi, why are you being so kind to me? As you mentioned, we have only just met, but aren't you afraid I might be ungrateful? Not at all, Shen Yi replied with a smile, gently ruffling Lin Xie's hair, a gesture reminiscent of comforting a child who had lost their guardians in his past life. How could someone as lovely and charming as you be a bad person? So please, do not belittle yourself. Just be yourself and disregard the opinions of others. Suddenly, Lin Xie lunged forward and embraced Shen Yi's neck. Bursting into tears. Chapter 5. The sinister Shen Yi. Faced with Lin Xie sobbing, Shen Yi was taken aback. He had never interacted much with girls and seldom spoke with others, believing his words to have been too harsh. He quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I must have said something excessive. Lin Xie, please don't take my words to heart." Before he could finish, Lin Xie interrupted him. "Thank you, Shen Yi. I now understand what I must do." "Thank you. No problem. But are you truly all right?" "Yes." Lin Xie rested her head on Shen Yi's shoulder, her heartbeat quickening and her breath becoming rapid. "Shen Yi, no matter what I do, you will understand me. Right? Of course. All right, you said it." With that, Lin Xie reluctantly pulled away from Shen Yi's embrace, not wanting to be perceived as too clingy and risk his disdain, at least not at this moment. "Shen Yi, may I ask you a question?" Lin Xie leaned closer to Shen Yi, her gaze fixed upon him. "Go ahead," Shen Yi said, shifting to create more space. "Strange. Why does it feel increasingly cramped here? Are you living here alone?" "Ah, this place is rented by me. My parents left when I was young, so I've always lived alone. I am sorry. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. It's fine. The past is behind me, and I'm doing well now." Have you graduated? Or are you still studying?" "I suppose I'm still a student, as I will soon continue my studies at Sakura Academy." "Sakura Academy. Shen Yi, you're truly impressive. I've heard that only those with excellent grades can gain admission." Lin Xie feigned envy, yet subtly edged closer to Shen Yi. "Just getting by, really." Shen Yi chuckled awkwardly, sensing something amiss as he attempted to shift further away, only to find himself at the edge of the sofa. "Wait, how did I end up here? Wasn't I sitting in the middle just a moment ago?" "Lin Xie, could you please move a bit to the side?" "One last question." Lin Xie ignored Shen Yi's request. Nearly leaning into him, her eyes locked onto his. "Shen Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Or perhaps someone you fancy?" As Lin Xie posed his question, the world around them seemed to fall silent, even their faint breaths audible. Lin Xie felt a tightening in her chest, as if gripped by an unseen hand, and a seed of longing blossomed within her. Could it be? Could he already have someone he likes? Or perhaps a girlfriend? "No, that cannot be. I absolutely cannot allow this, since fate has brought you before me. We are destined to be together. You are mine. You can only be mine." Lin Xie's dark eyes dimmed, her expression resembling a broken doll. Her smile frozen. "How could this be? I'm just an inconspicuous character. I know my worth all too well." Lin Xie was nearly pressing her face against Shen Yi's, her fists clenched tightly. "So, does that mean you don't have anyone?" "Lin Xie, you're too close. Please answer my question." "Why, yes." Shen Yi, overwhelmed by Lin Xie's intensity, leapt up from the sofa and retreated to his room. I need to fetch some things for bed, as it is quite late. Let's get some rest." With that, he hurriedly left, shaken by Lin Xie's fervent presence. Once Shen Yi departed, Lin Xie appeared entranced, her head down as she chuckled to herself, murmuring softly, "He is mine. He is meant for me." Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, his seemingly casual act of kindness had inadvertently altered Lin Xie's life, as well as his own future. Though ultimately, it all stemmed from the whims of fate. That should suffice. Shen Yi remarked, satisfied as he surveyed the neatly arranged bedding on the bed. Given that the rental unit comprised a single room with an additional bathroom, he decided to sleep on the sofa, allowing Lin Xie to have a soft bed. Suddenly, he glanced up at the window and was startled to see someone standing at the door unbeknownst to him. Shen Yi turned to find Lin Xie peering incuriously from the threshold. Perhaps realizing she had been caught, Lin Xie stepped inside and asked, "Shen Yi, what are you doing? Looking for something?" "No. Tonight, Lin Xie, you can temporarily sleep in my bed." What? Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's fair face flushed visibly, and she quickly blinked, stammering, Is Isn't that a bit too fast? Although, I am an adult now, my heart isn't quite ready. But if Shen Yi wants it, then it's fine. Huh. Lin Xia, what are you saying? What I meant was, you sleep in my bed while I take the sofa. The sofa? Yes, after all, this room is rather small, and since I'm a boy, you should be a bit cautious around me. So that's how it is. Lin Xia pouted in disappointment. In truth, Shen Yi, we don't have to do this. I can sleep on the sofa. No way. Shen Yi firmly rejected Lin Xia's suggestion. How could I let you, a girl, sleep on the sofa? Just listen to me and sleep in the bed. Or are you saying you dislike where I've slept? Of course not. Then it's settled. Shen Yi grabbed the blanket and pillow from the bed and headed toward the door. It's getting late, Lin Xia. You should go to sleep soon. Suddenly turning around at the doorway, Shen Yi grinned mischievously, attempting to scare Lin Xia. Remember to lock the door. Otherwise, who knows what I might do. To his surprise, Lin Xia did not follow the script. Sitting on the bed, she patted the empty space beside her and gazed at Shen Yi with a look full of expectation and a hint of desire. Cheerfully saying, all right, I want to see what interesting things you can do to me. Chapter 6. She gathered moonlight from the abyss. Wait, this isn't how the story goes. Shen Yi helplessly rubbed his forehead as he walked in front of Lin Xia under her eager gaze. Shen Yi, please be gentle when you do this. I'm still a first. Ouch! Lin Xia winced, clutching her reddened forehead, looking at Shen Yi with a pitiful expression. Lin Xia, you must understand that I am an adult. If I were a bad person, you would be in serious trouble. Besides, a charming girl like you. Shen Yi is not a bad person. You are the best person in the world to me. Lin Xia retorted, her eyes glistening with tears. She would not allow anyone to tarnish the one pure and bright light in her heart. Not even Shen Yi himself. That I'm sorry. I was just joking. Seeing Lin Xia so serious, Shen Yi decided not to say more, wishing her good night before leaving the room. Shen. Lin Xia lowered her head, unable to meet Shen Yi's gaze, for she knew that her next words would be quite excessive. What is it? If I need anything while I sleep, can I come find you? Of course you can. After all, you're unfamiliar with the environment. That if you need help or feel hungry, just tell me. Lin Xia beamed as she raised her head after receiving Shen Yi's permission. Good night, Shen Yi. Good night. By the way, remember to lock the door? Click. With the sound of the door locking, Lin Xia reluctantly returned to the beat. In truth, she had not locked the door. She merely clicked the lock and opened it again. That sound was merely for Shen Yi's ears. Shen Yi's bed. Lin Xia murmured Shen Yi's name as she slowly climbed onto the bed in her loose pajamas, even with the lights on in the room. She still covered herself with a blanket, curling up on the bed and trembling. I don't want to go back. I don't like it there. Not at all, Shen Yi. I just want to be with Shen Yi. Forever. Though lying on the soft and comfortable bed, Lin Xia felt no warmth. Even with just a wall separating her from Shen Yi, her mind was filled with memories of their encounters. Shen Yi. Lin Xia continuously whispered his name, trying to calm her racing heart, yet she ultimately failed. With a rustle, she tossed aside the blanket and stepped barefoot out of bed, despite the moderate temperature. Her body felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, and her expression was one of anxiousness and unease. She had never shown such vulnerability before, but having seen the light, she never wanted to dwell in darkness again. The incandescent light in the room could not illuminate her heart. Only he could. Lin Xia unsteadily opened the door, stepping out in her pajamas. At that moment, Shen Yi was already fast asleep from the day's exhaustion. Even the sliver of light from the open door did not rouse him. Upon seeing Lin Xia's fear dissipated entirely. For Shen Yi was the light she had desperately sought. As long as he was near, she would never feel lost again. Shen Yi, you said to seek you out if I had any difficulties. Lin Xia leaned down to gaze at Shen Yi's sleeping face and smiled gently. She then turned back to switch off the bedroom light before swiftly climbing onto the sofa and slipping under Shen Yi's blanket. So warm, due to the small size of the sofa, Lin Xia had to press closely against Shen Yi's chest to avoid falling off, but this was precisely what she desired. Nestled against Shen Yi's chest, Lin Xia extended her hands from the blanket to cradle his face, her eyes brimming with deep affection. She gathered the only light in her heart from the abyss. Good night. This night marked the most peaceful slumber Lin Xia had ever experienced. Even upon the cramped and rigid sofa, a hint of a smile graced her face. Oh, it's so warm. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Shen Yi's face, prompting him to open his drowsy eyes. Huh, is it already morning? Shen Yi sat up and lazily gazed out the window, then began tidying up the blanket and pillow on the sofa. Strange, why do I feel so warm all over? I remember the temperatures have been quite low recently. Just as Shen Yi was collecting the pillow, he noticed a long, soft black hair, instantly recognizing it was not his. But why would Lin Xia's hair be on his pillow? Did it perhaps cling to him while he was helping her with that tattered outfit? Although Shen Yi couldn't comprehend why, he could only accept this explanation. Suddenly, recalling something, he hurriedly tidied himself up and rushed downstairs. Speaking of which, Lin Xia definitely can't wear those clothes anymore. I might as well buy her a new outfit at the clothing store, as it wouldn't be appropriate for her to keep wearing my pajamas. However, to Shen Yi's embarrassment, he had no idea about Lin Xia's height or size. Just as he reached the bedroom door and turned the doorknob, he discovered the door was locked. Oh right, she might still be asleep. I shouldn't disturb her. Thus, Shen Yi reluctantly took the key and headed downstairs, planning to buy a set of clothes based on his instincts, intending to exchange them later if they didn't fit. With that thought, he opened the apartment door and stepped outside. Just as he left, the bedroom door swung open, and Lin Xia's head peeked out. Has Shen gone out? Where is he headed? Although Lin Xia was filled with curiosity, she first returned to her room to fold the blankets that in fact, she had just returned, quietly slipping away from the sofa when she sensed Shen Yi stirring. Thankfully, she hadn't lingered in that moment of warmth. It seemed Shen Yi would not be back anytime soon. I might as well prepare breakfast for him. Speaking of which, I slept so soundly last night. It must be thanks to Shen Yi. With her prior cooking experience, Lin Xia rolled up her sleeves and began preparing breakfast. Chapter 7. Golden Bell and Iron Shirt. Inside a women's clothing store, a sales clerk approached the sales manager and whispered, "Manager, is there a pervert lurking around here lately?" "A pervert? What do you mean?" The clerk leaned closer to the manager, speaking softly. "Manager, look at that guy behind the column at the entrance. Although he's quite handsome, his behavior is so strange. He keeps pretending to pass by while secretly peeking inside the store. Do you think he might be a creep?" Upon hearing this, the sales manager became concerned. After all, such individuals do exist in real life. However, she was not afraid of the peeping Tom in broad daylight. In fact, she intended to confront him. "You stay here. I will go and have a word with him." The manager noticed the lurking figure and steeled herself to approach. Sigh. Why am I suddenly too scared to enter the store? Outside the door stood the peeping Tom, Shen Yi, as he approached the entrance of the boutique. He was captivated by the array of garments displayed within. While the outerwear seemed acceptable, he came to a halt upon glimpsing the pink corset and the ironclad dress. Hey, isn't it a bit suspicious for a boy to be here, buying such items? I can't just claim I'm purchasing these for a friend, though it only complicate matters further. Shen Yi was keen to avoid the scandal of waking up to headlines proclaiming, "A man has fallen in love with women's clothing." No, absolutely not. I cannot be labeled a pervert. Otherwise, my life would be utterly ruined. But how can I concoct a plausible excuse? Just as Shen Yi was lost in thought, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder and instinctively moved aside. "My apologies, did I block your way?" he asked. He turned to find an elegantly dressed woman in a suit standing behind him. "Hello. I am the sales manager of this boutique. I noticed you gazing intently at our offerings with a look of uncertainty on your face. Are you in search of something specific?" "Hello," Shen Yi replied, sheepishly scratching the back of his head as he finally voiced his concerns. "Actually, I intend to buy a suitable outfit for my younger sister." "Yes, my sister. I've been pondering over her size, which is why I've been lingering outside." The sales manager nodded slowly, gesturing for him to follow her. "I see that in that case. Please come inside. I may be able to assist you." "Thank you very much." Upon entering the boutique, a staff member greeted Shen Yi with a warm welcome, and the sales manager approached him. "I'll take care of this customer. You may attend to other matters." "Understood, manager." So he is a customer after all. Don't underestimate people. Always strive to uncover the potential in every customer, the sales manager admonished, then turned to Shen Yi. "May I ask what color your sister prefers?" When selecting clothing, we should start with their favorite hues, followed by style and size. Shen Yi feigned calmness, though his mind was racing. What should I do? I have no idea what Lin Xie likes. If only I had brought her along. Ah, my sister prefers lighter colors. Could you possibly recommend a few outfits? After a moment's reflection, he envisioned Lin Xie as the innocent and adorable girl next door. Overly vibrant colors would clash with her essence, leading him to consider more subdued shades. Lighter colors, you say? The sales manager paused momentarily before continuing. Could you share your sister's height and body type? Well, Shen Yi recalled their previous encounter and gestured with his hands, placing them at his chest. I stand at 1.78 meters, so she should be around my chest level that I asked for her body type. Recalling the incident at the dinner table the previous night, his face flushed crimson as he stammered. And not too small, just, she is quite slender. Yes, that's it. Sensing something amiss, the sales manager swiftly shifted the topic. Guiding him to a section dedicated to long skirts, she retrieved a white pleated dress from the rack. What do you think of this one? The color is quite subtle, given your apparent height. Approximately 1.65 meters, this dress would suit a slender figure beautifully. Shen Yi examined the dress. While it bore minimal embellishments, the pleats at the shoulders and hem were adorned with floral designs. He couldn't deny that the sales manager's instincts were spot on. This dress would indeed complement Lin Xie perfectly. I'll take this one. Very well, I shall have it wrapped up for you. The sales manager donned a professional smile and inquired further. Might you require anything else? Perhaps boots or other items that may appeal to women? Other items? Shen Yi glanced in the direction indicated by the sales manager and was suddenly confronted with an array of various corsets. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem, I think I'll wait for my sister to choose those herself. Let us discuss shoe styles instead. Of course. Ultimately, under the enthusiastic persuasion of the sales manager, Shen Yi purchased the white pleated dress along with a pair of deep black ankle boots. The sales manager even gifted him a pair of white socks. Thank you for your visit. We hope to see you again soon. After bidding farewell to Shen Yi, the sales manager's professional smile gradually faded. A nearby staff member approached her. Manager, you're amazing. You sold 2 items with just a few words. To make a customer happy, one must first consider their perspective, rather than solely relying on one's own judgments. Remember that well, the sales manager replied, playfully poking the staff member's cheek before letting out a deep sigh. What's wrong, manager? That boy. For some reason, he possesses an undeniable charm, though he is not my type. I have a feeling there are certain special individuals who would be drawn to him. Really? You can even discern that? Humph. After all, I was quite the figure in school. These things are child's play. Chapter 8. Shen Yi's legendary reputation. Knock, knock, knock. After purchasing the garments, Shen Yi approached the door, and before he could knock, it swung open from the inside. Where have you been, Shen Yi? I woke up and found you missing. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Lin Xie exclaimed, patting her chest in relief, though her eyes stealthily darted to the bag in his hand, which appeared to contain clothing Here, this is for you. Once inside, Shen Yi handed the bag to Lin Xie, feeling a bit bashful. This is a dress and boots I bought for you that I'm not sure if they fit or if the color suits your taste. But I thought you shouldn't have to wear my clothes. Please forgive me for deciding on my own. Enough. Lin Xie interrupted him with a sudden exclamation. That's more than enough. Trembling, she threw herself into Shen Yi's embrace. I shut tight as she fought back tears. Lin Xie, just a moment, please. Just a moment. Confronted with Shen Yi's tender care, Lin Xie, who had previously viewed everything with cold indifference and contemplated giving up on life, found herself gradually transforming into a hopeful young girl brimming with dreams. All of this was intricately connected to the gentle boy before her. However, Shen Yi's kindness would also bring about unforeseen complications. Feeling the warmth and youthfulness of Lin Xie in his arms, Shen Yi's heart raced. Lin Xie, you're too close. Fool, I'm doing this precisely because I want to be close to you. Lin Xie dared not voice this thought. At least not now. I'm just so happy. I'm not that easy to please, but you are an exception. As her words trailed off, her voice grew softer, and suddenly she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Shen Yi's cheek, her face flushing with embarrassment as she took the bag from his hands and dashed into her room. Shen Yi stood in disbelief, staring at the closed door of the bedroom, before touching his cheek with a bewildered expression. I send tea expressing gratitude, usually done verbally. Perhaps Lin Xie is from a different culture. That must be it. Emotional intelligence and social skills have always been my weak points. Lin Xie leaned against the door. Her head bowed as she took deep breaths. After kissing Shen Yi's cheek, her mind felt hazy, as if she were intoxicated by the thrill of the moment. This feeling took a while to subside. Once she regained her composure, she realized she hadn't yet removed the clothing from the bag at her feet. Thus, she sat on the floor and eagerly opened a shopping bag. Before her lay a pure white pleated dress. The lace at the sleeves and hem resembling blooming hibiscus flowers, while the most distinctive feature was a layer of translucent chiffon over the outer fabric, lending the dress an ethereal beauty. Paired with Lin Xie's innocent and charming demeanor, it was truly a match made in heaven. How beautiful! Lin Xie gasped in awe, cradling the gift Shen Yi had given her as if it were a priceless gem. This was purchased for me by Shen Yi. Rather than rushing to try it on, Lin Xie clutched the pleated dress tightly to her chest, revealing just how significant Shen Yi's gift was to her. Did Lin Xie create this? Shen Yi gazed in slight astonishment at the fried egg, bread, and the warmed milk on the table. He had not expected that Lin Xie would have prepared breakfast in the brief moment he had descended the stairs. Observing the quality of the fried egg, he noted that her culinary skills appeared quite commendable. Could it be that she had prior experience in cooking? Shen Yi settled into a chair at the dining table, patiently awaiting Lin Xie's arrival, wondering if the clothes and boots suited her. Just then, a sound emanated from the bedroom door, which slowly creaked open, revealing Lin Xie in a white dress. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her movements, and the sheer scarf paired with her smooth, fair calves presented a unique charm, while the black leather boots complemented her white ankle socks, resembling a lively sprite dancing amidst a jasmine grove. Lin Xie caught sight of Shen Yi, who was frozen in his chair, his gaze fixated upon her. With her hands clasped behind her back, she cautiously asked, "Do I look good?" If she didn't, then surely no girl in the world could be deemed attractive. A quick blush spread across Shen Yi's face, and in an attempt to conceal his embarrassment, he hurriedly responded, Come eat. Did you make all of this?" With excitement, Lin Xie nodded enthusiastically. She had taken note of Shen Yi's astonished expression and felt quite satisfied, though she thought to herself that it was not enough. "Hey, you're being dismissive," she pouted, feigning anger as she plopped herself on Shen Yi's lap. "Lin? Xie," he exclaimed, startled. "What are you doing?" Shen Yi felt a coolness on his thigh, followed by the soft, yielding sensation of her presence enveloping him like a plush jelly. Lin Xie tilted her head, her face almost brushing against Shen Yi's nose, and languidly inquired, "Shen Yi, take a good look. How do I truly look?" "Why, you look good. I said you look good," Shen Yi stammered, his nostrils filled with Lin Xie's sweet fragrance. Having been single in 2 lifetimes, he found it difficult to withstand such provocation and swiftly turned his head away to quell the rising turmoil within. See, you turned away again. You must dislike me." Lin Xie observed his actions and mimicked his movements, shifting her body every time he looked elsewhere, which inevitably led to some friction between them. Lin Xie, please stop moving." Suddenly, Shen Yi's expression darkened, and his body began to tremble as if he were enduring something. "What's wrong?" Lin Xie panicked, fearing she had inadvertently touched an injury or something else, quickly retracting her playful demeanor. "I'm so sorry, Shen Yi. She gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face flushed with a deep crimson. It dawned on her why Shen Yi had been so intent on stopping her. Oh no. My reputation. Chapter 9. A brief farewell. I'll go wash the dishes after their meal. Shen Yi swallowed hard, rising to take the plates to the sink. Lin Xie lifted her head slightly, stealing glances at him, observing his every move. The earlier playful banter had gone a bit too far, leaving them both at a loss for words during the meal. Yes, she watched Shen Yi washing the dishes. She couldn't help but remember the awkwardness of their earlier antics, murmuring to herself, "I never expected Shen Yi's gentle side to be so formidable." "What? Lin Xie, are you calling me?" Shen Yi, who was busy washing, vaguely heard her voice, but couldn't discern the words. "No, it's nothing." Lin Xie shook her head, her small hands resting obediently on her thighs. "Oh, I'll finish the dishes soon. We can talk later." After a short while, Shen Yi dried his hands and approached Lin Xie. "What's the matter?" Is there something you want to tell me? With her head lowered and fingers fidgeting, Lin Xie appeared to be in a dilemma. Shen. She hesitated, the words caught in her throat. What should she do? According to the current situation, she was supposed to leave this place, yet she couldn't bear the thought of being apart from him. Lin Xie, Shen Yi leaned in closer. Due to her bowed head, her long black hair obscured her profile, and the strands covering her forehead hid her eyes, making it impossible for him to gauge her expression. No, I don't want to leave him. I cannot leave him. Shen Yi belongs to me. Mine, from the moment Lin Xie, who had long dwelled in darkness, encountered the sacred light she revered, she found it impossible to relinquish this warmth and safety. Now, should anyone dare to extinguish that light within her heart, she would go to any lengths to reclaim what was hers, mine. Mine? No one shall take it from me. With her fists clenched on her knees, Lin Xie's body began to tremble slightly, her dark eyes deepening in intensity, her voice quivering with emotion. Forever. We'll be together, so no one can control me anymore, just as the shadows within Lin Xie threatened to engulf her entirely. Shen Yi crouched down to look at her face with concern. Lin Xie, are you all right? You don't look too well no. I'm fine. Lin Xie's clenched fists gradually relaxed, and the atmosphere lightened a bit. After a long silence, she finally met Shen Yi's gaze and spoke. Shen, if possible, may I can find you again? Huh. Are you leaving? No. That place I sent home. Lin Xie exclaimed excitedly, then quickly reined in her emotions as she noticed Shen Yi's gaze lingering on her. My situation is somewhat special. I might need to go back to handle some matters, but I will return soon, very soon. As if fearing that Shen Yi might vanish, she grasped his right hand tightly. So, when I come back, can I still stay with you? Seeing the hope in Lin Xie's eyes, Shen Yi replied without hesitation, of course, that is not an issue at all. It's merely a matter of adding one more pair of chopsticks. However, the living conditions here might be, I don't mind, she interrupted. Shen Yi, feeling the closeness of Lin Xie, quickly stepped back a few paces. Then it settled. Lin Xie, you can return whenever you wish. I will always be here. I knew it. This must be fate. We are destined to be together. Lin Xie stepped forward, embracing Shen Yi, and whispered softly in his ear, Shen Yi, I will be back soon. So wait for me. Do you need me to help? No need. Don't let any impurities taint you. Leave it to me. With that, Lin Xie reluctantly released her hold on Shen Yi. Well, all right then. Shen Yi felt an odd sensation, as if something sharp had pressed against him when Lin Xie embraced him. Surely, it was just an illusion. Then, I shall take my leave? Wait. Shen Yi went to the living room and took down a painting of a boy playing basketball from the wall, retrieving an envelope tucked behind it. This is... Shen Yi opened the envelope and handed Lin Xie several bills. This is cash I saved for my part-time job this month. I hadn't had the chance to deposit it yet. Here, take some money. Buy whatever you need. No need to be polite. Lin Xie accepted the cash, nodding that I will return quickly. Don't forget about me. How could I? Be safe on your way back. After watching Lin Xie depart, Shen Yi returned to the dining table to tidy up the chairs. As he contemplated returning to his solitary life after Lin Xie's departure, he was unexpectedly overcome with a sense of melancholy, a feeling he had never experienced before. This must be the change that comes from having never known companionship. Having two people is quite nice. While Shen Yi was lost in thought, he failed to notice that a fruit knife had mysteriously vanished from a kitchen. Speaking of which, school was approaching. He would need to report back soon. Shen Yi rubbed his forehead, reflecting that while Sakura University was a prestigious institution, its rules were entirely different from those of a university. One would expect a bit more leniency given that everyone was an adult, yet the regulations were as strict as those of high school, with many policies being strikingly similar. He had to work again tonight. Perhaps he should take a short nap first. Shen Yi stretched languidly before returning to bed, yearning for slumber. Yet, the lingering scent of Lin Xie enveloped the sheets, prompting Shen Yi to reminisce about her striking beauty. Truly enchanting. But how did she fall to such depths? Does she truly not require my assistance? Chapter 10. The Devil and the Angel. Upon awakening from his nap, Shen Yi found his mind shrouded in fog. Glancing toward the window, only to discover that night had already descended. Have I slept for such an extended period? Previously, My afternoon naps barely lasted a short while. Oh no. Shen Yi suddenly recalled his part-time job for the evening. At this hour, he should be nearing the time to clock in as expected. When he retrieved his long-used black Xiaomi smartphone and pressed the power button, it took several seconds before the time was revealed. 8:15. Fortunately, there remained 15 minutes. I should still make it. Shen Yi hastily dressed, disregarding breakfast, and hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, in an upscale residential complex not far from the city center. It's already 8:15. I wonder what Shen Yi is up to. How bothersome. Can't he hurry back? Lin Xie, clad in black attire, sat on a genuine leather sofa, observing the oscillating pendulum clock on the wall, resembling an apostle emerging from the abyss. The contrast with her morning appearance in a white dress was stark. To describe it would be akin to contrasting a devil with an angel. Dingling. With the sound of an electronic button, the security door swung open, followed by a sharp, piercing voice, "Da-da. I'm finally home. Today, I purchased several limited edition LV handbags. I shall have the opportunity to flaunt them at future gatherings among those wealthy ladies. Mom, this handbag is truly exquisite. It compliments you beautifully." A younger voice chimed in. "All right, quickly turn on the lights. Speaking of which, it has already been 2 days. That wretched girl hasn't truly perished on the streets, has she? Whatever. It would be better if she did. Every time I see her, I feel an ill omen. Her disheveled and filthy appearance is utterly revolting." As she finished speaking, a rather unremarkable girl with a ponytail flicked the switch, illuminating the living room that a glance around revealed the extravagant decor. Opulent luxury items and lavish wall embellishments, all indicating that this family led a life of considerable means. Soon after, a corpulent woman, her face slick with grease yet adorned in gilded finery, entered. "Indeed, I cannot fathom what your father was thinking. Having chosen to marry into our family, he still brought along this ill-fated creature. In my opinion, she should perish alongside her mother." Before the wealthy woman could finish her statement, a piercing scream erupted from her daughter. "Oh, what happened, my daughter?" The affluent woman hurried into the living room, following her daughter's gaze to see a cloaked figure clad in black sitting on the sofa, staring intently at them. Who are you? Why are you in our home? Who on earth are you?" Lin Xie smirked disdainfully, removing her hood and narrowing her eyes at the mother and daughter, coldly stating, "What is this? Have you failed to recognize me in a different guise?" You, upon realizing it was Lin Xie, the daughter's previous terror evaporated, and she stormed forward, hands on her hips, brimming with fury. "Lin Xie, you've gone too far. Our family graciously took you in, and yet you frighten us. Be careful, or I'll ensure you sleep in the restroom from now on." Lin Xie arose from the sofa, seizing the daughter by her collar and pulling her closer, delivering a resounding slap across her face. Smack! The sharp sound reverberated throughout the living room. You've lost your mind," the daughter shrieked, clutching her reddened cheek in disbelief. "How dare you strike me? You're finished. I'll make sure you—" Smack! Before she could finish her threat, Lin Xie struck her once more, ensuring both sides of her face bore matching marks. "Lin Xie, stop this at once." The mother rushed forward, urgently pulling her dazed daughter back, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xie. "You've been living under our roof, and now you dare to rebel against us." Suddenly, Lin Xie produced a fruit knife from seemingly nowhere, gripping it tightly as she advanced toward the woman, her icy demeanor sending chills through the mother and daughter. "You truly dare to speak so brazenly, treating me like a dog, forcing me to reside in a mold-ridden shack while feasting on stale bread, and even depriving me of my very existence. This is your notion of treating me well? Who told you to treat me as the most unwelcome presence in your home? You ought to have left me on the streets to be devoured by stray dogs." The daughter, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to provoke Lin Xie. With a flash, the knife embedded itself into the wall just a foot away from the daughter, causing the mother to faint from sheer fright. "No, please don't kill me." The daughter, witnessing Lin Xie's unwavering resolve, found herself paralyzed by fear, collapsing onto the floor as a foul odor wafted up from below. "Tisich, weren't you just brimming with arrogance? How come you're so frightened now?" Lin Xie retrieved the knife from the wall, delivering another slap to the daughter who had tormented her countless times before. In the past, she had refrained from resisting, believing it futile. However, with Shen Yi now in her life, she would no longer succumb to despair. He was her sole reason for existence. From now on, do not disturb my life. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure your head appears in places it ought not to be. Lin Xie uttered these chilling words in a simple tone, lightly tapping the daughter's cheek with a blade before seizing a card from the table and departing the living room, a card she intended to take with her. What is happening? A man happened upon the scene, momentarily taken aback. Upon glancing at his unconscious wife and the terrified daughter, fury surged within him. Lin Xie, what are you doing? Not only do you neglect to return home, but you also display utter disrespect. I should never have raised such a waste of space. This man was none other than Lin Xie's father, Lin Wuning, aptly named for his ineptitude, following his wife's demise. He had married into a somewhat influential family, perhaps out of guilt for his deceased spouse. Choosing to live with Lin Xie, he was well aware of the wrongdoings committed against Lin Xie by the mother and daughter. Yet he remained indifferent, treating Lin Xie as though she were not his biological child. He attributed all grievances to Lin Xie herself, believing she had provoked their ire, regarding his duty as merely to provide for her. Chapter 11. Lu Yanyunhumph. They merely brought this upon themselves. Where were you when I was being bullied? Mother truly must have been blind to have chosen someone like you. In response to Lin Xie's veiled mockery. Lin Wuning raised his hand, poised to strike her across the face. Why you? You have no right to judge me. You are but an outsider. What Lin Wuning did not anticipate was that Lin Xie would seize his wrist with remarkable strength, rendering him, a man of stature, utterly powerless against his daughter. From now on, do not interfere in my life. Consider this a warning. Lin Xie flung Lin Wuning's hand aside, donning her cloak as she strolled away leisurely, as if the entire encounter were of little significance. Lin Wuning clenched his fists, observing Lin Xie's retreating figure, when suddenly he was roused by a voice from within the room. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help me lift your mother up. Lin Wuning turned to see his wife, previously unconscious, now awake. He quickly donned a sycophantic smile as he assisted his rotund spouse to her feet. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving a mark on Lin Wuning's face. With no voice to protest, he could only bow his head in silence. I always said that wretched girl was a burden. I should have sold her abroad. Now she has grown wings and dared to rebel. This grudge shall not go unpunished. Dear, calm down, calm down. And you, stop standing around. Promptly call the private doctor to check on our daughter. If anything were to happen to her, you would be finished. All right, I'll make the call right away. Lin Wuning's submissive demeanor did not resemble that of a husband, but rather that of servant. As evening descended, the biting cold wind lashed against Lin Xie, her hands reddened by the chill, yet she clutched a card tightly in her grasp. This card, a keepsake from her mother before her untimely demise, contained her mother's life savings. For reasons unknown, her mother had always warned her to steer clear of Lin Wuning, insisting that she should never give him the money and to flee as soon as she passed away. Lin Xie was left bewildered by these cryptic admonitions. However, over the years of indifference she had endured, she had grown numb to it all, leading her to the series of events that followed. But something had changed. Everything had transformed. What altered her fate was merely a single warm phrase. Are you all right? Shen Yi, I miss you so much. Lin Xie murmured, the visage of Shen Yi surfacing in her mind, causing her steps to quicken. From this day forth, she finally had a home and a brightly lit bar. A sultry voice rang out. Waiter, the bill. A flamboyantly dressed urban beauty, having drained her glass, slurred her words. Coming right up, Shen Yi, clad in his service attire, hurried to the woman and presented her with the bill. Good evening. Here is your total for tonight, which amounts to 1,888. Please proceed to the front desk to settle your account. The woman cast a disdainful glance at Shen Yi, but upon noticing his magnetic voice and handsome features, her tone shifted. Oh, you're quite the handsome one. I've had a bit too much to drink. How about you assist me to the front desk and then personally escort me home? Her flirtatious tone sent a shiver down Shen Yi's spine, prompting him to firmly decline. I'm sorry, madam, but I have work to attend to. Please make your own way to settle the bill. Tisich, what is there to be so proud about? I've seen many like you. It's just money, after all, that I can afford it. How about 5,000 for the night? Shen Yi clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to retaliate against her insult. He was not the kind of person swayed by money, which felt like a personal affront. Yet, this job was hard-earned, and he had no desire to jeopardize it. I'm sorry, but I'm not the kind of person you think I am that I must take my leave now. Stop. Is it that you find the money insufficient? I can add another 5,000. At that moment, a voice interrupted the woman's tirade. Miss, I must insist you behave yourself if you continue to harass our staff. I will have to notify the authorities. The woman turned to see a tall, slender waitress with a ponytail standing before her. The waitress possessed an exquisite oval face, a prominent nose, and alluring lips, all contributing to her beauty. I'll leave now. The woman mumbled, hastily grabbing her bag and departing. Before Shen Yi could process the situation, the waitress approached with a gentle tone. Are you all right, Shen Yi? Did she frighten you? No. Yin, thank you. There's no need for formality. As your senior, it's only natural for me to look out for you. The waitress, named Lu Yunyan, had been caring for Shen Yi ever since he began working at the bar, often helping him out of various predicaments. Yet, Shen Yi found it peculiar that someone with Lu Yunyan's demeanor seemed more like a young lady of a prominent family rather than a bar staff member. As he pondered this, Lu Yunyan suddenly leaned closer, startling him. What were you thinking about so intently? Oh, nothing much, just curious why you were so kind to me. Silly, she whispered before speaking up. It's only natural for a senior to care for their junior. Thank you. Yin, I told you not to be so polite with me. Otherwise, I might get upset, she said, placing her hands on her hips, feigning annoyance. Understood. Lu Yunyan gazed at Shen Yi's attire, momentarily distracted, then blushed slightly before speaking. Well, it's almost time to clock out. You should head home. School is starting soon, right? Yes, then I'll trouble you, Shen Yi began, but as he looked into Lu Yunyan's eyes, the words caught in his throat. Then goodbye, Yunyan. I'll head home now. Goodbye, be safe on your way. With that, Shen Yi turned toward the staff lounge, unaware that Lu Yunyan was watching him with a different, lingering gaze. Today Shen Yi is just as captivating as ever. But why is our progress so slow? I've been so proactive that it seems I must resort to more decisive measures. Chapter 12. When happiness knocks on the door after placing his staff uniform into his locker. Shen Yi was about to exit the changing room when a rotund, middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Manager Lu? Good evening, Shen Yi greeted. Shen Yi, you're off work now? Yes, my shift has ended. Do you need anything else, Manager Lu? No, not at all. Manager Lu waved his hand dismissively. Here's your pay for today. You've worked hard. Shen Yi accepted the 3 bills with a smile. Thank you. Manager Lu, I'll be on my way now. Go ahead. Though Shen Yi found it strange that the authoritative Manager Lu was treating him so kindly, he maintained a cautious distance. After Shen Yi left, Manager Lu sighed in relief, pulling out a handkerchief from his suit pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow. Finally, he's gone. I wonder what the young lady is thinking. While this fellow is rather handsome, there are plenty of wealthy young men around. Why has she taken a liking to him? Manager Lu muttered, glancing at Shen Yi's locker before inserting the key into the lock, sighing heavily before stepping out. A moment later, Lu Yunyan entered with a cheerful demeanor. This must be Shen Yi's locker. It seems he didn't take his uniform home today, so I want to hold back, with a sly smile. Lu Yunyan opened Shen Yi's locker. Inside, it was neatly organized, containing only a neatly folded set of clothes and a freshener. Ugh. Why hasn't he changed his clothes? Can't he keep something else in here? Lu Yunyan pouted in dissatisfaction, yet she carefully took out Shen Yi's jacket, burying her face in it, inhaling deeply, her breath quickening. Hiss. Shen Yi's scent remained intoxicating, and the exhilarating sensation became almost unbearable. Shen Yi, I'm so hungry. After work, Shen Yi suddenly realized he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Now that he had some free time, a fierce hunger pang washed over him, leaving him even more fatigued. I should just buy something quick to eat, he decided, heading to a nearby spicy hot pot shop. Boss, I'd like a small spicy hot pot set with rice to go. Sure thing, the shop owner nodded. Gathering the ingredients. How many bowls of rice would you like? Just one will do. Shen Yi began, but suddenly paused, his mind drifting to Lin Xie. Would she return tonight? Or perhaps, would she not return at all? Had she eaten dinner? Make it 2 bowls then. All right, Since you look like you can eat, I'll add a bit more beef for you. Thank you, boss. Ding dong, as the elevator reaches floor, Shen Yi stepped out. The aroma of the hot pot wafting into his nostrils, his anticipation for a hearty meal growing. Just as he approached his door, he noticed a figure hunched over, softly whimpering against it. The sound was too faint to trigger the motion sensor light, revealing only a shadow at his doorstep, utterly oblivious to what was occurring. Shen Yi was taken aback. What is happening? Is this a haunting? Once upon a time, Shen Yi treaded cautiously, his breath shallow and footsteps muffled as he stealthily approached the shadowy figure ahead. As he drew nearer, he could faintly discern the sound of soft sobs, as if the figure were whispering something. Amongst the murmured words, he caught phrases like "don't leave me" and "please, no." "Hello. Might I inquire if you have mistakenly come to the wrong door? I'm the only one residing here." Shen Yi softly inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Perhaps his voice was too faint, for the motion sensor light remained unlit. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, the weeping ceased abruptly. In that moment, two lustrous, obsidian-like eyes flashed out from the darkness, piercing through the night and locking onto Shen Yi, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Why is this person silent? Could there truly be something amiss? He pondered. Suddenly, recognition dawned upon him as he gazed into those sparkling eyes. This was Xiaoyi. Her eyes were as deep and breathtaking as polished obsidian, devoid of any impurities. You are Xiaoyi? Shen Yi. At that instant, they both called out each other's names, and, as if on cue, the motion sensor light illuminated the space, confirming Shen Yi's suspicions. Before him stood Xiaoyi, adorned in a flowing white pleated skirt. "How long has it been?" Shen Yi began, but before he could finish, Xiaoyi rushed into his embrace, burying her face in his chest as she wept uncontrollably. "Oh, where have you been? I was so scared. Terrified that you would abandon me." "Xiaoyi, please don't cry. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that I would be working late at the shop tonight, that I didn't expect you to return so soon. I apologize truly." Faced with Xiaoyi's sudden return, Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback, yet he realized that upon seeing her, a significant weight had lifted from his heart. Xiaoyi, after a prolonged bout of sobbing, finally managed to regain her composure. When she had eagerly knocked on Shen Yi's door, she had anticipated a prompt response, but the silence that followed was deafening. It felt as though her cherished possession had vanished into thin air. "No, it cannot be. Shen Yi promised he would wait for me. He swore." Xiaoyi reassured herself, though her anxious heart compelled her to knock once more. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the silence persisted, as if mocking her desperation. "No, it's impossible. He must be asleep. If I call out to him, he will surely open the door." Thud, thud, thud. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaoyi's knocks grew louder, and she called out Shen Yi's name frantically. But the results remained the same. Thud, thud. At this moment, Xiaoyi resembled a restless spirit, her head knocking against the door with increasing force, her eyes void of life, as if swallowed by an unfathomable abyss. Nebo, Mino. Chapter 13. Spicy hot pot. Why won't you open the door? Shen Yi, could it be that there is something unspeakable inside, or someone unspeakable? I slip a note through the crack in the door, but it has since fallen. Could it be that you've been sneaking out while I was away? That simply won't do. From the moment I encountered you, you have been mine alone, so please, do not entertain any improper thoughts. After all, I wish to continue sharing this space harmoniously with you. Xiaoyi awaited Shen Yi's return. Her hand slowly reached for a black plastic bag, seemingly searching for something. "Wait for me, Shen Yi. I'm coming to find you." Just as Xiaoyi leaned against the door, Shen Yi's voice unexpectedly rang out, leading to the earlier scene. Where have you been? I was so scared, terrified that you would abandon me." Xiaoyi clutched at Shen Yi's clothing, her soft form trembling against his chest, and if one looked closely, they would notice her delicate nose buried in his embrace, inhaling deeply. "This time, it was my oversight. Let us head inside, and we can discuss everything at home," Shen Yi stated, retrieving his keys from his pocket to unlock the door. However, upon noticing the black plastic bag beside the door, he assumed it was something Xiaoyi had brought back from outside. As he bent down to pick it up, Xiaoyi swiftly stepped forward, claiming at first that, "Oh, it's fine. I can carry this. You need to open the door, don't you? Otherwise, you 1T have a free hand. Very well, then. Shen Yi thought little of it and opened the door. Stepping inside, first, he needed to quickly serve the spicy hot pot. If he didn't hurry, it would soon grow cold. Seeing that Shen Yi was not suspicious, Lin Shi exhaled in relief as she followed him into the room, carrying the black plastic bag. Lin Shi, have you had dinner yet? Not yet. And you? Neither have I. Should I cook now? You could take a shower and rest for a while. I can handle the household chores. Before Lin Shi could finish her sentence, Shen Yi gently tapped her on the head. I told you. There's no need to be so formal. Just treat this place like your own home. What I meant to say is that I've bought dinner while I was out, and we can eat together later. Lin Shi nodded, a sweet smile brightening her face. In truth, she had already begun to consider this place her home. And Shen Yi was the family she cherished most. Shen Yi, is there somewhere to store my things? I have some personal items in this bag. Yes, there's a small tool room next to my bedroom that isn't used often. You can temporarily store your belongings there. All right, I understand. Shen, may I go put my things away now? As Lin Shi carried the black plastic bag toward the tool room, she kept a watchful eye on Shen Yi's actions. Only feeling at ease when she saw him busy in the kitchen. Go ahead, just come back for dinner afterward. Shen Yi poured the contents of the bag filled with spicy hot pot into a bowl and brought it to the dining table. The aroma of the spice is truly tantalizing. I wonder if Lin Shi can handle spicy food. Perhaps I should prepare a bowl of cool water for her to temper the spice? What's wrong? Who are you thinking about? Just then, Lin Shi's voice came from behind him. Nothing, I was merely thinking of you. Shen Yi's words faltered as he suddenly realized, turning to her with a hint of nervousness. Lin Shi, when did you arrive? You made not a sound. Lin Shi did not answer his question. Instead, she leaned forward, her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes sparkling with affection. Did you miss me? What are you thinking about? It was the spicy hot pot, Shen Yi said, gesturing toward the dish on the table while holding up a bowl of cool water. I wasn't sure if you like spicy food. So I prepared this for you. I can handle it. I'm not picky when it comes to food, but thank you. Lin Shi smiled as she accepted the porcelain bowl from Shen Yi and placed it on the table. Then, she took his hand and, before he could react, pulled him down to sit beside her. All right, it's time to eat together. Thus, the two began their meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they dined. Lin Shi, yes? Have you finished your errands? Is there anything I can assist you with? As Lin Shi took a small bite of rice, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Shen Yi. Nothing compared to the joy of sharing a meal with the one she adored. And even without any dishes, simply watching him was enough to satisfy her appetite. Lin Shi, at Shen Yi's third call, Lin Shi finally snapped back to reality. What is it? What did you just say? She blinked, feigning ignorance. You should at least eat some vegetables. Shen Yi retrieved a pair of disposable chopsticks, picking up an abundance of beef and lettuce leaves to place in Lin Shi's bowl. I was asking if you've taken care of your matters. Is there anything I can do to help? Though I may not be of much assistance. We are currently living under the same roof. So, it's only right that we look out for one another. Thank you, Shen. Lin Shi felt a warmth spread through her heart, akin to savoring a sweet delicacy. I've completed my tasks. So you needn't worry. However, I may end up causing you quite a bit of trouble in the future. Lin Shi pouted at the disposable chopsticks in Shen Yi's hands. Honestly, why be so particular? Using your own chopsticks to serve me might taste even better. No worries, I hope you'll continue to take good care of me from now on. I will take good care of you. Shen Yi. After finishing the meal, Lin Shi suddenly recalled something and inquired, Shen Yi, are you working tonight? Are you tired? Oh, it's not too bad that I found this job as a bartender at a bar on my way home. The pay is quite decent, and it's close to home, so I opted for this part-time job, a bartender. Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully, a hint of displeasure flickering in her heart. She suddenly leaned closer to Shen Yi and asked cautiously, Shen Yi, could you consider quitting that job? I have some savings that I could give you. Chapter 14. Addressing each other saying this, Lin Shi presented her card with both hands, biting her lip as she added, there is quite a bit of savings in this card. I can give it all to you as long as you promise me not to go to those kinds of establishments. Shen Yi couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at how Lin Shi seemed as pure and unblemished as a blank sheet of paper. You, he said, pushing the card back towards her and gently tapping her forehead with his knuckle. We've only known each other for a few days, and you trust me unconditionally. You need to be cautious when you're out in the world, you know? Lin Xie, being so straightforward can lead to you being taken advantage of. Lin Xie squinted her eyes and shook her head. You are different. Only you are different. You are special. Looking into Lin Xie's fervent gaze, Shen Yi quickly changed the subject, ultimately pushing the card back in her hands. Lin Xie, you should keep the card for now. I still need to work, but I promise you that once I start school, I want to continue with that job. School? Lin Xie suddenly remembered that Shen Yi had mentioned he would be starting school soon, and she could only nod in acquiescence. All right, do you think I'm annoying, Shen Yi? Even though I'm living in your house, I still want to look after you. How could that be? This just shows that you care about me. Lin Xie, isn't that what friends do for each other? Understand and look out for one another? Friends? That works too. Lin Xie nodded slightly, a hint of disappointment in her expression, as if she did not wish for their relationship to be confined to mere friendship. Nevertheless, the distance between them had finally closed a little. Shen Yi. Lin Xie suddenly grabbed Shen Yi's hand tightly in her palm. Your hand is so warm. Since we're friends now, can we change how we address each other? Change how we address each other. Shen Yi attempted to withdraw his hand, but no matter how hard he tried, it remained firmly in her grasp, leading him to surrender. Then, Lin Xie, what would you like me to call you? Seeing that Shen Yi did not refuse, Lin Xie grew even more excited. She cradled one of Shen Yi's hands against her face, tilting her head with a smile. Can I call you Hehe? That's not out of the question. Observing Lin Xie's shy and adorable demeanor, Shen Yi turned his head and scratched his cheek with his other hand. By the way, Lin Xie, your hands are incredibly soft. Is this the nature of girls? Then, how should I address you? You can call me Xie or Xiaoyi, Lin Xie replied, noticing a faint blush on Shen Yi's face. Her cherry-like lips curving slightly. Xiaoyi, I understand. Shen Yi nodded, seizing the moment to pull his hand away, glancing at the clock on the wall in a daze that, oh, Lin Xie, Xiaoyi, why don't you check if you need any daily necessities? We can head downstairs to the supermarket to buy some. Sure, I'll go prepare. Lin Xie excitedly clapped her hands and dashed into the bedroom to her. Today was a day of significant progress. And since this was her first sweet date with Shen Yi, she naturally wanted to prepare well. Ding dong. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Shen Yi and Lin Xie stepped out. Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from the side. Ah, isn't this the young man? Oh, who is this young lady? Lin Xie turned her head to see a gray-haired grandmother looking at Shen Yi with a hint of curiosity. Hello, landlord grandma. Shen Yi nodded in greeting to the landlord. This is my friend, recently. Hello, grandma. Lin Xie interrupted Shen Yi, bowing to the old lady with a sweet smile. That I'm Lin Xie, a good friend of, I'll be living with a E for a while. So, I hope you'll take good care of us. Oh my, what a beautiful girl. Hello. The landlord beamed with a kind smile, suddenly realizing something. Wait, I sent the room I rented to the young man a one-bedroom apartment? Could it be that you too? Landlord grandma, we have urgent matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. Shen Yi sensed the impending awkwardness and quickly grabbed Lin Xie's hand. Rushing out, Hey, slow down. Lin Xie waved apologetically at the landlord as they exited the elevator. You young people sure know how to have fun, but you two do make a lovely pair. I noticed the way that girl looked at him. It was something special. The landlord chuckled to herself, shaking her head as she walked away, reminiscing about the joys of youth. Huff. Shen Yi stood by the street, gasping for breath. He certainly did not want to answer the landlord's probing question. The more he explained, the more likely it was to be misinterpreted. After all, in a one-bedroom apartment, the presence of a man and a woman alone would easily lead to misunderstandings. Hehe, you're still smiling. Do you realize how dangerous that question was? If misunderstood, Xiaoyi, your reputation could be at stake. That's incredibly important for a girl. I know, and yet, Lin Xie placed her finger on Shen Yi's lips, then turned to gaze at the bright moon in the sky. The girl in her white dress seemed to merge with the moonlight, illuminating Lin Xie like a celestial being descending to earth. Because I'm willing to entrust my reputation and everything to you. Lin Xie, what are you saying? Shen Yi couldn't quite catch what Lin Xie had said, merely watching her lips move as she murmured. And nothing. I said I'll be careful. Let us hurry along, Dom. The two walked side by side toward the supermarket, their shadows stretching longer in the lamplight until they finally overlapped. No, I can't rush this. Saying such things might frighten. I need to take it slow. Once we get a little closer, even if he wants to escape, he won't be able to. Chapter 15. The most precious prize. Hello. Welcome. As the bell rang, the two entered the department store. I might not have considered everything thoroughly. Think about what else you need, and we'll buy those. I want you to help me choose a mobile phone. Huff. Lin Xie. Can you finish your sentence? Shen Yi exhaled deeply. Lin Xie really needed to work on her habit of leaving sentences unfinished. Hehe. Let us hurry. The supermarket is so big. It wouldn't be good to get lost. Lin Xie suddenly took Shen Yi's hand and began wandering around the supermarket, completely disregarding what Shen Yi was saying behind her. Miraculously, amidst Lin Xie's aimless wandering, they found themselves at the mobile phone section. Phew, we finally made it. Shen Yi felt quite perplexed. Logically, the mobile phone section should have been in the electronics area. They had passed it several times, yet Lin Xie seemed oblivious as she led him in different directions. Not only that, but from the beginning of holding hands to the current state of their fingers intertwined. We're here, the attendant at the counter smiled as soon as she saw the two. Hello. Are you here to look at mobile phones? Yes, Lin Xie replied, dragging Shen Yi to the counter. Could you help me choose an affordable smartphone? Of course. The attendant's eyes inadvertently caught the sight of their entwined hands, and she stifled a laugh behind her hand. It seems you two have a great relationship. Recently, we launched a promotion. Any couple participating in our mobile phone purchase will have a chance to enter a lucky draw. May I ask what brand of phone you're interested in, miss? Hearing this, Shen immediately interjected. He didn't mind, but it would be problematic if Lin Xie were misunderstood. Xiaoyi, please wait a moment. Of course, there is no problem. May I kindly direct your attention to this model? It is crafted by. Upon hearing Lin Xie's request, the attendant instinctively began her explanation, leaving Shen Yi, who was eager to speak, to mutter to himself. Thus, this pineapple brand mobile phone boasts the best performance-to-price ratio available at present. I wonder what your thoughts are, young lady. In order to test the phone, Lin Xie reluctantly released Shen Yi's hand, took the device, and, after a brief trial, nodded in satisfaction. Quite impressive. Could you please wrap up 2 units for me? Certainly. Just a moment, please. What colors would you prefer? Lin Xie pondered for a moment, then turned to Shen Yi, tugging at his sleeve and inquiring, Yi, which color do you like? Which color do I like? What does that have to do with me? Wait a moment. 2 units, Xiaoyi. Are you planning to buy one for me? Shen Yi's expression changed in surprise. He wondered why Lin Xie intended to purchase 2 units. And oh, I don't need one. I already have a BlackMe phone, and it suits me just fine. Xiaoyi, you only need to buy your own phone. Not a chance? That phone of yours must be quite outdated. It would be better to take this opportunity to upgrade. And besides, you won't have to spend a dime. Lin Xie pouted and waved the card she had taken from her pocket. As long as it is something Eve desires, I can buy it for you. Do we really need to be polite? Ahem. Lin Xie, I think it would be better to refrain. This phone is rather pricey. All you need to do is tell me which color you prefer. All right. Lin Xie squinted her eyes, exuding a warm gaze. Moreover, he has helped me so much. I wish to repay you properly. I've already stated that my assistance was not for the sake of repayment. I merely wish for you to live happily. Life without A.E. is anything but happy. I've already paid for the previous items, so I won't concern myself with that. Ultimately, Lin Xie resorted to a preemptive strike, leaving Shen Yi with no choice but to acquiesce. How strange. I feel as though I am indulging in Xiaoyi's affections. However, I must not entertain such thoughts. That would lead to moral decay. Before long, the attendant approached with a black and a white mobile phone. Currently, these are the only 2 available colors, the night sky model and the pure cloud model. You may choose as you wish. I'll take the black one. Without waiting for Lin Xie to decide, Shen Yi promptly seized the black model. Do you like this color? Not really. I just think the white one suits you better. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately took the remaining white model, clearly pleased. You have already swiped your card, so you are eligible for a draw. The attendant retrieved a hollow box from beneath the counter. You may draw a slip of paper from inside. There are various prizes and vouchers, with the grand prize being a free purchase. Oh, in that case, why don't you draw for me? I believe my luck has run out. Unconsciously, Lin Xie hooked her arm around Shen Yi's, resting her head against him, her petite nose gently inhaling the scent of his clothing. Hehe, I'm getting closer to my dear. I really like this. Truly adore it. The Yi scent is simply intoxicating Xiaoyi. This is too close. Shen Yi's face flushed as he observed Lin Xie's clingy demeanor, though he was puzzled by her claim of having exhausted her luck. It seemed that if he did not draw, she would not relent. I understand. Shen Yi swallowed hard and extended his hand towards the box. Observing Shen Yi's stiff, bashful form, Lin Xie felt a surge of delight. Her reluctance to draw stemmed from her desire to interact with the person she cherished, as well as her belief that when she encountered him, she had already exhausted all her luck in life. For he was the most precious prize. Chapter 17. The first clash all set. Gazing at the masterpiece he had tied himself, Shen Yi could not help but marvel at his own exceptional skills. Despite numerous mishaps during practice, he had ultimately succeeded. Thank you, Yi. It is all thanks to you that I can wear this. Lin Xie leaned against Shen Yi's chest, every accidental touch igniting a fire within her. She felt an overwhelming desire to ravage and conquer the man she adored, yet her rational mind held her back, and she managed to endure with her steadfast will. Gulp. Shen Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his waist involuntarily bending backward as he pressed his hand against his abdomen, a pained expression crossing his face. Yi, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine, just a bit warm in here. With that, Shen Yi removed his jacket and draped it over Lin Xie's fair shoulders. Whispering softly, I'll step out for a moment. Don't catch a chill, Xiaoyi. But you just said it was warm? Different constitutions, I suppose. With that, Shen Yi seized the opportunity, checking for any noise at the door before swiftly turning the handle. Peeking outside and quietly closing the door behind him, executing the movements with fluid grace as he exited the changing room. Lin Xie removed Shen Yi's jacket and buried her head inside, her body twisting like a silk ribbon dancing in the wind. A Yi scent. I adore it. Love it. Fortunately, Shen Yi successfully escaped the embarrassment of the scene, and in order to calm his anxious heart, he chose to sit on a bench outside the store for a while. Just then, a girl in a glamorous long dress approached, accompanied by a tall, burly man clad in black sunglasses. Miss, if you need anything, just let us know. The department store is crowded, and it's quite dangerous. I told you I don't need you to follow me. I just want to buy some things on my own. Lu Yinyan huffed, her hands on her hips. Originally, she had sneaked out to purchase some trinkets to enhance her relationship with Shen Yi. But upon stepping out, she had been discovered by her bodyguard, leading to her shopping trip being transformed into one under protective custody, with Shen Yi's school term starting in just a few days. She needed to act quickly to foster their affection or risk falling behind. Apologies, miss, but it is our duty. The towering bodyguard stood like a mountain before Lu Yunyan, who could only fume helplessly. For he was bound to follow her father's orders. Biting her thumb, Lu Yunyan scanned her surroundings and suddenly spotted a women's clothing store, instantly devising a plan. I'm going to purchase some private garments. I trust the bodyguard understand what is appropriate to see and what is not. I cannot guarantee I won't whisper something to my father, you know. After a long silence, the bodyguard finally replied, I understand. I shall wait for you at the exit of this floor. I hope you will keep your word. Rest assured. Once the bodyguard departed, Lu Yunyan exhaled a sigh of relief, just as she was about to head towards her desired store. Her gaze landed on the bench in front of the women's clothing shop, her pupils dilating and a smile creeping on her lips. Is this the Pineapple brand mobile phone? It looks quite stylish. I wonder how it performs. Shen Yi scrutinized the phone, when suddenly someone approached and took a seat beside him. Shen Yi did not glance at the person beside him, assuming they were merely another patron seeking rest. Yet as he contemplated this, the individual leaned closer, prompting Shen Yi to instinctively shift away. However, the person pressed in even closer, attempting to cover Shen Yi's hand resting on the chair. Swish! Shen Yi withdrew his hand, frowning as he turned to the person beside him. Upon recognizing her, he froze in astonishment. Yinjia, what are you doing here? Hehe, hello Shen Yi. I never expected to run into you here. We truly are fated. Lu Yunyun's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, her tone markedly different from before, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Yi, not once blinking. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Yunjia, what brings you here? Of course, I am here to buy a gift for a friend. Oh, I trust he will appreciate it. Absolutely. As Shen Yi observed Lu Yunyun smile, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. He could not discern whether it was his imagination or not. But he sensed a hint of desire and aggression in her gaze. By the way, Shen Yi, why are you here? I am accompanying a friend to purchase some items. Indeed, Sister Yun, regarding the part-time job. I understand the school term is about to commence, isn't it? Rest assured, I shall speak to the manager. That is reassuring. I appreciate your assistance, Sister Yun. Did I not mention it before? Suddenly, Lu Yunyun leaned in so close that she nearly startled Shen Yi. Shen Yi, do not be so formal with me. We are friends. I do not wish for you to be so distant. I apologize, Sister Yun. Shen Yi slightly leaned back, intending to maintain his distance from Lu Yunyun. Yet to his surprise, she bent closer. Shen Yi, it seems there is something on your clothing. Just as they inched nearer, a hand abruptly rested on Lu Yunyun's shoulder, forcefully pushing her away. Huh. Lu Yunyun staggered. Her brows furrowed, her expression revealing her displeasure. Who has interrupted my moment? With an angry glare, Lu Yunyun discovered a girl, even more beautiful than herself, holding Shen Yi's hand, equally gazing at her, yet her eyes seemed like a bottomless abyss. Chapter 18. Protecting one's interests. You. Who are you? Lin Xie tightly clasped one of Shen Yi's hands, positioning herself in front of him like a lioness guarding her cub, her once obsidian eyes transforming into unfathomable voids. Her tone gradually chilling. Lu Yunyun was taken aback by Lin Xie's gaze, feeling as if a sharp blade was poised at her throat. However, upon noticing Lin Xie holding Shen Yi's hand, her pupils constricted, and she immediately stood up, pointing at Lin Xie. Let go of him! Let go! Lin Xie let out a disdainful snort, casting a scornful glance at the agitated Lu Yunyun during the change of clothes. It felt as if something had been pressing down on her, making her unable to breathe. Indeed, upon stepping outside, she discovered her being flirted with by a brazen vixen. Thankfully, she had arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been tainted. Lin Xie's delicate frame trembled, transforming into a startled little deer, hiding behind Shen Yi while cautiously peeking out. Who is this person? So frightening. Lu Yunyun was startled at the sight. Based on her recent interactions with Shen Yi, he was a person of strong principles. Yet he allowed a girl to be so intimately close to him. Did this not suggest that the woman before her shared a complicated relationship with him? However, Lu Yunyun considered herself a good friend of Shen Yi, and he had not mentioned anything about this girl to her. Why? Shen Yi, how heartless you are. Clearly, I encountered you first. Was I not as attractive as this woman? Or does she possess a better background? Shen Yi, why do you remain silent? Lu Yunyun, who had initially felt exhilarated at meeting Shen Yi, suddenly plummeted into despair. She had never anticipated that another woman would take the place she had fantasized about. That position was originally mine. I should be the one by Shen Yi's side. You are the intruder. Though the fury within Lu Yunyun threatened to erupt, she had to maintain her composure with Shen Yi present. Her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as she turned to him. Shen Yi, who is this sister? I have never heard you mention her before. Shen Yi paused slightly, about to respond when his arm was interrupted by Lin Xie beside him. Hello, sister. I am Lin Xie, the younger sister of Yi. May I ask how you are dressed? Younger sister, both Shen Yi and Lu Yunyun felt a wave of surprise. So, she is Shen Yi's sister? Yet her surname is Lin. When did I acquire a sister? Little she has always regarded me as an older brother. You are Shen Yi's sister, but your surname, distant relatives. I come to visit my brother. Isn't that right? Yi. Lin Xie tilted her head playfully at Shen Yi, who noticed her eyes subtly blinked, seemingly conveying a message to, yes, that is correct. Little she came to visit me out of boredom. Today I am taking her to buy some clothes. Sister, clothes. Lu Yunyun murmured these two words, her demeanor gradually returning to that of a refined young lady. How embarrassing. Lu Yunyun rested one hand on her chin, a blush adorning her face. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Xie, behind Shen. Hello, little she. I am Lu Yunyun, a good friend of Shen. I have known your brother for quite some time, and it is truly enviable to see the bond you share with him. Lu Yunyun deliberately emphasized their long-standing relationship, her tone laced with a hint of significance. Hello, sister. My brother, Hehe, has been in your care these days. He often mentions you to me. Lin Xia's mischievous gaze sparkled as she extended her arms and hugged Shen Yi from behind, nuzzling her head against his back. You agree, right, Yi? Yes. Shen Yi smiled awkwardly, feeling an unfamiliar warmth from Lin Xia's embrace, which was a bit too tight, almost squeezing the breath from him. Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, beneath the seemingly calm surface, a tempest was brewing beneath the tranquil waters. Little Xi, you are truly adorable. May I befriend you? Of course, it is my fortune to meet such a kind sister on my first visit. Lin Xia stepped out from behind Shen Yi, and the two quickly stood face to face, extending their hands for a prolonged handshake. Oh my. Little Xi's skin is exceptionally well cared for. I am increasingly envious of you. Sister is merely jesting. It is I who ought to envy your poised and graceful demeanor. The two smiled at each other with squinted eyes, yet upon closer inspection, one might notice their grips trembling slightly. Not far away, Shen Yi let out a breath of relief. He had feared a conflict between the two, but it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Such is the bond between girls. How wonderful it is. Lu Yunyun's expression sharpened, her lips slightly parted as she uttered a few words. Lin Xia immediately nodded and stood beside Lu Yunyun. The two turned to Shen Yi and said in unison, Shen, let us go for a stroll. Do not follow us. Oh. Observing the two departing happily, Shen Yi once again marveled at the beauty of female friendships. Watching Lin Xia's retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable tug in his heart when he heard her refer to him as her brother. Shen Yi glanced at the phone box he held and then at the bag containing the pair of necklaces. Shaking his head with a soft sigh, a sister, then, let it be so. Are not Shen Yi's sister, are you? Lu Yunyun stood in the garden outside the building, her back to Lin Xia, the cold wind biting at her face, revealing no trace of color. That depends on your understanding, sister. I believe Hehe is whatever he wishes to be, but you, sister, can only be an outsider. Lin Xia fixed her gaze on Lu Yunyun's back, never expecting that such an incident would occur after only a few days with Shen Yi. It seems she would need to be more cautious in the future. The ultimate victor remains to be seen. Since the day I met Shen Yi, it was destined that we would be together. Lu Yunyun retorted defiantly, I advise you to abandon any ill thoughts. I cannot guarantee what will happen in the end. Chapter 19. We are one half. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia smiled lightly, slowly approaching Lu Yunyun, and said softly, Sister, have you ever tasted the most exquisite delicacies in this world? What do you mean? Nothing much. I merely have. Lin Xia extended her tongue to lick her lips, casting a mocking glance at Lu Yunyun. That flavor is truly a rare gem of this world. Once I took the first bite, I could never let it go. He is mine. Lu Yunyun's hands clenched in a fist, her nails digging painfully in her flesh, her tone gradually becoming frenzied. How dare you? He is a treasure I can hardly bear to touch. Are you afraid of dying? Lin Xia interrupted Lu Yunyun's words. What did you say? What do you mean? I asked. Are you afraid of dying? Lin Xia's gaze deepened, pressing closer to Lu Yunyun, with every step she took forward. Lu Yunyun instinctively retreated in fear. For Hehe, I would do anything no matter what, even if it means death. He is born for me, and I am born in terms of sheer strength I could utterly crush. What does it matter if you possess power? Regardless of the outcome, he will always be by my side. Whether in life or death, he will accompany me. Lin Xia emitted a chilling laugh, almost maddened, as if her tone suggested she was capable of the most extreme actions, akin to a malfunctioning doll. You have lost your mind. Such an obsession will suffocate Shen. Suffocate? I would suffocate without him. He belongs to me. Lin Xia, forever. Forever. Even in death, he will surely remain by my side. Ha ha ha. Lin Xia clutched her head, her eyes wide as she gazed at Lu Yunyun, causing Lu Yunyun to fall to the ground, trembling in fear. Woo. You are a devil. A devil. I do not wish to leave a negative impression on Hehe at this moment, that if you continue to interfere in our lives, I will come for you without mercy. Farewell, Lu Yunyun. The instant Lin Xia finished speaking, she transformed back into her initial cute and innocent self. tilting her head slightly and offering Lu Yunyun a faint smile before turning to leave. "Oh, wait for me, Lin Xie. I will not give up." Lu Yunyun gritted her teeth, glaring at Lin Xie's retreating figure, the confrontation having left her utterly humiliated. What has Lin Xie experienced? Why does she hold nothing back? "Miss, is that you?" At that moment, a bodyguard clad in black hurried over. "Are you all right, miss? Your complexion." "I'm fine. Let us go." Lu Yunyun dusted off her soiled clothing and walked away without looking back. "Hoo-hoo! Guess who I am?" Suddenly, Shen Yi's eyes were covered, and Lin Xie's light voice reached his ears. "Xiaoyi, you're back?" "Yes, my sister had to leave for a while." Lin Xie released her grip and sat beside Shen Yi. But when she attempted to link her arm through his, she noticed him inching away. Was it an accident? "Xiaoyi, let us return." Shen Yi gazed at the reflective tiles beneath them, feeling an inexplicable agitation in his heart. As if it were a tangled ball of yarn. Lin Xie's smile abruptly froze. What transpired while I was away? What on earth happened? Why has Yi's demeanor changed so drastically throughout their return journey? The two remained silent, Shen Yi merely walking ahead with a bag in hand, further unsettling Lin Xie. Did that vixen speak to Yi about something while I was unaware? It must have been. Otherwise, how could Yi's attitude have shifted so rapidly? Lin Xie's bangs obscured her eyes as she frowned and walked forward, oblivious to the fact that she was crossing the street with Shen Yi. "Xiaoyi." As Lin Xie lifted her foot towards the crosswalk, Shen Yi's voice called out to her. Bang! It was impossible. Lin Xie felt a sudden lightness at her waist, followed by a force pulling her back. And when she regained her senses, she found herself in Shen Yi's embrace. Are you okay?" Shen Yi, breathing heavily, held Lin Xie tightly, one hand resting on her waist. Lin Xie gazed at Shen Yi's concerned expression, grinning foolishly as she reached out to caress his cheek. Are you worried about me?" Still smiling. "Do you realize how dangerous that was?" Shen Yi reprimanded her, lightly tapping her head. "You must at least watch where you are walking." "Thankfully I caught you. What were you thinking?" "Yes, you caught me." Feeling the warmth of Shen Yi's embrace, Lin Xie clung to his arm, reluctant to leave, not wanting to part from Yi's embrace, wishing to remain like this for eternity. May I ask you a question?" "What question?" Yi, why did you pull away when I returned? Did I?" "You did." Lin Xie turned to face Shen Yi, releasing all her pent-up grievances. Am I not as good as that woman? You used to let me hold your arm while shopping, but why do you avoid me?" "Why?" Seeing Shen Yi turn his head in silence, Lin Xie momentarily froze in place. Have I guessed correctly? Yi, do you truly like that woman?" Lin Xie's pupils constricted, her heart pierced by sharp daggers, twisting in anguish as though salt were poured into her wounds. Drip, drip. Blood from the wound flowed directly from her heart, the crimson liquid nourishing the dark seed buried deep within Lin Xie's soul. It hurts so much. My heart aches. You are clearly mine. Lin Xie's widened gaze fell upon Shen Yi's neck as she smiled eerily, her finger lightly grazing his throat. "That I will not let you go, by any means necessary. You cannot escape, for we are one." Chapter 20. The broken Lu Yunyun. Is it possible that if I were to cut Yi's neck, he would no longer entertain foolish thoughts? Then we could be together forever. Just as Lin Xie's nails were about to touch Shen Yi's neck, he turned his head back to face her. Xiaoyi, are you serious about what you said today?" "What did I say?" Lin Xie paused, the darkness in her eyes dissipating somewhat. "You said, do you want a brother? Brother?" Lin Xie blinked, not grasping Shen Yi's intention. Suddenly, she recalled a moment at the department store and instantly understood. Could it be that Yi thinks I genuinely see him as an older brother, which is why he is deliberately keeping his distance? Lin Xie looked up at Shen Yi's uncomfortable expression. Everything suddenly made sense. So that's how it is, then. Do you want a younger sister or Xiaoyi? Shen Yi had not anticipated Lin Xie would throw the question back at him, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally closed his eyes and expressed his thoughts. Wants Xiaoyi. Shen Yi had to admit that from the night he met Lin Xie, he had felt a flicker of affection for this adorable, kind-hearted, and innocent girl, which only deepened through their subsequent interactions. However, he had concealed these feelings, not wanting Lin Xie to misinterpret his kindness as romantic interest, which would only embarrass her. Lin Xia's lips curled into a beautiful arc as she embraced Shen. I feel the same. I want IE too. Just as their misunderstanding was resolved, a discontented voice came from behind. Hey, the green light is on. Don't block the road. Both of them suddenly realized that the surrounding crowd was watching them with strange expressions. Apologies, everyone. With that, Shen Yi hurriedly took Lin Xia's hand, and they rushed away from the scene. Miss, we have arrived. The bodyguard driving had not finished speaking when a loud bang echoed as Lu Yingyun slammed the door behind her. Striding away. How strange. What is wrong with the miss today? She seemed fine this morning. Click as the smart lock clicked open. Lu Yingyun, with her head down, walked inside, swiftly making her way to her bedroom before collapsing on her bed. After a while, faint sobs could be heard. Why? Why is this happening? I met Shen Yi first. I was the first. Lu Yingyun recalled their first meeting at her family's bar, where she had come to sample new drinks and fortuitously encountered Shen Yi, who was seeking a part-time job. The moment she laid eyes on him, a glimmer of possessiveness flickered in her gaze. Subsequently, Lu Yingyun employed some tactics, offering a high hourly wage, and they both became waitstaff at the bar. As time passed, her affection for Shen Yi deepened, yet she hesitated to confess her feelings due to her status until Lin Xia's appearance. Lin Xia, it's all your fault, if not for your presence. I would be the one closest to Shen Yi. You have stolen my Shen Yi away. Lu Yingyun bit her lower lip with such force that a wound was inflicted, causing blood to trickle down her lips. The rich taste. Lu Yingyun licked the blood at the corner of her mouth, and in an instant, the melancholic girl seemed to transform, her gaze sharpening into something fierce and terrifying. It turned out that the taste of blood was not unpleasant at all. If it were Shen Yijuan's blood, it must be exquisite. Lu Yingyun sat up on the bed, the tear stains at the corners of her eyes long dried, her hollow gaze appearing as if her soul had been extracted, leaving behind merely a terrifying shell. A Shen Yijuan. I long to taste your blood. It must be delightful, she murmured, her body frozen in place as her head twisted 90 degrees to glance at the picture frame on the desk beside her. Within the frame was Shen Yi, captured by Lu Yingyun when he was handing her a drink, his professional smile directed at a customer. The radiant image of the young man was etched in her memory. A moment she would not soon forget. Shen Yijuan. Lu Yingyun's eyes momentarily cleared, and she approached the desk, holding the frame carefully, her small mouth trembling as she gazed at Shen Yi in the photograph. Please, don't leave me, okay? We haven't even had the chance to dine, shop, or attend school together. As she spoke, the fantasies in her mind shattered like bubbles, and when she looked back at the photograph, she noticed another figure beside Shen. It was Lin Xia, the girl she had encountered that very day. In that instant, it felt as if something in Lu Yingyun's mind had snapped, rendering her motionless, and the frame slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor. After what felt like an eternity, a faint voice emerged from the darkened room. Shen Yijuan, I yearn to devour you. Lin Xia, observing the piece of cake that Shen Yi had taken a bite from, licked her lips. Xiaoyi, don't you have one that looks exactly like mine? But I want to eat the one you have. Under the relentless gaze of Lin Xia, Shen Yi ultimately exchanged his piece of cake for hers. For some inexplicable reason, after today's encounter with Lu Yingyun and the scene on the street, Lin Xia seemed to be a tad more vivacious. Yum, this is delightful. Lin Xia said, propping her chin in one hand like a hamster, chewing incessantly that if one looked closely, they would see that she was nibbling precisely on the bite mark left by Shen Yi. Shen Yi, will you still be working your part-time job? Lin Xia inquired softly from the sofa, her gaze fixed on Shen Yi as he washed the dishes. Probably. Not anymore. After all, school starts in a few days. I see. Lin Xia nodded in understanding, recalling that Shen Yi had mentioned school. Due to a prolonged absence from academia, her enrollment was merely provisional at this point. Shen, what requirements must I meet to enter your school? Xiaoyi, if I recall correctly, you're about to take your exams, right? Yes, but I haven't attended since I got in. Lin Xia had no time to go because everything changed the moment she had to start university. Then Xiaoyi can strive to enter Sakura Academy next academic year. Next academic year. That means I have to wait an entire year? Yes, after all, you're a grade below me. Who knows, you may end up being my junior. Ugh. Lin Xia looked at Shen Yi with reluctance, fearing that without her supervision during that year, he might be snatched away by someone like Lu Yunyun, for she understood her own kind all too well. Shen Yi, I want to get into Sakura. All right, Shen Yi replied, extending a hand to pat Lin Xia on the head with a smile. As long as you have this desire, I will spare no effort in helping you. Then I must go to your school, right? Of course, if you don't attend school, your enrollment will be nullified after this academic year. Why is it like this? Lin Xia lowered her head in dismay, realizing that attending school would mean a long separation from Shen Yi, and if she couldn't see him for an extended period, her energy would be utterly depleted. It's all right to tea that moment. Shen Yi gently reassured her, our academy may be strict academically, but school ends quite early. How can I pick you up? Really? Upon hearing this, Lin Xia clenched her fists in excitement and lifted her head. Of course, university provides ample free time. After you finish your classes, I will come over. Great, you promised, Shen Yi. With any remaining worries swept aside, the two settled onto the sofa, fiddling with their newly purchased phones. Shen Yi noticed Lin Xia's phone lacked signal and suddenly realized something. Xiaoyi, it seems your phone doesn't have a SIM card. Then, what should I do? It seems all the shops are closed at this hour. Don't worry, you can use mine. I have 2 SIM cards to my old phone. Using yours? Sure. Thus, Shen Yi transferred one of his SIM cards to Lin Xia, and they exchanged numbers that I've memorized it. Shen Yi's number. That's fine. After all, there's no need to worry about saved contacts. Not at all. What if there's an emergency? I can't be careless. That shouldn't happen, Shen Yi. After receiving Shen Yi's number, Lin Xia tossed her phone aside, for her goal had already been achieved. The phone was merely a tool for her to connect with Shen Yi. You can't just keep sleeping on the sofa, right? But there is only one bedroom layout at home. Shen Yi shrugged, exasperated. If it comes to that, I can ask the landlady if there is a 2-bedroom apartment available. That would be too costly. I disagree. Lin Xia firmly rejected, then shifted her tone to a sweet, coaxing one as she tugged at Shen Yi's clothes. Actually, I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with you, Shen Yi. Seeing Lin Xia's cheeks flush crimson, Shen Yi's heart began to race, but as he observed her evasive gaze, he chuckled and waved his hand. Xiaoxi's truly a good girl. Her flustered demeanor is unmistakable, and she is always considering my feelings. Yet the more she behaves this way, the more I must resist taking advantage of her. Perhaps she is testing me. In truth, Lin Xia's fluster was due to, if Shen Yi truly agreed to share a bed with me. How could I enjoy his presence without waking him? It's quite troublesome. Perhaps I should buy some little trinket from certain places? But if I get caught, it would certainly lead to trouble. What should I do? Rest assured, Xiaoxi, the sofa can accommodate me as well. You can relax. Shen Yi patted Lin Xia's head in comfort, observing the blush on her face gradually fade and feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. If I had agreed, it would only complicate things for Xiaoxi. I'm glad I avoided a misstep. Shen Yi, was that intentional? I was so blatant. Lin Xia bit her silver teeth, striving to suppress her emotions. Don't worry. Since Shen Yi is indifferent, I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Sooner or later, I will consume you completely. Thank you, Shen Yi. I will repay you. I hope you are merely being careless. As the hour grew late, Shen Yi stood up to tidy the items needed for sleeping on the sofa, while Lin Xia pouted and nodded. All right, good night. Good night. After the lights were extinguished, a long silence enveloped the living room until a faint sound of a door creaking open broke the stillness. Followed by a rustling noise from the sofa, Lin Xia slipped under Shen Yi's covers, letting out a soft sigh as she prepared to embrace him. But upon witnessing Shen Yi turn to face her, she froze, holding her breath in fear. With Shen Yi nearly pressing his face against hers, Lin Xia stood motionless, breath held. She certainly did not wish for Shen Yi to behold her current appearance, as it would undoubtedly cause him to distance himself from her. Fortunately, it seemed Shen Yi was in a deep slumber, completely unaware of Lin Xia's presence in his room, gazing at Shen Yi's serene sleeping visage. Lin Xia covered her mouth with one hand, exhaling warm breaths, striving to keep her movements from waking him. And I can't take it anymore. Just watching Yi sleep is enough to stir the restlessness within me. Who? The scorching heat surged against Lin Shiye's palm in waves, and her gaze toward Shen Yi was tinged with a hint of allure. Rationality. I must regain my composure. Otherwise, I might lose myself. At this moment, Lin Shiye's mind was filled with Shen Yi's essence, and to avert potential disaster, she had to force herself to calm down. Her method of calming down was I need to cool off. I'll be back shortly with her eyes sparkling with affection. Lin Shi gingerly slid down the edge of the sofa, casting a lingering glance at Shen Yi before stealthily making her way to the bathroom. Chapter 22. A clear conscience thirsty, so thirsty. The sound of someone sleeping furrowed their brow, mumbling indistinctly before slowly opening their eyes that IT was pitch black, prompting Shen Yi to search for his phone, which he had placed behind his pillow. Just as he was feeling around, the sound of a door opening from the bathroom reached his ears. Who? Shen Yi exclaimed loudly, his heart racing with the suspicion that a thief might have slipped into his home due to the darkness in the bathroom. While he spoke, he finally found his phone, but before he could turn on the flashlight, Lin Shiye's soft voice drifted from the doorway to ITS. It's me. Xiaoyi. Upon recognizing the visitor, Shen Yi's wariness dissipated, replaced by curiosity. Xiaoyi, why didn't you turn on the lights? I thought there was an intruder in the house that I was afraid of waking you, so I came in the dark. By the way, how come you suddenly woke up? Lin Shi said as she approached and sat down on the sofa opposite Shen Yi, her eyes sparkling like stars that had fallen into a lake at night. I don't know why I'm suddenly feeling so thirsty. Perhaps it's because there was no soup at dinner. Shen Yi explained as he sat up. Xiaoyi, you should go to sleep. I'll turn on the light and get some water. No. Just as Shen Yi stood up, Lin Shi, seated on the sofa, stood as well and gently pushed him back down to don't turn on the light. It's a bit blinding. I'll get the water for you. All right, thus the atmosphere fell into silence once more, and after a long while the sound of running water echoed through the room. Here you go. Shen Yi vaguely saw a shadow approaching him, and as he reached out to receive it, the shadow seemed to dart away just before contact, drawing nearer. Him? Why is this cup so? Shen Yi curiously grasped it upon contact, intending to ask Lin Shi, but he suddenly saw the shadow topple over. With a soft whimper, Lin Shi's melodic voice reached Shen Yi's ears, causing him to freeze, his hand growing rigid. This is bad, always bullying me. At that moment, Lin Shi's enchanting voice whispered in Shen Yi's ear, and after uttering that phrase, her body seemed to lose all strength and fell against him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Shen Yi quickly released his sinful grip, and Lin Shi fell into his embrace. Ugh. It's all your fault. I have no strength left. Lin Shi shyly covered her face. Perhaps due to Shen Yi's presence, every corner of her being felt vulnerable when he made an advance, and no matter how she resisted, she would ultimately succumb to I'm sorry, Xiaoyi. I'll help you up. In the embrace of darkness, Shen Yi could only rely on his understanding of Lin Shi's form to make appropriate judgments. After a prolonged period of searching, he finally found her waist and helped her back up. Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Shen Yi inquired with concern, perceiving Lin Shi's silhouette, which now seemed to bury her head in embarrassment. No, I'm fine, but your sofa? Sofa? What is wrong? Shen Yi reached out to touch it, and to his dismay, he discovered that the sofa was completely soaked with water, unbeknownst to him. Great. Now, there's no place to sleep. I'm so sorry. Lin Shi expressed her sincere apologies. If it weren't for my insistence on helping you get water, this wouldn't have happened. It's nothing. I appreciate your kind intentions, Xiaoyi. Besides, I have some responsibility in this as well. Shen Yi replied with a smile, indicating it was all right. But about sleeping tonight? Hey. Lin Shi let out a soft giggle at that moment. Success? What Shen Yi didn't realize was that the incident of wetting the sofa had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Shi. A seamless act worthy of a professional actress. I.e. Lin Shi tugged at Shen Yi's wrist, leading him back toward the room. If you don't mind, tonight we can sleep together. Lin Shi's voice trailed off, growing softer, yet her grip on Shen Yi tightened, preventing his escape. What? Sleep? Together? Shen Yi nearly choked on his words, realizing from Lin Shi's tone that she too was embarrassed to say it aloud. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiaoyi, after all, you're a girl who values her virtue. You idiot. Lin Shi muttered under her breath, continuing to pull Shen Yi toward the room. But there's no other way, right? Besides, I trust you completely, Yi, as long as you don't do anything inappropriate. Just as Shen Yi pondered how to explain, he suddenly found himself pulled into the room by Lin Shi. Huh, when did this happen? All right. Lin Shi leaned against the door, blocking the exit, her eyes sparkling with triumph. The previously shy demeanor completely vanished. With her prey now within her hunting grounds, there was no need for pretense. Yi, stay here for a moment. I'll fetch some water and blankets for you. And Xiaoyi, bang! Before Shen Yi could express his confusion, Lin Shi had already dashed out of the bedroom. Returning swiftly with blankets, as for the water, she had prepared 2 cups in advance, one to lure him in, the other to block his escape. Here you go, Yi, your hot water. Lin Shi handed Shen Yi the steaming cup while tossing the blanket onto the bed. To prevent him from becoming suspicious, she spoke first. Just so you know, Yi, you're not allowed to overstep, and you must use your own blanket. Lastly, you're not allowed to leave. I have a light sleep and don't want to be disturbed. Do we really have to sleep together? This is unavoidable. We understand each other, right? Hurry and finish your drink so we can sleep. I'm so tired. All right, but Xiaoyi, your reputation, I trust that a clear conscience. I understand. A clear conscience. Thus, after Shen Yi finished his water, the sound of rustling filled the air as the 2 of them climbed into bed from opposite sides. Shen Yi's heart raced increasingly. It was his first time sharing a bed with someone of the opposite gender, and it would be impossible to say he was excited. No. How could I possibly sleep like this? Calm down. I must remain calm. Ba. At that moment, a familiar fragrance drifted into Shen Yi's nostrils, shattering the trance he had just entered. Xiaoyi, have you fallen asleep? What is wrong? This blanket doesn't seem to be mine. What are you talking about? I said this blanket. Not that question, the one before it. Xiaoyi, have you fallen asleep? I have. Chapter 23. Concealed malice. If one were to ask Lin Shi what she cherished most, it would undoubtedly be engaging in the most thrilling activities with her favorite person in the most anticipated places. After an indeterminate amount of time, listening to Shen Yi's gradually evening breaths, Lin Shi cautiously turned over to ascertain the situation. Russell, as expected. When she turned around, she found Shen Yi was also sleeping with his back to her, complicating her plans for a nocturnal ambush. However, this did not deter Lin Shi. Her first priority was to seize Shen Yi's territory. With her hair cascading down, she sat up and inhaled deeply the scent of Shen Yi's blanket before tossing it to the floor. Her eyes filled with reluctance. How infuriating to waste a blanket infused with Yi's fragrance like this. However, one cannot capture a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. One must not forsake what is truly significant due to momentary short-sightedness. At that moment, Lin Shi's resolute gaze seemed to emanate a dazzling brilliance. Hehe, now I have a legitimate reason to slip into Yi's quilt. Lin Shi flashed a wicked smile as she lifted the quilt from Shen Yi's back and slithered in like a serpent. Yi's body is so warm. Lin Shi gently raised her arm and embraced Shen Yi from behind. Due to her height, she could only make an effort to rest her head against the nape of Shen Yi's neck. Fearing that she might inadvertently disturb him, Lin Shi's movements were incredibly subtle. Even the act of hugging took her half an hour to find a comfortable position. Just holding Shen Yi made the blood within her surge to a boil. Really, truly, I can't control my emotions again. It's all Yi's fault for being so addictive. Lin Shi's petite nose kept inhaling Shen Yi's scent, and in a moment of distraction, her grip on him tightened inadvertently, causing her to press against his stomach. Shen Yi, who had been peacefully asleep, instinctively felt discomfort and turned to the other side. Upon seeing this, Lin Shi's expression brightened. Fearing that she might wake him, she swiftly withdrew her hand like lightning and propped herself up with the other, creating a small space for the turning Shen Yi with minimal noise. Phew! Watching Shen Yi turn to face her, Lin Shi's heart was already blooming with joy. Initially, she had contemplated other schemes to coax Shen Yi into turning, but now it seemed unnecessary. She must seize this rare opportunity. As Lin Shi gazed at Shen Yi's features, her mind was flooded with memories of their first encounter. Back then, you were like an angel descending from the heavens. pulling me from the abyss with your meticulous care and that intoxicating tenderness. Ah, so this is what it feels like to be smitten? I wish for this moment to last forever. At this point, Lin Xie had already succumbed to a state of blissful oblivion. One hand trailed down Shen Yi's arm, wrapping around him, as she tilted her head dreamily and pressed her lips against his The sensation of Shen Yi's breath against her face felt like a wave of summer, heat burning her chest. Hey, The blush on Lin Xie's face deepened, the night casting a veil over her enchanting visage. Indeed, human desire knows no bounds. Merely brushing against Shen Yi's lips made her yearn for more. Fortunately, a cool breeze from outside calmed her restless heart. Phew! Lin Xie turned her head to the side and exhaled a warm breath. Thankfully, she had not lost her head. Had she continued, Ai would surely have awakened, and that would be a loss indeed. Alas, let this be the end. She had already achieved much today. With that, Lin Xie nestled into Shen Yi's embrace, resting her head against his neck, inhaling his scent and revealing a blissful expression. Ai, good night. Morning arrived. And Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, there is no comfort quite like that of a bed. I wonder if I disturbed Xiaoyi during the night. His drowsy eyes gradually cleared. Shen Yi suddenly felt a heavy weight on his chest, and his body seemed restricted, making movement cumbersome. Strange, what could this be? Shen Yi glanced down, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Xie's adorable face appeared before him. Shen Yi transitioned from confusion to shock and finally to exhilaration. What? What is going on? Why is Xiaoyi so close to me? Moreover, is she sleeping while embracing me? Indeed, Shen Yi could feel the young girl's delicate form pressed tightly against him. And most importantly, wait, I'm sharing a quilt with Xiaoyi. Did she crawl into my? Shen Yi was pondering this when he suddenly realized that the quilt covering him was indeed his own. He had exchanged quilts with Lin Xie last night, which meant it was he who had truly snuggled into her blanket. How? How could this be? I sleep so soundly. How did I end up in Xiaoyi's quilt? Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, Lin Xie had deliberately switched their quilts before falling asleep, leaving his on the floor. Now, Shen Yi felt as if he were frozen in place, unable to move, as he could distinctly feel Lin Xie's weight pressing down on him, causing an uncomfortable heaviness on his chest. Hiss! Shen Yi inhaled sharply, gazing at Lin Xie's pitiful expression as he muttered to himself, I never imagined Xiaoyi harbored such hidden intentions. Oh no, I accidentally voiced my thoughts. By the time Shen Yi realized it, it was too late, as Lin Xie's eyelashes fluttered slightly, an indication that she was about to awaken. Lin Xie let out a delicate hum before slowly opening her drowsy eyes. Good morning, good morning. Oh no, this is utterly hopeless. Chapter 24. I like you, Xiaoyi. Let me explain. Puffed. Lin Xie couldn't help but laugh at Shen Yi's awkward expression that I never expected I to have such an assertive side. You certainly stirred things up last night. Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Hadn't he been quite well behaved during sleep? Why had he ended up in Xiaoyi's bed? In her eyes, did that not equate to being a pervert? Just then, Lin Xie wrapped her arms around Shen Yi's as if to interrupt his thoughts that on one hand, she feared Shen Yi might discern something amiss, and on the other, she wished to express her feelings to him. Can you answer me a question? What? What question? Shen Yi turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze, fearing that his actions might have disturbed Lin Xie's peace. Do you, like me? Of course I am. Shen Yi instinctively sought to brush it off, but upon realizing the gravity of her words, he slowly turned back to her, disbelief etched on his face. Xiaoyi, what did you just say? Observing the mix of fear and joy on Shen Yi's face, Lin Xie sighed in relief, freeing one hand to conceal a small wooden object behind the pillow before rolling over to pin Shen Yi beneath her. Looking down at him, Xiaoyi, Shen Yi, surprised by her actions, quickly turned his head aside and stammered, What are you doing? Get down. Shen Yi had not anticipated that the once shy and reserved Lin Xie he had first met would now seem like a completely different person. Yet, Lin Xie appeared to disregard his protests, leaning down closer to Shen Yi and gently turning his head to face her. You cannot escape. Lin Xie gazed deeply into Shen Yi's eyes, her heart set on clarifying their relationship this morning. She did not wish to become the next Lu Yunyun, Nor would she allow herself to be. She intended to firmly bind Shen Yi to her side, permitting no one else to approach him. Did you not hear what I just said? Or are you pretending not to? I truly did not hear. By the way, Xiaoyi, hurry and get down. This is quite awkward. Then I shall ensure you listen closely. Lin Xie gradually shifted her weight until she was close to Shen Yi's ear, then opened her rosy lips and in a delicate tone, repeated her earlier confession. I said, I like you. The moment Lin Xie uttered those words, the entire room fell into a profound silence. She buried her head against Shen Yi's neck, unable to bear looking at his expression, her heart racing wildly, akin to a startled deer, as she pondered whether her impulsive confession would greatly affect him. Yet, deep within, a voice reassured her. He must agree, and he could only agree. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xie heard Shen Yi swallow hard, signaling that he was about to speak. Xiaoyi, this is no jest. Does I think I'm joking with this appearance? Xiaoyi, are you sure about this? If you are with someone like me, what is wrong with being with I? Lin Xie, upon hearing Shen Yi's words, raised her head in dissatisfaction and locked eyes with him. Without I fear I would have long ceased to exist in this world. I is the kindest person to me in this universe. As Lin Xie spoke, the figure of Shen Yi before her began to blur, and only then did she realize that tears had already moistened her eyes. Wow. I'm sorry. On such an important occasion. I'm so sorry. Lin Xie's heart trembled. Her beautiful confession had turned into tears, and I must surely despise her now. What a failure. Xiaoyi. Shen Yi suddenly sat up, gripping Lin Xie's arm with one hand while using the other to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Don't cry. How could I possibly not like such a lovely girl like Xiaoyi? He brushed aside her hair, pulling Lin Xie into his embrace. Honestly, I'm quite scared. I'm afraid that anything I do might cause you to dislike me. And that frightens me into thinking you might leave me. But now I've come to a realization that I want you to know my true feelings. Finally. Lin Xie still appeared delicate and vulnerable on the outside, but her heart was tumultuous, like raging waves. Come on, I say that long-awaited sentence that I'm listening, and I will engrave it in my heart. Just as Lin Xie closed her eyes in anticipation of Shen Yi's heartfelt confession, a shocking scene unfolded before her. Suddenly, Lin Xie felt warmth on her lips, and her eyes flew open to her astonishment. Shen Yi had kissed her without her noticing. How could he be so forward? Was he just pretending before? Lin Xie never expected the usually shy Shen Yi to be so bold. Momentarily losing her initiative, she could only awkwardly respond to his advances, after a long while. Their lips parted. Shen Yi gazed at Lin Xie, whose cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. The reason he kissed her was that Lin Xie had closed her eyes. He had seen in videos that when a girl does so, it often implies consent. That seemed that notion was correct, but Xiaoyi's soft, plump lips, what am I even thinking? Xiaoyi, I like you. Lin Xie nodded, resting her head on Shen Yi's chest, her voice soft and tender. I understand now. I's way of confessing is truly unexpected. What do you mean by that, Xiaoyi? While Shen Yi pondered the meaning behind Lin Xie's words. He remained oblivious to her, gently tracing her fingers over her lips that had just been kissed, a sweet smile gracing her face as if savoring the taste. Chapter 25. Love Milk. Shen Yi held Lin Xie in his arms. Still somewhat dazed by the moment, he had anticipated that after spending some time together, they would take their relationship to the next level, but he never imagined they would become lovers in just one day. What's wrong, You look like you haven't come to your senses yet, Lin Xie teased, enjoying the warmth of Shen Yi's embrace. A bit. I didn't expect you to suddenly. At that moment, my brain could barely keep up. Shen Yi blinked in disbelief. Isn't it because I didn't confess to me sooner, leaving me to take the initiative? Lin Xie pouted, her voice filled with indignation. If it weren't for being in the same room with I this time, who knows how long I would have hidden these feelings. I'm sorry that I might not be particularly skilled in social situations, so if there's anything you want me to do, please let me know. That's all right. I'll teach I slowly, Lin Xie said playfully, sitting up and gently tapping Shen Yi's face. I hope to rely on I in the future. Me too. Xiaoyi, I will strive to be better. Seeing Lin Xie's beaming smile, Shen Yi couldn't help but smile back. That he recalled their first meeting, where she had appeared cold and indifferent. Now, just a few days later, she seemed like a completely different person. Surely, this must be the transformation life brings. What Shen Yi did not realize was that it was not merely happiness that had changed Lin Xie, but rather his unwavering support and meticulous care. Let me cook for you, Lin Xie said, seizing the moment when Shen Yi was focused on her face to stealthily pull out a wooden handle hidden behind the pillow. As it emerged. It revealed a sharp blade. Indeed, a fruit knife typically used for cutting vegetables in the kitchen. I'll take care of it. You've been doing all the work these days. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Xie gently pushed Shen Yi back down as he attempted to sit up, then flashed him a sweet smile that we're in this relationship now. Why worry about a single breakfast? Rest assured, just leave it to me. Okay, all right, Shen, observing Lin Xie retreating with one hand behind her back, thought nothing of her peculiar actions. After all, who would suspect that his newly minted girlfriend was concealing a fruit knife? In the kitchen, wearing an apron and slicing bread, Lin Xie hummed a cheerful tune. Today was the happiest day of her life, and visions of a sweet future with Shen Yi, marriage, children, and a blissful life filled her mind. Yet, just as she was daydreaming, the image of Lu Yunyun suddenly surfaced, igniting a wave of emotion within her. With a swift motion, she stabbed the bread with the knife. How could I forget such an important matter? That woman is surely not to be underestimated. Who knows what other vile individuals may covet my IE in the future? No, absolutely not. With a flourish, Lin Xie executed a difficult slicing motion and plunged the knife into the cutting board, her expression growing serious as she gazed at the punctured bread. It seems I must take precautions in advance to better confront any dangers that may arise. After preparing breakfast, Lin Xie noticed that Shen Yi had yet to emerge from his room. She tiptoed to the doorframe, peeking inside. Behold, the man before you is by Xiaoyi, who, after being reborn, finds himself entangled with a Yandere girlfriend. At that moment, Shen Yi was idly watching videos on his new phone. Just as he became engrossed in what he was watching, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if something were watching him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Lin Xie, pouting and wearing an apron. Xiaoyi. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away watching a video. Shen Yi smiled apologetically, hastily getting off the bed. What were you watching just now? It seemed to be a story about a male lead named by Xiaoyi and his Yandere girlfriend. It looked quite interesting. Lin Xie's face lit up with joy at Shen Yi's response as she rushed forward to grasp his hands, her excitement palpable. Could it be that I likes such girls? Or are you perhaps a masochist, as they say online? At that moment, Lin Xie felt as if she had found a kindred spirit and eagerly awaited Shen Yi's reply. Cough. Xiaoyi, what have you been reading? Shen Yi poked her forehead, feigning annoyance that I merely said the story was interesting. If it were up to me, I would prefer a normal girl like you, Xiaoyi. Lin Xie did not respond but turned away. Controlling her emotions as she said calmly, I'll go pour out the warmed milk. As Lin Xie hurriedly left, Shen Yi assumed she was merely shy and chuckled to himself as he walked toward the bathroom. Gazing at the milk warming in the water, Lin Xie fell into deep thought. Shen Yi's words had left her feeling quite disheartened. It was not that she was upset he didn't like Yandere's. After all, a forcibly acquired affection, though not sweet, could still be relished. What saddened her was the realization that Shen Yi apparently did not appreciate being excessively treated, which meant that if they ever reached that point, it would only be her who found delight in it. That seemed quite unfair to Shen Yi. With a swift motion, Lin Xie cut open a corner of the milk bag and poured it into an empty bowl beside her. She lifted the bowl, playfully licking the milk like a kitten, before placing it at Shen Yi's spot. Don't worry, people can change. Perhaps one day you will come to like it. I will guide you onto the right path. She reassured herself. With a soft click, the bathroom door opened, and Lin Xie took her seat, resting her chin on her hands as she watched Shen Yi approach with a sweet smile, licking the milk that had touched her lips. Xiaoyi, are you not eating? Shen Yi inquired curiously as he sat down, noticing her eager expression. Could you taste the milk and see if it's the right temperature? If it's too cold, I can warm it up again. Oh. Shen Yi immediately lifted the bowl and took a sip, unaware that Lin Xie, obscured by the bowl, wore a wicked smile. Drink more, from now on, I will carefully prepare my special love milk for you every day. She declared. Chapter 26. After finishing breakfast, The two sat on the sofa, each engrossed in their phones. Lin Xie, holding her phone with a black screen, focused her attention entirely on Shen Yi, observing the smile that crept across his lips. She felt a surge of displeasure. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought Yi a phone. He used to chat with me all the time. And look at him now. Could he be messaging someone else? With this thought, she swiftly shifted closer on the sofa and, much to Shen Yi's bewilderment, leaped into his embrace from behind. At a dull thud echoed from the sofa as Shen Yi, startled, tossed his phone aside to catch the falling Lin Xie. Panic evident in his voice. Xiaoyi, don't scare me like that. Are you hurt? Hey, Lin Xie replied, relishing his concern as she tilted her head up, pressing her palms against the sides of his head, and then planted a kiss on his lips. That I'm fine. Just missed you, Yi. Haven't I been by your side all along? Humph. Your eyes were practically glued to that phone. What could be so captivating? Shen Yi, caught off guard by her question, wore a troubled expression, prompting Lin Xie's heart to thump heavily. Before she could playfully tease him further, she snatched his phone away. Xiaoyi, no. Shen Yi attempted to stop her, but it was too late. He could only take a deep breath and admire the view outside the window. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xie had discovered that Shen Yi had posted a question on a forum. Brothers, where should one take their girlfriend for a fun outing to strengthen their relationship? This is Yi's post. She scrolled through the various responses below. Flowers in full bloom. Of course. Take your partner to dance a lively square dance. My spouse and I do it every day. I love Lin more than too good. Don't listen to the nonsense above. A girlfriend would surely break up with you if you did that. I say, bring a little umbrella for a real duel. Clever dog in the mountains. Don't heed their advice. Just take her on a date. Movies, shopping, dining, etc. Be attentive to her feelings, and in time, she will surely fall for you. Thunder, shattering darkness. The one above seems quite experienced. Huh. Clever dog in the mountains. Actually, I learned all this theoretical knowledge from other places. The real practice is long Hema. I'm very long. After reading through the myriad of answers, Lin Xie turned to Shen Yi, who had shifted his gaze back outside, though she caught him sneaking glances her way. Yi, were you just... Cough, cough. I was merely testing the responses from netizens. I am quite adept at this, he stammered. Is that so? So where will Yi take me today? Lin Xie's teasing gaze clearly indicated her lack of regard for Shen Yi's discomfort, prompting a disgruntled huff from him. Tisich, it seems I must broaden your horizons. Xiaoyi. Today, I shall take you suddenly. Shen Yi's phone rang. Interrupting him, he quickly snatched it from Lin Xie's grasp, gesturing for silence as he stepped towards the balcony. Lin Xie's smile faltered as she noted that the caller ID displayed the bar manager. The bar manager didn't Yi say he would take on any part-time work anymore. Why would he be contacted now? As thoughts of Lu Yunyun entered her mind, she distinctly recalled Yunyun mentioning she was Shen Yi's colleague. Suspicion crept in. Could she be behind this? But how could she possibly be connected to the bar manager? Anxiety swelled within Lin Xie as a sense of foreboding settled in. She was certain this would not end well. Meanwhile, Shen Yi returned from the balcony, his expression apologetic as he addressed her. Sorry, Xiaoyi, you know about my part-time job, right? The manager just called, needing me back at the bar urgently that I might not be able to spend time with you today. It's all right. I doubt if you have work. We can go another time, Lin Xie replied, waving her hand dismissively. She approached him and embraced him tightly, her voice tinged with reluctance. I'll be waiting for you at home. Come back soon. Rest assured, I shall return as swiftly as possible, for I have such a lovely Xiaoyi waiting for me. He reassured her that, as Shen Yi prepared to leave, Lin Xie grasped his arm, looking up at him with closed eyes. Understanding her silent request, he cleared his throat and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, lowering his head after kissing Lin Xie. Just as he was about to depart, she unexpectedly leaned in, surprising him as her tongue slipped past his lips. She ham slurp time slipped away as Shen Yi felt his mind grow foggy and the air thin. Eventually, they broke apart, their foreheads resting against one another. Shen Yi gasped for fresh air, his cheeks flushed from the lack of oxygen and the rush of blood, while Lin Xie appeared even more affected. Her eyes and nose were flushed, her petite mouth opening and closing as she exhaled softly, clearly intoxicated by their affectionate exchange. They gazed at one another in silence for what felt like an eternity before their breaths gradually steadied. Lin Xia bit her lip, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Shen Yi, her voice soft. "I'll be waiting for you at home." Shen Yi touched his lips, astonished by how quickly things had escalated with Lin Xia, as if an invisible hand was urging him forward. Yet that unique kiss was undeniably captivating and intoxicating. Chapter 27, Then I'm off, Shen Yi announced as he donned his boots, addressing Lin Xia, who lingered by the door. "Ai, be safe on your way," she replied, waving at him like a wife bidding her husband farewell for work. Bang once the door closed. Lin Xia's gentle demeanor vanished. It was impossible for her not to worry. She wanted to keep a firm grasp on Shen Yi's every move. Pressing her ear against the door to listen for the elevator, she finally turned and entered the previous storage room. Creak, the living room light illuminated the storage space, revealing a bag she had brought back earlier. Inside lay a black cloak. With her back to the light, Lin Xia's expression was unreadable. But a chilling laugh escaped her lips before long. Shen Yi arrived at the bar where he worked part-time. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted the manager pacing anxiously, hands clasped together. "Manager, what's the matter?" Shen Yi inquired as he approached. "Shen, you finally made it," the manager exclaimed, relief flooding his features. "What happened?" "It's a bit of a tricky situation," the manager replied with a grin, gesturing for Shen Yi to enter the bar. "I can't explain everything at once. Let us go inside, and I'll tell you." Nodding, Shen Yi followed without further thought. Just as his foot crossed the threshold, a shadow flitted through the alley across from the bar as they reached the bar counter. Shen Yi noticed Lu Yunyun sitting on a stool, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Yinjia, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you wouldn't take on any part-time work once school started?" Lu Yunyun regarded him for a moment before relaxing her furrowed brow. "I was called in by the manager at the last minute. I was just tidying up my room," with a knowing glance exchanged between Lu Yunyun and the manager. The latter cleared his throat. "Ahem, let us get straight to the point. We have a big client coming in tonight, and we're short-staffed. Given our current employees are likely overwhelmed, we need your help." However, the manager interrupted Shen Yi mid-sentence. "Shen Yi, I understand what you wish to convey. This task will not be in vain. Today, the wages for part-time work will be doubled, and it will only require your service for this single day. Once today has passed, I shall not trouble you again." Upon hearing the news of the wage increase, Shen Yi hesitated momentarily. It is important to note that he was no longer living in solitude. Although he had managed to save a considerable amount of money, there were inevitably times when financial resources were needed. Furthermore, he had yet to present Xiaoyi with anything of tangible significance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Yi reluctantly nodded and replied, "Very well, manager, I agree that I concur," added Lu Yunyun from beside him, followed by a light-hearted remark. "After all, with such a high wage, who wouldn't want to earn a little extra? Wouldn't you agree, Shen Yi?" Yes. All right, the payment will be settled after work. Thank you for your hard work today." The manager patted Shen Yi on the shoulder, only to be met with a glare from Lu Yunyun, prompting him to hurriedly retreat, bending slightly as he departed. Shen Yi scratched the back of his head and addressed Lu Yunyun. "Sister Yun, I'm going to change into my work uniform now." "All right, go ahead. By the way, what is that necklace around your neck? It looks quite lovely." Lu Yunyun stepped closer, peering with curiosity, recalling that Shen Yi had not worn a necklace just the other day. Yet today, "Oh, this?" Shen Yi lowered his gaze, gently caressing the necklace, his expression softening. "That I received this the other day with Xiaoyi. I ascend, it beautiful." Lu Yunyun observed the blissful look on Shen Yi's face. Her fists clenched tightly. The nails on her hands dug deep in her palms like sharp blades, as she forced a smile and praised it. "It looks really nice. Thank you, I'll go change now. See you in a bit." Shen Yi noted Lu Yunyun's dazed expression and found it somewhat peculiar. Yet he proceeded to attend to his tasks. As for his feelings towards Lu Yunyun, they were likely confined to the realm of friendship. It should be mine. Shen Yi's gentle gaze should be directed at me." Lu Yunyun murmured, her voice trembling as though she had lost something of great importance. "Shen Yi, I love you so much. Why must you be with someone else? I approach you first. There are so many things I still wish to share with you." In an instant, Lu Yunyun's world seemed to dissolve into a fine powder, and the youth she cherished vanished from sight. Sigh. I should call Xiaoyi and explain the situation. After changing into his work uniform, Shen Yi took out his phone and dialed Lin Shiye's number. Beep! The call connected almost instantly, and Lin Shiye's voice came through. Hello. Is it E? It's me. Xiaoyi, did I have something I want to discuss with you? What's up? Lin Shiye's lively voice resonated from the other end. Well, I might be a bit late returning. Why? Because the manager mentioned that today would be particularly busy and specifically called us in for an extra shift, and the part-time wages would be doubled. I see. What do you think, E? I told the manager that after today, I won't be coming back, all right? Then if E, make sure to return early, I'll be waiting for you at home. Okay. After briefly explaining the situation, Shen Yi smiled as he touched his necklace. Xiaoyi, she truly is wonderful. I wish to spend my life like this with her. Once he had changed into his work uniform, Shen Yi stepped outside. Not long after he left, a figure stealthily slipped in. The scent of Shen Yi. As Lu Yunyun eagerly opened Shen Yi's locker and clutched his clothes, a familiar fragrance wafted towards her. This is... That woman's... Lu Yunyun's eyes widened as she gazed at Shen Yi's clothing, filled with resentment and rage. Could it be? She is already... with Shen Yi. It's all my fault. If only I had acted sooner. That vile woman wouldn't have succeeded. Lu Yunyun's nails sank deep into Shen Yi's garments, and the last remnants of rationality in her eyes began to be consumed by darkness. Chapter 28. Trouble approaches. Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer volume of customers today. Typically, the evenings were merely moderately bustling, but today, patrons had been streaming in since the afternoon, and this rush continued until dusk. Server, the bill, please. Coming upon hearing a table call for the bill, Shen Yi made his way over, confirming the table number and ordered items before using a small printer to produce a receipt, which he then handed to the customer. Hello, sir, here's your bill. Please proceed to the bar for payment. All right. The inebriated customer accepted the bill, leaning on his companion as they made their way toward the exit. I didn't expect this place to have a promotion. What typically costs over 1,000 yuan is only a few hundred today. What a delight. If only we could take some home. Are you foolish? If we could take it home, would they still be in business? A friend teased. Though Shen Yi couldn't fathom why there was a special promotion today, he decided to leave the intricacies of business to others. Dingling. After another group of intoxicated patrons departed, the manager, observing Shen Yi from the bar, suddenly shuddered and anxiously pulled out his phone. After reading a message that appeared on the screen, the manager sighed and muttered, I truly don't understand what that girl sees in him. She insists on playing this game. The master allows her to do as she pleases, but my establishment is suffering terribly. Ugh, why does my back feel so uneasy? While Shen Yi was tidying up a table, he noticed Lu Yunyun standing behind him, tilting her head and staring intently at him. Yin, Sister Yin, you scared me. Lu Yunyun remained silent, merely standing there in a daze. Sister Yin? After calling her name a second time, Lu Yunyun finally snapped back to reality. I apologize, I was lost in thought, taking a deep breath. Lu Yunyun seemed to be calming her inner turmoil. After opening her eyes once more, she looked at Shen Yi and said, The manager mentioned that the crowd has thinned. We may go home now. Finally, it's over. Shen Yi exhaled in relief. Knowing he hadn't had a moment's respite since starting his shift, at long last, he could leave. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Yin. I'll change my clothes now. Me too. Upon opening his locker, Shen Yi was startled to find his clothes in disarray. How strange. I thought I had folded them neatly. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Never mind. I should head home. I wonder if she has eaten well. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shen Yi reached for his phone to call Lin Shi, but realized that his phone had been on silent. So he had not received any notifications. Upon checking, he discovered he had missed 99 calls, all from Lin Shi. Oh no. Oh no. Shen Yi swallowed hard and quickly redialed Lin Shi's number. Moments later, the call connected. Shen Yi remained silent for a moment, noticing that Lin Shi had not spoken. So he took the initiative. Xiaoyi, please let me explain. I didn't mean to ignore your calls. I was at work. You finished work? Lin Shi's calm voice came through the phone, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, which often proved to be the most unsettling for Shen Yi. Yes, I'm still at the store. I'll be back shortly at UM. Can we discuss this when you return? Sure. Xiaoyi, have you eaten yet? No, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. How could I have time to eat? I am sorry. I'll pick up something on my way back. Will you wait for me, Xiaoyi? Be careful on the way. Beep, beep, beep. As the call ended, Shen Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was evident that Xiaoyi was upset, and he regretted not having noticed sooner. At the same time, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel touched by Lin Xie's actions. The numerous calls indicated how much she truly cared for him. I need to get back quickly. Someone is waiting for me at home. Shen Yi closed his phone with a faint smile, feeling warmth spread within him. This what it feels like to have a home. It's wonderful. After changing clothes and collecting his wages, Shen Yi reached the door, only to find Lu Yunyun, dressed in casual attire, waiting for him. As soon as she spotted Shen Yi, she approached him. Do you have a moment? I thought we could take this last opportunity to have a meal together after a shift, considering we've been colleagues for quite some time. Lu Yunyun felt as if her heart had been cleaved open at the mere mention of the word colleague. Despite her considerable efforts, all she had received in return was the label of a mere co-worker. I'm sorry, Sister Yun, but I might not be able to go. So this is how it is. Upon hearing Shen Yi's response, Lu Yunyun's heart sank completely. Her head drooped, obscuring her expression. Why? Why can't you even grant me this final request? Shen Yi, am I truly so unremarkable? Sister Yun, I'm leaving now. See you at school. Shen Yi, oblivious to Lu Yunyun's demeanor, waved her off and departed from the doorway. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yunyun, smiling, entered a black sedan parked at the entrance. Rest assured, miss, everything has been arranged. Knock me out and take me to my room. Lu Yunyun rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window with a slight smile, seemingly lost in a reverie of delightful imaginings. Shen Yi, though I cannot possess your heart, I suppose I can accept the shell. It may have its flaws, but you brought this upon yourself. On his way home, Shen Yi was traversing a narrow path when he encountered two burly thugs, smoking and exuding an air of menace. Shen Yi cast a glance at them, deliberately choosing to circumvent their path to avoid unnecessary trouble, yet the thugs seemed intent on blocking his way, advancing with determination. Hey kid, the leader stepped forward, confronting Shen Yi. Lend me some cash. Sorry, if I had money, I wouldn't be out here looking for a job at this hour. Cut the nonsense. Whatever you've got on you, hand it over. Yeah, watch out or we might not be so nice. Chimed in the thug's accomplice, Tiske. Shen Yi couldn't help but scoff. These two were clearly looking to cause him trouble, and it appeared he would be delayed yet again. Unbeknownst to him, a glint of steel flickered from behind a nearby street lamp, where a shadowy figure lurked just out of sight. Chapter 29. Counterattack. I say, gentlemen, I hardly look like a wealthy man. Aren't you just looking for trouble? The two thugs were taken aback, while ordinary middle-aged men might cower in fear. Shen Yi appeared unfazed, speaking as if nothing were amiss, which perplexed them greatly. One thug nudged his companion, whispering, Boss, this kid is strange. He seems too composed. What do you know? He's just bluffing. We've seen our share of tough situations. Are you really scared of this kid? But boss, I can't shake the feeling that he has some hidden strength. Quit babbling. If this goes south, the young lady will have our heads, I say. Could you hurry it up? I'm in a bit of a rush. Shen Yi glanced at his phone, shrugging in exasperation. Honestly, why are there so many inconveniences? I just want to get home and spend time with Xiaoyi. You little brat, if you want to die so badly, I'll gladly oblige. The leader shook his head, his fist cracking ominously. As he lunged at Shen Yi, his expression shifted to one of fierce determination. Unleashing a straight punch aimed at Shen Yi's face. Hiss! The thug's companion gasped in shock. His boss's strength posed a considerable threat to any young man, and he found Shen Yi's foolishness laughable. No one noticed the shadow, swiftly darting from the dark alley behind them. At that critical moment, an astonishing twist of fate unfolded. Whoosh! The thug was astonished to discover that his punch had completely whiffed. No, it had been dodged. But how could this be? This garment is absolutely devoid of any unpleasant odor. Lin Xie, with one hand covering her face, drapes the clothes of Shen Yi with the other. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze flitting about with intent. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Shen Yi reaches out to take the clothes, but suddenly freezes. Wait, am I not in the shower? Xiaoyi just barged in like this. Wait. Shen Yi turned sideways, half squatting, his hand shielding himself, as the hot mist from the bathroom spills out towards the door due to Lin Xie having left it ajar. gradually clarifying her vision. Xiaoyi, quickly go outside. Just place the clothes on the washing machine. Shen Yi shouts in agitation. TSK, I should have left the door ajar a bit more. Lin Xia murmurs regretfully, realizing her cautious intrusion had been detected before she could explore, pondering that next time she should discreetly create a slight opening to let more steam escape. Just as Shen Yi thought Lin Xia had departed and was beginning to relax, the door swung open again. Lin Xia poked her head around the corner, squinting as she said, All right, hurry up, or the snacks we bought will get cold. I know. Hurry and close the door. After Lin Xia left, Shen Yi finally exhaled in relief. Who would have imagined that Lin Xia would intentionally walk in under such circumstances? Was it deliberate or merely accidental? Lin Xia. Of course it was a deliberate accident, so how is the taste? Is it to your liking? After dinner, Shen Yi inquired of Lin Xia, who still had remnants of cream on her lips. As long as it's brought by it's delicious, Lin Xia replied, her face alight with pleasure after finishing the last bite of a milk-flavored cake. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Xiaoyi did at this. Shen Yi raised his hand to point at the corner of his mouth, intending to inform Lin Xia about the cream, but unexpectedly, Lin Xia leaned in without asking, promptly closing her eyes and kissing Shen Yi's lips. Shen Yi fell back in surprise, his mind in disarray. Xiaoyi, what are you doing? Lin Xia tilted her head, feigning innocence. Does I mean for me to kiss you? Not at all. I meant to say that there's cream at the corner of your mouth. Shen Yi explained, his face flushed. Strangely, ever since he and Lin Xia had expressed their true feelings for one another, it seemed that Lin Xia had awakened a certain quality, her every move akin to a kitten's paw. Playfully scratching at Shen Yi's heart. Yes there. Lin Xia pouted, pressing her lips together as if sensing nothing, then pointed at Shen Yi, accusingly. Is a liar. The cream is clearly on your lips. That must have been from when you kissed me just now. Before Shen Yi could finish his sentence, Lin Xia lunged at him. Caught off guard, Shen Yi was toppled to the ground by Lin Xia's sudden assault. Thud! Shen Yi fell on the floor, watching as Lin Xia, beaming, inched closer, finally devouring the last of the treats. Is the cream delicious? Why, yes, it's delicious. Indeed, truly delightful after the playful chaos. It was time to sleep. Shen Yi had planned to sleep on the sofa, as usual. But the astute Lin Xia hadn't noticed him. When Shen Yi entered the room to retrieve the blankets and pillows, he found Lin Xia leaning against the door, having locked it tight. Xiaoyi? Shen Yi asked curiously. Clutching the blanket. Where are you planning to go? Aren't you going to sleep on the sofa? I thought it was time to return to bed. Are you trying to make fun of me? Lin Xia slowly approached Shen Yi, her hands resting on his chest, and tiptoed, whispering seductively into his ear. This point. Do you still wish to sleep on your sofa? Or do you dislike sleeping beside me? Shen Yi gulped, his heart racing faster, inhaling the faint fragrance from Lin Xia as he closed his eyes and revealed his true feelings. Say, I don't want it to be a lie, but my sleeping position yesterday caused you a lot of trouble, so just as Shen Yi was about to explain, Lin Xia gently pushed him, causing him to lose balance and fall onto the bed. Before Shen Yi could react, Lin Xia followed suit, her silky hair cascading before him as they exchanged glances. From now on, let us sleep together. But Xiaoyi, you want to find me bothersome? What is the concern? If possible, I do prefer to fall asleep in I's embrace. All right then, get ready. It's my turn to bathe now. With that, Lin Xia gave Shen Yi's earlobe a gentle kiss and gracefully exited the room. Is this the feeling of love? How wondrous! Shen Yi, breathless, clutched his chest, overwhelmed by Lin Xia's actions. After an indeterminate amount of time, as he gazed at the ceiling, Shen Yi suddenly stood up and walked to the window, observing the pitch-black sky and exclaiming, "The moonlight is truly beautiful." Yet there was no moon in the sky. It was merely Shen Yi seeking an excuse to cool down. Drip, drip. Suddenly, Shen Yi heard the sound of droplets falling onto the floor. Before he could turn around, a warm body embraced him from behind. Xiaoyi, why did you come in without drying your hair? Wait. Shen Yi looked down to find Lin Xia standing barefoot behind him, her legs exposed. Xiaoyi, are you out of your mind? Shen Yi quickly shrugged off his coat. closed his eyes, and turned to pull Lin Xie into his embrace, soon feeling his clothes dampen that you'll catch a cold like this. Quickly, go dry your hair. Just a moment, just a moment. After a while, Shen Yi felt a lightness in his arms just as Lin Xie was about to go dry her hair, and he took her left hand. Do you need my help dry your hair? Chapter 31. The unyielding Lu Yinyan, hoo-hoo. Lin Xie squinted her eyes in delight as Shen Yi dried her hair, but first she was reluctantly made to put on a bathrobe. Xiaoyi, don't shake your head too much, Shen Yi said, cupping Lin Xie's silky hair with one hand while using the hairdryer with the other. That's because I'm just so happy. Lin Xie exclaimed, unable to contain her inner joy. Will you dry my hair for a lifetime? Of course, as long as Xiaoyi agrees. I can do it any time. Shen Yi turned off the hairdryer and stroked Lin Xie's hair until it felt dry before withdrawing his hand. Lin Xie exclaimed excitedly, standing up. Having faced away from Shen Yi previously, she finally had the chance to gaze at him. I want to stay with Ai like this forever. Forever. Let us return to sleep. Shen Yi nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the sofa. Lin Xie, noticing this, smirked and took Shen Yi's hand, leading him back to the room. As they walked, she added, I advise you not to think about it. The sofa has accidentally gotten wet again, so you might as well sleep with me. What? This is a failure. Meanwhile, in another residence, Lu Yunyan, impeccably dressed, appeared to be well prepared. Yet when she answered a call filled with expectations, her expression grew increasingly grim. Is this all you can manage? What happened to that confidence you had? It was all an accident, miss. We never anticipated that boy would have some tricks up his sleeve. And it ended up like this. Crack. Lu Yunyan, upon hearing this, furiously snapped the lipstick in her hand. She had believed that today would be foolproof, forcing matters to a conclusion, only to find her subordinates utterly incompetent. After a long pause, Lu Yunyan spoke with a cold tone, highlighting her current mood. Did you find any clues after he discovered you? No. After he defeated us, he left immediately, probably thinking we were just some petty thugs. I understand. Lu Yunyan concluded the call, flinging her phone onto the bed in a fit of rage. I should have just handled it myself. Relying on these people has proven fruitless. But who would have thought Shen Yi had such formidable capabilities? Hiding them so well that if brute force won't suffice, then I shall resort to cunning. Lin Xie, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine before your very eyes, in the stillness of the night. While Shen Yi was already deep in slumber, Lin Xie, as per usual, quietly turned over and nestled into the warmth of her blanket, her pair of jet-black eyes shimmering with an enigmatic allure. Reminiscing about Shen Yi's recent display of combat prowess, Lin Xie couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected charm hidden beneath his typically gentle demeanor, as radiant and warm as the sun. How fortunate she was not to have stepped out at that moment. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain, but, just how many secrets are you concealing from me? Until your hidden cards are revealed, I shall continue to keep a watchful eye on you. In that moment, Lin Xie resembled a scorpion lying in wait beneath the desert sands, ready to strike when her prey let down its guard, swiftly seizing it with her lethal sting before dragging it into her lair to relish at her leisure. Good night, my The following morning, when Shen Yi awoke, he found, as expected, Lin Xie still sleeping beside him. However, this time, she had curled up within her own blanket. Could it be that it was little she who was restless during the night? Yet, I wasn't disturbed by her at all. Shen gazed at Lin Xie's sleeping visage. Her eyes suddenly fluttered open, and she embraced him, resting her head upon his chest. Good morning, Good morning, little she. Last night, by the way, are you really going to school tomorrow? Lin Xie interrupted Shen Yi, diverting the topic. Yes, school begins tomorrow, Shen Yi replied. What about you, little she? Do you have any connections with your previous school? No, I don't want to go anywhere without, Lin Xie said, lowering her head and burying half of her face into the blanket. But I want to attend the same school as a Is there any other way? Well, there's a way, but it comes at a price. Really, upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in, wrapping her arms around Shen Yi's neck, playfully pleading, please tell me. The price is a hefty admission fee, and you must also pass a rather challenging comprehensive examination. I see. Lin Xie's spirits dampened as she lowered her head. For although she longed to attend the same school as Shen Yi, the stringent conditions were far from favorable for her. But fret not, little she. I recall that your university only requires 3 months of attendance before a special admission opportunity with Sakurado University arises. If you perform exceptionally well, you might just be granted admission. Is that true? Then I'm counting on you. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Lin Xie flipped over to face Shen Yi. Please, Yi, teach me how to study. If I manage to enroll in the same school as you, I promise to fulfill one of your extravagant requests. Ouch! Lin Xie exclaimed in pain, rubbing her head as she pouted at Shen Yi. Why did you hit me? Yi, Shen Yi replied, somewhat exasperated. Little she, you must understand that I, Shen Yi, am not with you for any ulterior motives. I genuinely care for you and wish to cherish you forever, not to approach you with a hidden agenda. I know. I could see that in your eyes when we first met, but Lin Xie leaned closer, lowering her body, and whispered in Shen Yi's ear. But what if I desire everything about you? Shen Yi was momentarily speechless, and faced with Lin Xie's enchanting demeanor, he simply closed his eyes. Little she, stop joking around. Get out of bed quickly. Today we have to sort out your schooling. All right, but before that, Lin Xie bit her lip, looking up at the closed-eyed Shen Yi, a mischievous smile creeping on her face as she leaned down once more. Slurp. Slurp Chapter 32. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We've arrived. At the entrance of the campus, a sign read Sakurado University. This is your school, little she. It's quite an impressive institution. Feeling the curious gazes of those around them, Lin Xie entwined her arm with Shen Yi's, drawing closer. Little she. Since I was accepted into this school, I've never been able to come for various reasons. Will I still be able to participate in the special admission exam at Sakurado University? Seeing the worry etched on Lin Xie's face, Shen Yi gently patted her back, reassuring her, don't worry, little she, you will definitely have the chance. Thus, after explaining their situation to the guard, the two entered the campus. Oh, look at that girl, she's stunning. A university student, clutching several books on her way to class, caught sight of Lin Xie and exclaimed to her companion, when did our school gain such a gem? Her beauty might even surpass our school's belle. She must not be from our school, right? Otherwise, who would forget her? The other boy then glanced at Shen Yi, who was with Lin Xie. Looks like she's taken already. That guy is quite handsome, too. Never mind, it's getting late. We're going to be late for class. With that, the two hurried off toward the lecture hall, a scene that often played out whenever Shen Yi and Lin Xie took a few steps. Looking at the campus map, Shen Yi noted that they had arrived at the administration building. He led Lin Xie inside. Knocked out a soft knocking sound echoed as a bald man, furrowing his brows, perused some documents. Sigh, I don't know what's wrong this year. The student's performance has been quite poor. If no one passes the special admission exam at Sakurado University, the enrollment numbers for the next batch will likely decrease. Knock, knock. The knocking continued, finally prompting the bald man to respond. Come in. As soon as the door opened, Shen Yi and Lin Xie entered. Hello, teacher. Shen Yi greeted first. Hello, student. May I ask who you are? Oh, hello, teacher. I'm here to bring my. Shen Yi's words faltered, glancing at Lin Xie's expectant expression, before shyly continuing, this is my girlfriend. I want to bring her in for enrollment today. Enrollment? But this isn't the admission season, and while I don't oppose young people dating, academic responsibilities must take precedence. Perhaps you could set a goal to excel and gain admission to Sakurado University? I understand, teacher. Her name is Lin Xie, and she is a fourth-year student. Due to special circumstances, she hasn't been able to attend school, but now she wishes to return and take the exam. Lin Xie. That name sounds familiar. The bald man pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled something, rising to rummage through the filing cabinet behind him. Soon, he retrieved Lin Xie's file from the innermost section, and oh wonder, it sounds so familiar. You're the Lin Xie who has been enrolled, but never attended? Yes, Lin Xie nodded. I apologize, teacher. I truly couldn't come due to special reasons, sigh. The bald man exhaled. Ordinarily, you would have been removed from the records, and given your lack of academic progress over the years, I am at a loss as to how to permit you to take this special admission exam. Is it really impossible? Lin Xie's spirits sank as she lowered her head, She didn't particularly care about gaining admission to Sakurada University or graduating from Sakurada University. She simply wished to protect what she cherished most. Teacher, is there truly no chance at all? Little She is very intelligent, I believe. Student, please allow me to finish. The bald teacher interrupted Shen Yi, explaining, you must understand the caliber of students who gain admission to Sakurada University. They are either the offspring of the privileged or exceptionally gifted in academics. Such cases are exceedingly rare. The slots available for the special admission exam are quite limited, and you're putting me in a difficult position. Forget it, Yi. Let us go. Lin Xie, head hung low, attempted to take Shen Yi's hand and leave, but Shen Yi, unwilling to give up, pressed on. Teacher, I implore you to grant little She one opportunity. In the time leading up to the exam, I will teach her everything I know. Student, it really isn't feasible that I cannot gamble with the school S admissions, unless you can match the standards of Sakurada University. There is no need for me to elaborate. Teacher, actually, I'm a new student at Sakurada University. A student from Sakurada University, quite good, but compared to our Sakurada University, as the bald teacher was about to pour himself a cup of tea, he suddenly fumbled, spilling across the table. What did you just say? I proclaimed that I am indeed a student of Sakura Capital Academy. I remarked, young sir, how is it that you are so remarkably handsome? May I inquire if you have business at my school? I added, which conglomerate does your esteemed father belong to? I am but an ordinary citizen, having gained admission through my own efforts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The number of individuals who can gain admission to the academy solely based on their capabilities is exceedingly rare. My fellow student, do not exaggerate. Just as the balding teacher was about to dismiss Shen Yi, he did not anticipate that Shen Yi would present the official enrollment list from Sakura Capital Academy for his perusal. Teacher, if you do not believe, I believe. I have always believed. The teacher merely glanced at the document and immediately recognized Shen Yi's official login account, which could typically only be accessed through credentials provided by the academy after acceptance. At this point, the teacher's previous worries vanished, replaced by a cheerful demeanor as he pulled out 2 chairs from behind his desk and gestured invitingly. What I meant to say is that I will reserve a spot for Lin as a special case. I am confident that under your guidance, Shen Yi, she will surely succeed. But just a moment ago, you said that ordinary people could not gain admission. That was nonsense. As long as you strive, persevere, and dare to challenge and surpass yourself, nothing is unattainable. At this moment, the balding teacher regarded Shen Yi with eyes that seemed to shimmer with brilliance. How splendid! The fact that a student from Sakura Capital Academy could come to our school is certainly monumental news. This year's performance targets will surely be easily met. Chapter 33. Taking the Initiative Teacher. Teacher, it was only after Shen Yi called the balding principal for the 3rd time that he snapped back to reality. Oh dear, my memory fails me. Where were we? The teacher had returned from his delightful reverie, his previous frown replaced with a look of someone who had just discovered treasure, and that treasure was Shen Yi. Wonderful. If the school leaders knew of this, they would surely navigate the situation with ease. This young man has arrived at just the right moment. Observing the gleam in the teacher's eyes, Lin Xie furrowed her brow and tightened her grip on Shen Yi's hand. This student Shen. It is indeed possible for Lin Xie to participate in the special admission examination. However, we have one stipulation. If he can meet it, we can not only arrange for Lin Xie to take the exam, but also ensure that her credits meet the passing standard. Really? Shen Yi was elated. At least Lin Xie now had an opportunity to take the exam, which bolstered his confidence in guiding her to gain admission to Sakura Capital Academy. Teacher, you said, whatever the requirement. No, I cannot agree. Lin Xie shouted, burying her face in Shen Yi's chest and shooting a fierce glare at the balding teacher. From the outset, Lin Xie had been observing the teacher's expressions upon learning of Shen Yi's identity. A glimmer of desire and excitement had flickered in his eyes, causing her to feel both disgusted and concerned about what he might do to Shen Yi. Why are you suddenly unwilling? Did you not wish to be on the exam list? Shen Yi lowered his head and whispered softly in Lin Xie's ear. But he has intentions towards you. Just then, upon hearing this, Shen Yi's movements suddenly froze, as if countless eyes were fixed upon him and beads of sweat began to form on his back. How could this be? Xiaoyi, you must be joking. Just now, I specifically observed that there was no one nearby. and that sound of footsteps has vanished. It must have simply been someone passing by. Perhaps I misjudged it, Lin Shi said with a squint and a smile. In truth, she had sensed a hidden gaze emanating from the shadows of the restroom the moment she stepped outside. Yet she had no intention of pursuing it, for she was eager to reveal her special relationship with Shen Yi to the entire world. Are you really leaving? Lin Shi suddenly recalled something and stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Shen Yi tightly, pulling him into her embrace. With a soft thud, Shen Yi felt as though his arm were ensnared in a soft jelly, and for a moment, he dared not move, remaining frozen in place. Xiaoyi, isn't your embrace a tad too close? My arm is somewhat constrained. It. Perhaps my holding posture is incorrect, Lin Shi replied with a sultry smile, tightening her grip on Shen Yi's arm even further. How does this feel? As Shen Yi felt the overwhelming pressure, a latent potential within him began to awaken. But he knew he must remain composed, lest it lead to undesirable consequences. With a sudden pop, Lin Shi's actions gradually ceased. Now, will you behave? Humph, naughty. The following morning, Lin Shi gazed at Shen Yi, who was clad in the uniform of Sakura Academy, her eyes brimming with reluctance and concern. Are you truly leaving? Of course, today is the day for school registration. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. If you find yourself bored at home, feel free to play on your phone. After tidying his uniform, Shen Yi made a leave, only to be suddenly embraced from behind by Lin Shi. What's the matter? You're not usually this clingy, Xiaoyi. Shen didn't rush to depart. Instead, he comforted Lin Shi, holding her close. I don't wish to leave you either, but for a brighter and happier future, I must do this. Rest assured, I will return home as swiftly as possible once school is over. As soon as Lin Shi sensed Shen Yi's impending departure, it felt as though countless needles were piercing her heart, for she knew Lu Yunyan was also at this school. She could not afford to be careless, as Shen Yi held a significance in her heart far greater than her own. Promise me you won't leave me alone, will you? I no longer wish to return to a life without you. In that moment, Lin Shi bared her worries. Ever since Shen Yi entered her world, no matter how bitter her past had been, it all seemed worthwhile. Did I wait for you? Or did you capture me? Regardless, we shall never part. It is destined that we are to be together. How could it be any different for me? It was only when Xiaoyi stepped in my life that I realized. You are my entire existence. Shen Yi looked at the sentimental girl before him, never having anticipated that a chance encounter would lead them to this point. Was this not a twist of fate? Be careful on your journey. I shall be waiting for you at home. I will. After watching Shen Yi ascend the elevator and leave the apartment building, Lin Shi retreated to her room. Burrowing into Shen Yi's quilt and greedily inhaling his scent, her face flushed with a rosy hue to Yi's fragrance. Truly, it never grows tiresome to me. As dusk fell, I pilfered your rib to brew wine. And a century later, I am intoxicated with flesh and blood. With the sound of the bus coming to a stop, Shen Yi descended from the vehicle. Sakura Academy was not far from his home. But considering it was the day for school registration, he opted for a quicker means of transport. As he approached the entrance, he noticed an array of luxurious cars parked outside, all belonging to affluent families. Students, adorned in exquisite attire and exuding an air of nobility, donned their uniforms as they entered the school gates. Unlike universities, Sakura Academy, being a unique educational institution, had its own distinct rules and regulations. The most apparent being the uniforms. The girls' uniforms consisted of a dark red Western-style long-sleeve coat, with a white shirt beneath, adorned with a black bow tie at the collar, exuding an air of elegance. The skirts fell to the knee, each embroidered with an orchid in black thread, with some girls opting for black knee-high socks while others chose white ankle socks. Even Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sophistication of Sakura Academy. The boys' uniforms followed a similar style, save for light blue trousers and a black bow tie at the collar. Aside from that, there was little difference. Truly, Sakura Academy is magnificent. The entrance alone is so grand that it is no wonder so many students yearn to enter. Shen Yi pursed his lips and adjusted the bag in his hand as he walked toward the school gates. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted a group of students with piercing gazes, adorned with red shoulder epaulets, methodically scrutinizing each student entering the school. They appeared to be members of the student council. Just as Shen Yi stepped through the doorway, A stern voice called out from behind him. Hey, stop right there. As Shen Yi turned, he saw a tall male student blocking a middle-aged man who was about to enter. What do you think you're doing? The middle-aged man's expression darkened upon seeing this. His attire and the car behind him suggesting he was of significant standing. I apologize, sir, but without permission, parents cannot accompany students into our school. What? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the director of Qingqing Pastoral Company. Before he could finish, the security guard at the entrance forcibly escorted him out, denying him the chance to continue speaking. Perhaps his status was considerable, but Sakura Academy was not one to indulge him. Meanwhile, his son, embarrassed by the stares from onlookers, shielded his face and left the entrance. Chapter 35. Enrollment. After such a brief interlude, Shen Yi entered the school to find 2 rows of cherry blossom trees lining the pathway, their pale pink petals drifting down with the gentle breeze, infusing the entire campus with a youthful vibrancy. Though I cannot fathom why we must still wear uniforms at this age, this outfit is not unappealing. As he made his way toward the teaching building, it became evident that the architectural style of the school leaned towards Western European influences, which explained why some foreign students chose to study here. Oh no, with so many classrooms, the enrollment handbook doesn't specify where the new student class is. Shen Yi murmured to himself as he surveyed the long corridor, just as a small hand gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to find that it was Lu Yunyun who had tapped him. Sister Yin, hello. Shen. Lu Yunyun waved her hand, appearing as though she had dressed up specially for the day. With her exquisite makeup paired with the elegant uniform, she resembled a noble young lady. Sister Yin, when did you see me? I didn't notice you at the entrance. That's because you didn't even notice me. Shen Yi. Lu Yunyun pretended to pout, leaning forward until her face nearly touched Shen Yi's. What Shen didn't realize was that the moment he appeared at the school entrance, Lu Yunyun, sitting in a CAF across the street, had already spotted him. In fact, she had arrived at the entrance well before dawn. All in hopes of encountering Shen. I was just waving at you, but you didn't even glance my way. Sorry, Sister Yin, I didn't notice. Shen Yi instinctively took a step back, maintaining a distance from Lu Yunyun. Upon noticing this subtle movement, Lu Yunyun's brow twitched, but she quickly composed herself. Shen Yi, you've never been like this before. Why are you distancing yourself from me? I want to allow it. Unless you take me to lunch. Seeing Shen Yi's hesitant expression, Lu Yunyun took a few steps closer, feigning a pitiful look. Is that not possible? And no, that is not to say it's completely off the table. Then it's settled. Lu Yunyun didn't give Shen Yi a moment to contemplate, striding ahead. By the way, Shen, you're in class 3, right? It turns out we're in the same class. Huh. Class 3. What does that mean? Hehe, it's clear you haven't done your homework. Lu Yunyun proudly lifted her chin and turned back to wink at Shen Yi. Sakura Academy has 3 grades: petal, stamen, and crown, with 10 classes in each grade. You and I are in the same class? I see. Shen Yi nodded thoughtfully that I've already asked someone from the student council, and our classroom is at the end of the 2nd floor corridor. Let us go together. All right. Thank you, Sister Yin, for your assistance during these days. Shen Yi expressed his gratitude to Lu Yunyun, who had taken great care of him in the preceding days. Shen Yi. Lu Yunyun suddenly halted her steps, her body beginning to tremble involuntarily, and after a moment, she turned around, glaring at Shen Yi with indignation. Yin. Sister Yin, what do you mean by that? Didn't I tell you that if you consider me a friend, you shouldn't say such things, otherwise it would seem like you want to sever ties with me. I apologize. I must treat you to a meal today. Lu Yunyun, hands on her hips, let out a huff and turned back. At that moment, as she turned her back to Shen Yi, her eyes grew increasingly furious. Lin Xia, Shen Yi, you certainly cannot be uninvolved with her, right? At that moment, Lin Xia was nestled under Shen Yi's blanket, calling out his name, her short, heavy breaths faintly audible through the fabric. Suddenly, the blanket fell silent, and Lin Xia poked her little head out. The thin sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her dazed gaze suggested that her previous actions may not have been entirely courteous. Lin Xia revealed her rosy lips, one hand resting on her forehead, exhaling warmth with a flushed face. I miss you. I miss you. Once she had calmed down after the initial excitement, Lin Xie glanced at the chaos she had created and panicked. Oh no! If Yi sees this, there will be trouble. In a flurry, Lin Xie hurriedly tossed the blanket and sheets into the washing machine, finally breathing a sigh of relief after changing to a new set of linens. Phew, you shouldn't find out, right? Life without Yi is so difficult. Lin Xie lay weakly on the sofa, her mind filled with thoughts of Shen Yi. Beep beep. At that moment, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Because she had set a special ringtone for Shen Yi, she immediately sat up to answer the call, and before long, the voice she longed for came through. Xiaoyi, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Xiaoyi. Did you eat well? I did. What about you? Lin Xie did not disclose the truth. She did not want to worry Shen Yi that I just finished class. You wouldn't believe it. But the courses and teachers at Yingdu Academy are among the best in the country. Is that so? I wish I could attend school with Itu. Don't worry, Xiaoyi, with my guidance. I believe you will pass the special admission exam in no time. Okay. Just as Lin Xie finished speaking, she heard a familiar voice on Shen Yi's end of the call. Shen Yi. Class has ended now. You promised to treat me to lunch. Lu Yunyun. Lin Xie instinctively recognized the voice's owner. In an instant, her eyes were filled with a dangerous glint. Wait a moment, Sister Yun. I'm on the phone with Xiaoyi, standing beside Shen. Lu Yunyun smirked wickedly, leaning her hands on Shen Yi's desk. Little sister Xiaoyi, I haven't seen her in quite some time. Shen Yi, would you allow me to have a brief chat with her? Well, okay. Shen Yi, recalling their previous pleasant conversation in the mall, handed the phone to Lu Yunyun as soon as Lu Yunyun received the phone. Lin Xie's voice echoed from the other end. Sister Yun, hello. Lu Yunyun chuckled playfully, sensing the hint of resentment and urgency in Lin Xie's tone, which brought her a slight sense of satisfaction. Hello, Xiaoyi. It's been a few days since we last met. How have you been? Thank you for your concern, Sister Yi, and I have been doing well at home. Lin Xie emphasized the word home, clearly intending for Lu Yunyun to hear it. I'm so envious of you, Xiaoyi. Well then, I'm off to have lunch with Shen Yi. Saying this, Lu Yunyun mischievously leaned closer to the phone, whispering, I'll take good care of Shen Yi for you. You dare. Before Lin Xie could finish her sentence, Lu Yunyun hung up the call, then turned with glee to return the phone to Shen Yi. Little sister Xiao, she is truly adorable. Shen Yi, shall we go eat now? Shen Yi nodded slightly, feeling that the atmosphere was somewhat off, just as he was about to answer a call on his phone. A hand suddenly snatched it away. Lu Yunyun glanced at the incoming call and decisively hung up, pouting at Shen. It's lunchtime now. Shen Yi, if you have any matters to attend to, please wait until after we finish eating. With that, she placed Shen Yi's phone in her pocket. Beep, beep, beep. We're sorry, the user you're trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Slicing through the air, a knife glinted ominously, leaving a deep gash on the cutting board. While Lin Xie, preparing to chop vegetables, stared blankly. Lu Yunyun, I hope you can remain this happy forever. Perhaps tonight's dinner will serve as the ingredients for me and Yi. With that, Lin Xie untied her apron and wobbled towards the storage room. Wow. Upon entering the cafeteria, Shen Yi was captivated by the array of decorations. Unlike the usual school cafeterias, Yingdu Academy's dining hall resembled a hotel, where patrons selected their seats and were approached by dedicated staff to take their orders before the prepared dishes were served. Is this the life of the wealthy? After finding a seat, Shen Yi took the menu from the server and couldn't help but marvel. Previously, he had been quite casual about his meals, but ever since living with Lin Xie, his culinary standards had undoubtedly risen. Once it was merely about not starving. Now it was about how to be satisfied with variety, Sister Yin. What would you like to eat? Just as Shen Yi opened the menu to ask Lu Yunyun, he suddenly noticed her sitting right beside him, and he could even catch a whiff of her faint perfume. Sister Yin. Shen Yi quickly stood up and moved a seat away, sitting across from her under her discontented gaze. Lu Yunyun rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at Shen Yi. Shen Yi, am I that terrifying? You weren't like this before. That's not it, Sister Yin. Shen Yi sensed something amiss in Lu Yunyun's tone and decided to voice his thoughts. I don't dislike you, Sister Yin. It's just that now I have someone I want to take care of. She's a very sensitive girl, so I don't want her to worry. I hope you can understand. The atmosphere grew tense for a long moment before Lu Yunyun took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Is it Lin Xie? Yes. How wonderful. She is so fortunate to have Shen Yi's affection. Hearing Lu Yunyan's words sent a chill down Shen Yi's spine, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Sister Yin, it's time to order. What would you like? Let me see. As Lu Yunyan took the menu, she deliberately brushed her fingertips against Shen Yi's hand, but he paid it no mind. This dish looks interesting. I'll have it. Lu Yunyan pointed at a dish on the menu with a smile, and the nearby server nodded, taking note of it. All right, one cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest, and Yushin, about a yellow warbler awaits the cicada. Shen Yi stared at the menu, his throat tightening at the exorbitant prices. Just the dish Lu Yunyan ordered cost 200 yuan, not to mention the one she recommended. It was merely a normal dish of crab stuffed with steak, yet was whimsically dubbed as cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Perhaps the affluent truly indulge in the essence of dining. Sister Yin, I'll skip the dishes I can't comprehend and just have a duck leg rice. Understood, one happy duck set. Is it? I suppose so. Shen Yi couldn't help but admire the creativity of the restaurant staff. Their professionalism was impressive, effortlessly naming the dishes. Got it, your meals will be served shortly. After the server left, Lu Yunyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She could feel Shen Yi's phone vibrating in her pocket since the call was made, but she would not inform him, as she wanted Lin Xie to see just how laughable her helplessness was. Shen Yi, what is it, Sister Yin? Do you want a new life? A new life? In a dilapidated old district, a cloaked figure ventured into a shadowy alley. Lo and behold, two individuals, idly squatting at the entrance, were observing the passers-by. Upon noticing the cloaked person approaching, one of them, sporting a spiky hairstyle, couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that the lunatic who escaped from the hospital? What else with the cloak in broad daylight? Ha ha! Indeed, that cloak is almost dragging on the ground. I do believe you were a beggar, chimed in the sunglasses-wearing companion. Paying no heed to their derision, the figure in black retrieved a phone from their pocket and dialed a number, but after a long silence with no response, put it away and continued to trudge forward, head down, swaying slightly. As the cloaked figure approached the two ruffians, they paused. Get lost. Whoa, it's a woman, the spiky-haired one exclaimed with excitement, clearly recognizing the slightly melodious tone emanating from beneath the cloak. Rising with a disdainful expression, he looked down at the figure. Child, hasn't anyone taught you to mind your manners when speaking? Do you need an uncle to educate you? Unbeknownst to him, under the cloak, Lin Xie had revealed a chilling smile, reminiscent of a creature possessed. Chapter 37. Welcome. Lin Xie dismissed the man's outburst, perceiving him merely as a barking stray dog. Get lost. Her icy tone pierced through the air like an icicle driven into his heart, causing him to stumble back in fear. Big brother, are you all right? One of the lackeys cautiously inquired, supporting the spiky-haired one from behind. I'm fine. I just squatted too long and my legs gave out. The spiky-haired one shrugged off his companion's support, forcing himself to regain composure as he repeatedly reassured himself. It was an accident, just an accident. How could I be frightened by a girl? With newfound confidence, he stepped to the side, blocking Lin Xie's path. Stop right there. You think you can come and go as you please? If you don't behave, you'll soon learn my name, just as he rolled up his sleeves to lift the cloak. A flash of steel glinted. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade sliced across the spiky-haired man's neck. Fortunately, the wound was shallow, merely drawing a thin line of crimson that soon flowed forth. The spiky-haired one barely registered the pain, as everything transpired too swiftly. When he gingerly touched his neck, he was astonished to find his palm smeared with his own blood. The outcome hinges on what the guest desires. Pink symbolizes desire, black signifies oblivion, and white represents dependence. The old man candidly elucidated the various effects of the medicine, subsequently shifting to a more comfortable position in his reclining chair. Do not fret about its efficacy. If you are uncertain, you may give it a try. Lin Xie opened the glass cabinet and retrieved a bottle of black potion. Its inky hue mirrored that of her pupils, as if it were custom-made for her. I wish to test this bottle. Certainly. The old man leisurely poured himself a steaming cup of tea, taking a small sip, when unexpectedly, Lin Xie approached and uncorked the bottle. Puffed, the old man jolted, spitting out the tea he had just sipped. His previously relaxed demeanor evaporating in an instant. He even abandoned his cane, springing up from the chair and darting to the side. What are you doing? I wish to test the potency of this medicine. There are little white mice beneath the cabinet. Do not come any closer. It's frightful. Lin Xia numbly nodded and poured the potion into the cage of the white mice. The little creature, mistaking the potion for food, cautiously approached and sniffed before devouring it without hesitation. With a squeak, the white mouse, once lively and darting around the cage, gradually succumbed, collapsing motionless on the ground, though faint signs of slumber were discernible. Excellent. I shall take it. How much do you require? How much do you have? The old man fell silent for a moment before approaching with a sly smile, bowing and nodding at Lin Xia. Esteemed guest, the effects of the potion and the pills are quite similar. However, the pills require an hour to take effect, while the potion acts in mere minutes. Additionally, I have 5 of each type of potion and pill. As you know, these items are quite difficult to procure. I will take them all. Splendid. However, the price for these might be a tad steep. Just package them up. That I apologize. I should not have spoken out of turn. I shall prepare everything right away. By the way, do you have any other tools available? What do you mean, esteemed guest? I require syringes, hemp rope, anesthetics, scalpels, and chains. Lin Xia enumerated the tools in a single breath, revealing an unexpected depth of knowledge about them. Yes. I will fetch them all shortly. The old man nodded eagerly, viewing Lin Xia as a significant patron. For him, profit was all that mattered, while the buyer's intentions were of no concern. Clang! The room was filled with the sounds of metal clashing as the old man dragged a heavy burlap sack before Lin Xia. Esteemed guest, I have prepared all the items you requested. This sack is exceedingly heavy. I had to drag it here. Would you like me to call for a cart? No need. Lin Xia approached the burlap sack, extending her hand palm up, and after a brief moment of adjusting, she effortlessly lifted the sack. It's not too heavy. The old man swallowed hard. Even an adult male would struggle to lift such a heavy sack with one hand, yet the voice of this guest seemed to belong to a woman. To think a woman could lift it so easily. One could only imagine her formidable strength. This truly a human being. Esteemed guest, please take care. After watching Lin Xia depart, the old man hurriedly closed the shop. From a distance, it appeared to be nothing more than an old, dilapidated building. Ding cling. Lin Xia, with one hand clutching the burlap sack, continued to dial Shen Yi's number with the other, only to be met with silence. It seems you are quite enjoying the company of that wretched person. This marks the 90th attempt. Each missed call felt like a dagger piercing Lin Xia's heart, leaving her already wounded chest in tatters. Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, these scars would bring untold repercussions in the future. Click! Upon arriving home, Lin Xia seemed to have solidified her purpose, striding directly towards the storage room with the burlap sack in hand. When she emerged from her room, she had strapped 3 differently colored syringes to her waist. Sister Yun, I hope you can keep your hands to yourself. I'm coming for you. Lin Xia hummed a cheerful tune as she stepped outside, simultaneously dialing Shen Yi's number for the 100th time. Though she had little hope left, she chose to make one last call. Beep, beep. Just as Lin Xia's foot crossed the threshold, the call unexpectedly connected. Sister Yun, the meal is finished. At least give me my phone back. The two, having just finished their meal, were walking back to class when Shen Yi couldn't help but ask Lu Yunyun for his phone. What is this? Does Shen Yi not enjoy chatting with me? Lu Yunyun waved Shen Yi's phone teasingly from her pocket. That is not what I meant. Xiaoyi may have something important to discuss with me. So, I hope you could hand it to me. Xiaoyi. Is she the only one on your mind? What do you see in her? How could she compare to me? Lu Yunyun's chest heaved with indignation. But she ultimately smiled and handed the phone to Shen Yi. Very well. Here you go. Thank you, Sister Yun. Shen Yi eagerly took the phone, and upon lighting up the screen, a barrage of red missed call notifications flooded his inbox. 99 in total. Could something have happened to Xiaoyi? Shen Yi anxiously attempted to return the call, but just as he was about to hit dial, Lin Xia's 100 call came through. This time, without hesitation, Shen Yi answered. Chapter 39. The Delicacy. Shen Yi. Hello? Xiaoyi, are you there? Can you hear me? The absence of Lin Xia's voice sent Shen Yi into a panic. Glancing at the signal, he raised his voice slightly. Xiaoyi. Where are you? Lin Xia's icy tone emanated from the phone, momentarily leaving Shen Yi bewildered. This voice felt alien, too deep and haunting to belong to Lin Xia. I'm at school. Is that you? Xiaoyi, school. Upon hearing the word school, Lin Xie retracted the foot she had stepped forward with, quietly closing the door behind her, her tone softening slightly. Then why hasn't he answered my calls? Well, my phone was not with me, so I was delayed. Is that true? Indeed, I was having lunch with Sister Yin. Was it good? Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's sudden question, unsure how to respond. Eventually stammering out a reply. I prefer eating at home. It's just that the lunch here is excessively expensive. Plus, it's not as enjoyable as dining with Xiaoyi at home. So, you prefer home-cooked meals? Yes. Does that mean I can come find you after school? Lin Xie's tone softened considerably, a flicker of life returning to her previously desolate demeanor. That would be fine as long as Xiaoyi doesn't find it troublesome. Then it's settled. Be a good boy and wait for me at school. All right, we'll reconnect after school then. Sure. After Lin Xie hung up, the pallor of her lips began to regain color. He is still there. There's still time. After uttering these words, Lin Xie's body succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the sofa. After an extended period of high-energy exertion, she lost her strength upon relaxing. However, I will reclaim every missed call with interest in that wretched person. I will ensure she understands the consequences of encroaching upon my Ugh. Lu Yunyun suddenly felt a jolt, an unprecedented pain radiating throughout her body. Strange, where is this feeling coming from? Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Sister Yin. What's wrong? I'm fine. Shen, let us hurry back to class. Observing the hurried departure of Lu Yunyun, Shen Yi shrugged in bemusement, sensing that something significant had transpired today. Students, that concludes our lesson for today. A well-dressed woman stood at the podium, adjusting her glasses with a delicate touch of her fingers. This was Xiaoyi, the homeroom teacher of class 3, in her early 30s, she had meticulously maintained her complexion, leading Shen Yi to initially mistake her for a student. Upon learning that she was the class instructor, he was taken aback. Since today marked the first day of the school year, she refrained from saying much, deeming a self-introduction unnecessary, as everyone surely understood the purpose of their presence at the academy. The school would impose no restrictions on their activities as long as they adhere to the regulations. One final note. Do not think that proximity to Yingdu Academy grants you the freedom to act impulsively. The real drama has yet to unfold. Observing the indifferent expressions of the students below, Zhang Xiaoyi smirked disdainfully. However, her gaze momentarily faltered when she caught sight of a figure sitting by the window, only to quickly avert her eyes. Well then, class is dismissed. Finally, class is over. Shen yawned, although the schedule at Yingdu Academy was light, with all classes typically concluding by 3 in the afternoon, the remaining time largely occupied by club activities or student council events. Nonetheless, he chose to return home early to keep Lin Xie company. Hello, classmate. Just as Shen Yi was about to rise, a short-haired girl shyly approached him. Excuse me, may I befriend you? Shen Yi furrowed his brows slightly as he regarded the girl, unable to recall having encountered her before. May I ask who you are? I am. The short-haired girl was summoning her courage to express her feelings when, suddenly, a figure stepped in front of her. Looking up, she discovered it was Lu Yunyun. Lu Yunyun breezed past the short-haired girl, her hands cheerfully clutching her bag. Shall we leave the school together? Yunjia. Aren't you going home? I'm going to go out together. Oh, of course, that's fine. Shen Yi nodded, grabbing his bag from the desk and giving a slight nod to the short-haired girl. I apologize. It was a pleasure meeting you, but I must be on my way. See you. The short-haired girl stood frozen, watching Lu Yunyun and Shen Yi's departing figures, momentarily stunned. Her earlier courage dissipated in an instant. During this time, she noticed Lu Yunyun casting her a disdainful glance. Indeed, such a handsome boy must have many admirers. I have truly overestimated my own significance. It was evident that Shen Yi's allure remained formidable. Unfortunately, that girl was destined to remain outside his world. For Shen Yi's life was bound to be fraught with challenges, and a girl as ordinary as her would hardly stand a chance. Shen Yi, you ought to limit your interactions with unfamiliar girls in the future. Lu Yunyun remarked as they walked together. She had sensed something amiss when she saw the short-haired girl approaching Shen Yi. Fortunately, that girl was no match for her. A few casual exchanges would suffice. Yet her most formidable rival remained Lin Xie. Until she was dealt with, Lu Yunyun knew she would have no opportunity. Shen, you truly are a coveted prize. Everyone desires to take a bite. I've been greatly concerned for you. Young Master Lu, your self-introduction today was simply splendid. I noticed several girls in class casting unusual glances your way. The school gate. 3 boys dressed in uniforms engaged in conversation, one of whom, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a somewhat handsome appearance, led the discussion, while the other 2 regarded him with obsequious expressions. Indeed, indeed. It is worth noting that our young Master Lu is the son of the president of Lu Group. He ranks among the elite of the entire school. Let us keep a low profile. I prefer to act modestly. Despite his words of humility, young Master Lu's demeanor exuded anything but modesty. Young Master Lu, you are far too humble. If I were a girl, I would have fallen for you long ago. One of his followers began, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Lu. You may flatter me, but please refrain from being repulsive. Just the sight of your rotund figure is enough to make one feel queasy. Young Master Lu, I was merely using a metaphor. While young Master Lu awaited the arrival of his chauffeur, he suddenly spotted something captivating, his eyes gleaming as he disregarded his companions and strode purposefully toward the other side of the gate. Lin Xie, standing at the gate and straining to catch a glimpse of Shen Yi among the throng of departing students, anxiously searched for him. With a black shoulder bag slung over her shoulder, she felt an urgent need to locate Shen Yi, but the crowd was overwhelming, leaving her only to witness the sea of moving bodies. Excuse me, dear lady, might I assist you with something? Just as Lin Xie was desperately scanning for Shen Yi, a boy approached her. It was none other than young Master Lu, who had been chatting earlier. Lin Xie paid no heed to young Master Lu's attempts at conversation, treating him as if he were invisible. Hey, our young Master Lu is speaking to you. Can you not hear him? One of Lu's followers, believing it was his moment to shine, stepped forward to reprimand her. However, he quickly retreated, embarrassed, upon receiving another disapproving look from Lu. Ahem. Young Master Lu placed a hand over his heart and gracefully bowed to Lin Xie. Speaking in a smooth-toned, I apologize, miss, for the inconvenience caused by my subordinate. I shall discipline them. May I introduce myself? I am Lu Tao, the young heir of Lu Group. Might I inquire your name? Lin Xie continued to ignore Lu Tao's performance, perceiving his words as nothing more than the buzzing of flies. Tisich. Noticing Lin Xie's continued indifference, Lu Tao awkwardly straightened himself. Typically, when individuals learned of his identity, they would flock to him, eager to curry favor. Yet this girl did not even spare him a glance, leaving him feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Wait, is she feigning modesty? Perhaps she has long desired to win my favor. However, he mused, her beauty was indeed unparalleled. Let her indulge in her little tantrum. Engrossed in his own self-admiration, Lu Tao was about to reach out to rest a hand on Lin Xie's shoulder when a firm grip seized his wrist like a vice. Oh! Lu Tao glared at the interloper, anger boiling within him as he felt his moment of success thwarted. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he found himself face-to-face with a strikingly handsome and charismatic boy, Shen Yi, who had just exited the school. Lin Xie's face lit up upon seeing Shen Yi. She withdrew her hand from her bag and immediately leapt into his embrace, inhaling deeply the scent that clung to him. Still here. My E is still here. Thankfully, he hasn't been tainted by that wretched person. I apologize, Xiaoyi. I'm late. Shen Yi gently stroked Lin Xie's head and then cast a fierce glare at Lu Tao standing before him. Who are you? I should be asking you the same. Release my hand at once. Shen Yi forcefully shook Lu Tao's hand away, the strength nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Oh, you know who I am? Lu Tao stumbled, fortunately supported by his 2 followers. His gaze shifted to Lin Xie nestled in Shen Yi's embrace, her endearing demeanor starkly contrasting with her earlier indifference. Igniting his anger further, dare humiliate him so. He would ensure that this man knelt before him. Otherwise, how could he face others in school? Why don't you reveal your background? You must be tired of living. Is that so? How can one shout so loudly? It turns out to be you. Lu T that moment. Lu Yinyun emerged, arms crossed, addressing Lu Tao with an air of superiority as if she were well acquainted with him. Lu Yinyun, what are you doing here? This is none of your concern. Leave at once. Upon seeing Lu Yinyun, Lu Tao instinctively took a step back, his tone noticeably weakened. None of my concern. I share a close relationship with him. In fact, it is you who is making a scene here, which leads me to believe you do not regard me highly. Lu Yunyun placed her hands on her hips, deliberately amplifying her words, while her fists clenched as she cast a glance at Lin Xie, who remained nestled in Shen Yi's embrace. Xiaoyi, are you a gecko? The moment you see Shen Yi, you wish to cling to him. Perhaps I should chop off your hands so that they won't wander so freely? Consider yourself fortunate, boy. We shall take our leave. Lu Tao had not anticipated that Shen would have ties to Lu Yunyun. That it was well known that her background was not to be trifled with. He was no fool, and thus he retreated with his followers from the school gate. Are you all right, Xiaoyi? But did not bully you, did they? No. Thankfully, Yi arrived, as Shen Yi gently stroked Lin Xie's head. He glanced at Lu Yunyun, who wore a displeased expression. Indeed, as he had surmised, Lu Yunyun's identity was anything but ordinary. Xiaoyi, is that enough? So many people at the entrance, and you can't comprehend a single thing? Don't cling to Shen Yi like an oversized infant. Lu Yunyun could no longer tolerate Lin Xie's actions, for she witnessed Lin Xie leaping into Shen Yi's embrace while fervently gasping for breath, which was utterly unbearable for her. Had there been no one around, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. What is wrong with Sister Yin? Lin Xie, with her arms wrapped around Shen Yi's waist, tilted her head in a state of bewilderment. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Speaking of which, Sister Yin, you must be concealing something from me. Otherwise, that man just now would not have let things go so easily. Alas, have you truly discovered it? Shen Yi? Lu Yunyun sighed helplessly, reluctantly revealing the truth. In truth, I'm also a child from a prominent family. I simply did not wish to disclose it. I desire to become very good friends with you, Shen Yi, and I fear that my identity may cause you to distance yourself from me. However, due to today's unusual circumstances, I must reveal my true self. The implications of Lu Yunyun's words were profound, as she conveyed to Shen Yi that everything she had done was for him. Yet in order to protect him, she had no choice but to expose her real identity, indirectly suggesting that he now owed her a favor. Chapter 41. Compensation. Sister Yin, thank you. Did I not mention that we need not express gratitude between us? I believe it is necessary. Lin Xie interjected suddenly. After all, Sister Yin has helped us immensely. We should express our gratitude for her kindness, right? Indeed, that is a valid point. Moreover, Sister Yin is not as closely related to us, so it is only natural to be a bit more courteous. Otherwise, it may come across as impolite. After stepping away from Shen Yi's embrace, Lin Xie beamed at Lu Yunyun, adopting a playful tone. Isn't that so, Sister Yin? How shameless. It was clearly I who assisted Shen Yi. Yet you dare to say we. Have you truly taken it upon yourself to act as Shen Yi's woman? One day, I shall tear that repugnant facade from your face, Sister Xie. You are being overly formal. We are all quite familiar with one another, so there is no need for such politeness. Should you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. After all, I can resolve many matters, rather than creating trouble daily. Lu Yunyun suddenly noticed a black sedan halting before her and promptly waved at Shen. All right, Shen, my driver has arrived. I shall explain everything to you tomorrow. Also, today's meal was delightful. Thank you for your hospitality. As Lin Xie watched Lu Yunyun gradually depart, her previously restless heart began to settle, and she turned to Shen Yi, taking his hand willingly. Let us return home. Very well. However, before that, you must tell me all about today's events, and why you did not answer my calls. The situation was roughly as such. After Shen Yi recounted the events with Lu Yunyun, Lin Xie finally gained a clearer understanding. Initially, I intended for this meal to serve as a token of gratitude for Sister Yun's care, but unexpectedly, she ended up paying the bill secretly, because she aimed to draw closer to you. Upon returning home, Lin Xie concealed her shoulder bag, and, as it brushed the ground, a faint metallic clinking sound could be detected. Lin Xie set down her bag, approached Shen Yi, and tugged at his unremoved school uniform tie, bringing it before her. Her deep, dark eyes were like black holes, captivating Shen Yi's attention. How do you plan to compensate me for the 99 missed calls today? Compensation. Shen Yi embraced Lin Xie's waist to prevent himself from losing balance. Contemplating what could possibly make amends for his oversight today, Xiaoyi, how about we go out for a nice meal? I recall a new restaurant opened downstairs, but what if I did not wish to eat? Lin Xie's other hand caressed Shen Yi's cheek, her touch as enchanting as silk gliding smoothly. Then perhaps we could go shopping for clothes over the weekend? But I already have enough clothes. Well, then what would you like, Xiaoyi? Hey. Lin Xie giggled, rising our toes to whisper sweetly into Shen Yi's ear, what I desire is you. Her words were like an enchantment, ensnaring Shen Yi's mind, causing his blood to surge. Thump, thump. Lin Xie felt Shen Yi's heart racing violently, and she smiled playfully, relishing the fact that she completely controlled him, ensuring he would comply with her every whim. What is it? Why is your heart racing so fast? Well, that is because you're simply too close, Xiaoyi. Oh, is that so? Lin Xie opened her mouth and gently nibbled on Shen Yi's earlobe, savoring his essence with an expression of delight. Xiaoyi. Shen Yi trembled, taken aback by Lin Xie's newfound aggressiveness, a stark contrast to the girl he had initially met. I can overlook today's missed calls, but you must demonstrate your sincerity. Sincerity? What does Xiaoyi wish me to show? 99 calls, then let it be 99 minutes, perhaps? 99 minutes? What do you mean, Xiaoyi? Before Shen Yi could finish his thought, Lin Xie lunged forward, sealing his lips. Xiaoyi. Wait. I can't breathe. Time passed slowly, but for Shen Yi, it felt as though a century had elapsed. This was his first experience of what it felt like to suffocate. Lin Xie rose from the sofa, gazing contentedly at Shen Yi, who was gasping for air. After this release, the dark clouds that had lingered within her dissipated. Only Shen Yi, her antidote, could cure her. Shen Yi lay sprawled on the sofa, inhaling the fresh air, feeling as though he had just experienced a near-drowning scenario. Relying solely on brief gasps for survival. I'm still alive. Thank you. I shall begrudgingly accept this compensation. Lin Xie licked her lips, relishing the moments they had just shared. It seems 99 minutes isn't so long after all. Perhaps we could try 3 hours next time? Or even right now. Lin Xie's eyes suddenly sparkled, causing Shen Yi to shudder in fright. Xiaoyi, what do you intend to do? Let me make it clear. I will not agree. What do you take me for? Do you think I'm unaware that you initially seemed to enjoy it? Ahem. After all, it is unavoidable. Shen Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. Initially, he believed Lin Xie merely wished to be affectionate, but as time passed, he grew increasingly flustered. Although he had resisted at times, he found that whenever he attempted to escape Lin Xie's grasp, an inexplicable pleasure washed over him, clouding his consciousness and rendering him submissive. By the time the sensation subsided, he was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, and he could vaguely perceive a kind old woman by the Niha Bridge, beckoning to him with a bowl of soup. Lin Xie had gradually reclined again, resting her head on Shen Yi's chest, nuzzling like a small kitten. I adore you. Chapter 42. Lu Yunyun's request. Xiaoyi. The two maintained their embrace for a considerable time until Shen Yi's rapid breaths began to calm. Why was I so restless during the kiss, even feeling an urge to release pent-up emotions? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's lips curled into a knowing smile, but due to her lowered head, Shen Yi was unaware that his fascination with her was intricately tied to Lin Xie herself. It must be that Yi is under too much pressure, leading to such feelings that a good rest will alleviate it. Perhaps, speaking of which, Xiaoyi, are you not allowing me to tutor you today? We must keep up with our studies. That is not urgent. With you by my side, I can study any time. By the way, how did you find the school on your first day? Lin Xie took the initiative to change the subject. From Shen Yi's perspective, it might seem like a mere expression of concern, but for Lin Xie, it was an opportune moment to gather intelligence. After all, she was certain that her future adversaries would only multiply. Although she was tempted to resort to coercive measures, Shen Yi's behavior today had somewhat satisfied her. She still hoped to have a Shen Yi who was both physically and mentally intact. School life, it was just as one might expect, feeling even more stringent than university. However, the faculty was indeed commendable, living up to the reputation of Sakura Capital Academy. Yet the number of wealthy scions within its walls was astonishing. It felt as though it had transformed into a school exclusively for the affluent. And one is bullying E, right? Like that person today. Not at all, I am quite strong. Shen Yi chuckled as he gently patted Lin Xiao's head. Don't underestimate me. Ordinary folks are no match for me. Oh, Lin Xiao revealed a knowing smile and feigned curiosity. What if the opponent is someone like me? I'm not boasting, but I could take on 10 of you. So formidable. Then you must promise to protect me well in the future, of course. That's no problem. Although Shen Yi was puzzled as to why Lin Xiao compared herself to his opponent, he nonetheless replied with determination. Xiaoyi, it's getting late, and I have classes tomorrow. I know. Lin Xiao pouted, reluctantly sliding off Shen Yi, then proceeded to adjust her somewhat loose clothing. You want to take a shower? Xiaoyi, you go ahead. God, I'll tidy up for a bit. All right, then. After Shen Yi left, Lin Xiao retrieved her handbag from under the sofa. Glancing at an empty vial in her hand, she chuckled softly. Hehe, the effect is quite good, and the taste is unnoticeable. You will surely come to love this thing in the future. With that, Lin Xiao vanished from the living room, quietly melding into the darkness of the storeroom. Why? Why hasn't Shen Yi called or sent me a message, even now? Feigning calm while scrolling through videos, Lu Yunyun nestled under her blanket against the wall, numbly staring at her phone, which emitted a faint glow. She had thought that after revealing her identity, Shen Yi's attitude would change. After all, she was the daughter of the Lu family. There was nothing she could not obtain. Yet, why had he not called her? Lu Yunyun aimlessly swiped her fingers until she suddenly paused at an emotional video. The words on the screen read, "No matter how passionate you are towards others, it only increases the likelihood of being unappreciated. Without excessive joy, one will naturally not feel sorrow." This statement seemed to advise people to remain clear-headed, yet to Lu Yunyun, it felt like a slap to the face. Indeed, is this not me? No matter how much effort I put in, it ultimately amounts to nothing but hollow joy. Yet she was unwilling to accept it. It was like a meticulously prepared performance. The stage was set, the audience gathered, even the actors were in place. Only to discover that there was no trace of her in the entire show. Why can't you pay more attention to me? Am I not dazzling enough? What am I really waiting for? A sense of powerlessness engulfed Lu Yunyun. Deep down she knew that no matter how she presented herself, it would be futile. It was only the last flicker of hope within her that kept her hanging on. With a soft thud, Lu Yunyun's hand, which gripped the phone, fell limply to her side, dropping the device to the floor, casting a faint light across the room. Through the dim glow, one could see her smile slowly twisting into a terrifying grimace. Shen Yi, I will personally set you back on the right path. By then, I will prepare a room that belongs to you, so we could be together forever. Suddenly, Lin Xia opened her eyes in the midst of sleep. A sense of unease inexplicably stirring within her. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Shen Yi who held her, Lin Xiao's expression grew increasingly grave. Why? Why do I feel a twinge of anxiety in my heart? Is it just a delusion? Lin Xiao pondered for a long while, but no clarity emerged. Ultimately, she buried her head into Shen Yi's chest, seeking solace, for only then could she find comfort. Good morning, classmate Shen Yi. As Shen Yi bid farewell to Lin Xia and approached the school gate, he encountered Lu Yunyun walking towards him, her smile suggesting she was in high spirits. Good morning. Yunyun, I didn't expect to run into you at the gate again. Shall we go in together? Yes. The two remained mostly silent along the way, Shen Yi's mind preoccupied with yesterday's 99 minutes of extreme survival. Each time he recalled it, a strange expectation flickered within him. Perhaps he was losing his sanity. What is wrong, Shen? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Nothing. I stayed up a bit late last night, feeling a bit dizzy. I see. Would you like me to fetch you a bottle of warm milk? It might give you a little boost and no need, Yunyun. That would be too much trouble that I'll just rest in the classroom for a bit. Oh, all right. Then by the way, Shen, do you have time this weekend? I'd like to ask you for a favor. You can ask, I'll do it. I still owe you from before. Really? Lu Yunyun felt a surge of excitement. With Shen Yi's agreement, her plan was halfway to success. I want you to accompany me to see a performance. That a performance? That is absolutely fine, but I don't really understand music or performances. Is it really okay if I just go to listen? It doesn't matter. What's important is that you come. By the way, Yun, may I bring Xiaoyi along? I'll cover the ticket cost. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun froze, biting her lower lip in an effort to compose herself. However, the tickets were limited. I only purchased 2. It's all right. I can go alone to watch. Lu Yun feigned a melancholic expression, letting out a soft sigh. Then, I'll accompany you, Yun. Shen Yi finally relented after observing Lu Yun's demeanor. However, after the performance, I must return home. Xiaoyi is still waiting for me there. Really? Thank you. Shen Yi. Lu Yun beamed with delight. It's settled then. This weekend, let us meet at the school gate. Shen Yi failed to notice that Lu Yun's smile was not genuine. It was the kind that masked hidden intentions. She deliberately crafted. As Shen Yi entered the classroom, he was busy organizing his desk when he heard the sound of high heels at the door, which soon halted beside him. A commanding voice echoed in his ear. You must be Shen Yi. Turning his head, Shen Yi realized it was his homeroom teacher, Xiaoyi. Yes, teacher Zhang. May I ask what you need? Please follow me to the office. I have some questions for you, Ditto. Just as Shen Yi stood up, Lu Yun, sitting nearby, seemed to sense something and quickly approached. Teacher, do you need my assistance? I can help you. No need, student. Shen Yi is sufficient on his own. More importantly, focus on your studies. Xiaoyi interrupted. Their eyes met, sparks seemingly igniting between them, a palpable tension filling the air. Let us go. Following Xiaoyi into the office, Shen Yi was greeted by a pleasant fragrance. Distinct from typical perfumes, this scent was subtle and refreshing. So, Shen Yi. Xiaoyi rummaged through her desk, pulling out a file bearing his photograph. Glancing between the document and Shen. Yes. Shen Yi noticed that Xiaoyi was dressed in a formal OL outfit today, a crisp white shirt paired with a fitted skirt and light black stockings. Her sleek short hair framed a delicate oval face, embodying the image of an urban beauty. Most striking, however, was her curvaceous figure. It was undeniable that Sakura Capital Academy had an eye for exceptional faculty. Did you gain admission to this school on your own merit? Your entrance scores rank among the top in our class. Yes, teacher Zheng. Why family's circumstances are not favorable, but I firmly believe I can achieve a better life through my own efforts. Ah, how ambitious you are. I find myself increasingly admiring you, murmured Xiaoyi softly. Adjusting her black-framed glasses, I would like to appoint you as the academic representative for our class. Would you be interested in this position? Ah, well, I fear I may not be up to the task. Surely there are others in the class who excel beyond me, replied Shen Yi, a hint of hesitation in his voice that I see. What a pity. Xiaoyi remarked regretfully as she closed Shen Yi's file. Subsequently, removing her glasses and resting them on the collar of her shirt, I mentioned that the academic representative receives a monthly stipend. Since you seem uninterested, but I believe life is replete with challenges, and if one merely shies away from them, success will remain elusive. Therefore, I merely wish to challenge myself. I earnestly request you grant me this opportunity. Teacher Zheng, Shen Yi declared with unwavering determination, causing even the seasoned Xiaoyi to stifle a laugh. Hehe, Shen Yi, you are quite amusing. Class is about to commence, so you may return for now. I will call for you if needed. I understand. Teacher Zheng. Thank you for this opportunity. As Shen Yi's figure disappeared from the office, Xiaoyi bit her lip, took out her glasses from the collar, wiped them, and then, with a flush of embarrassment, whispered while biting the earpiece of her glasses, how intriguing. Why is it that upon merely conversing with him, I feel an overwhelming desire to possess him? Yet I do not find it unpleasant. Before Shen Yi could step into the classroom, he spotted Lu Yun peering in his direction at the entrance. Yin, Shen Yi, Lu Yun exclaimed, rushing over with a hurried gait. Scrutinizing Shen Yi from head to toe, he didn't do anything to you, did she? Sister Yin, what do you mean? Teacher Zheng wouldn't harm me. She merely asked me to take on a position. What position? Academic representative. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what it entails. Shen Yi shrugged, indicating his lack of clarity. Then why did you agree so blindly? Because I heard from Teacher Zheng that there would be a stipend, which would provide me with an additional source of income. Before Shen Yi could finish a sentence, Lu Yun erupted into a fit of despair, her voice rising in a frantic crescendo. Shen Yi, what is it about me that displeases you? Why can you not look at me with sincerity, even if just for a moment? I can offer you anything you desire. Money, status, everything I possess, selflessly. Lu Yunyun's voice echoed down the corridor, drawing the attention of several students who peeked out to witness the spectacle. Shen Yi stood there, utterly bewildered, grappling with the surreal situation. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is happening? Woe is me. Seeing Lu Yunyun weeping with her face buried in her hands, Shen Yi felt a surge of panic, especially as the curious gazes of bystanders pierced him like daggers. Sister Yun, please don't cry. It's as if I've committed some heinous act against you. Can we find a private place to talk? Okay. Lu Yunyun wiped her tears and gestured toward the rooftop, then lowered her head and began to ascend the stairs. Alas, how did it come to this? Shen Yi sighed heavily, following her with a weighty heart. Chapter 44. The fractured her upon reaching the rooftop, Shen Yi found Lu Yunyun standing by the railing, embracing the cool breeze. Gazing at the azure sky, she yearned to grasp the most resplendent cloud. Yet no matter how she reached out, it remained an elusive dream, floating serenely above. Why must it be so distant? Lu Yunyun pondered, a pang of bitterness swelling within her. This superficial camaraderie only served to heighten the chasm between her and the Shen. If I were not a wealthy heiress, would you then wish to be with me? Sister Yun, what are you saying? I remember your kindness towards me clearly, and I know you care. Then why won't you be with me? Because I do not harbor such feelings towards you. Shen Yi spoke his truth. From the beginning, he had regarded Lu Yunyun merely as a friend. His acquiescence to her request stemmed from a sense of reciprocity. Yet, Lin Xie was different. When she unexpectedly burst into his life, he realized that this whimsical girl struck a deep chord within him, sending ripples through his heart, as though fate had destined them to be together. What? No feelings. You must be joking. Lu Yunyun's pupils dilated in shock, her voice trembling. With a mechanical slowness, she turned to face Shen Yi, and when he beheld her expression, a shiver coursed through him, as if confronted by something terrifying. Lu Yunyun's gaze was vacant, her eyes bloodshot, streaks of tears marking her cheeks as she inexplicably smiled, a stark contrast to her usual graceful demeanor. Her unsettling laughter sent chills down Shen Yi's spine, a sense of dread enveloping him. As Lu Yunyun stepped closer, Shen Yi prepared to make his escape. Realizing it wise to avoid provoking her further, he decided to retreat to a safer location and contemplate the situation. Just as Lu Yunyun was mere steps away, she abruptly halted and burst into laughter. "Fa, Shen Yi, your expression is absolutely priceless." In an instant, her terrifying facade vanished, reverting to her familiar self. Observing Shen Yi's bewilderment, she wore a playful smirk. "I merely put on a little performance. And you turned into this? How was that? Am I not a brilliant actress?" Shen Yi struggled to process her words, still shaken by her previous display. It was as if she had transformed into a different person, akin to being possessed by a spirit. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. You must come to my performance this weekend, or I shall be very cross." Lu Yunyun pouted, playfully shaking her fist while dabbing at the tears at the corner of her eye. "Rest assured, Sister Yun, I will be there. Well, perhaps after that day, you will finally be free to I, too, shall embark on my new journey." Shen Yi was perplexed by Lu Yunyun's words, uncertain of what she meant by freedom and a new life. "I might need to take a few days off soon. As you know, family matters can be quite troublesome, but I will be waiting for you. Then I wish you all the best, Sister Yun. Thank you for your kind words. Now, you may return, as I wish to enjoy the breeze a little longer." As Shen Yi nodded and turned to leave, he glanced back at the staircase, catching a glimpse of a mysterious smile gracing Lu Yunyun's lips. "How salty, but I believe your essence, Shen Yi, will be quite savory. You are my remedy for all ailments." Welcome home. As Shen Yi opened the door, he was greeted by Lin Xie, who stood expectantly at the entrance. Seeing her eager expression, his own mood lifted slightly. And no matter how his day had unfolded, there was always someone waiting for him at home. Perhaps that is the essence of life. Xiaoyi. Shen Yi murmured Lin Xie's name, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Lin Xie was initially taken aback, not expecting Shen Yi to initiate the hug. However, Before he could speak, she sensed something was amiss, that Yi's heart beats so irregularly, and his breathing is heavy. Has something transpired? Lin Xie's keen observation discerned the subtle clues of his distress. Xiaoyi, may I hold you for a moment? Seeing Shen Yi's despondent demeanor, Lin Xie instinctively tightened her embrace, gently placing a hand on the back of his head. Of course, as long as he wishes it. I shall hold you forever, never letting go. Thank you, Xiaoyi, for being in my life. As he began to speak, Lin Xie placed a finger on his lips. It is not Yi who found me, but rather I who awaited your arrival, that in truth, I should be the one expressing gratitude. All right, I understand. You must compete for everything, even this. After all, I want to see you happy. With that, Lin Xie stood on her tiptoes and lightly brushed her lips against Shen Yi's, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Oh, do you have anything you wish to share with me? You truly are very perceptive. Xiaoyi. Shen Yi, with a playful smile, bent down and swept Lin Xie into a princess carry. Taken by surprise, Lin Xie instinctively clutched tightly to Shen Yi's neck, a startled gasp escaping her lips. By the time she registered what had happened, she found herself seated on the sofa, her mind racing with thoughts of potential deeper developments. How naive she was to think so. Xiaoyi, although Sister Yun had advised me not to discuss this with you. I believe that given our current relationship, I cannot keep it from you, Shen Yi said with a serious expression, recounting all that had transpired that day. Lin Xie's expression shifted from shock to a somber demeanor. Dark as water. And how did you respond to her? Shen Yi could distinctly sense the shift in Lin Xie's tone compared to before, yet he maintained a sincere gaze directed at her. Chapter 45. The Performance, Part 1. I agreed to Sister Yun, as she had indeed assisted me greatly in the past. This might be our final encounter. I can't shake the feeling that her talk of performance is merely a pretext, for her demeanor truly terrifies me. Shen Yi shuddered involuntarily. The transformation of Lu Yunyun had genuinely unsettled him, akin to a psychological jolt. Lin Xie gently pressed Shen Yi's head down on her lap, meticulously easing the tension in his mind to alleviate his mental strain. I understand. I'm glad you could share this with me. Lin Xie said cheerfully. In her heart, she felt quite satisfied with Shen Yi's openness. Unbeknownst to him that this very act laid the groundwork for his subsequent survival. Since you have said so, I will also agree. However, you must promise me that after the performance, you will return home as swiftly as possible and stay in constant contact with me. As she spoke, Lin Xie's teeth were clenched. She was aware of Lu Yunyun's true intentions. Yet, eliminating her would be no simple task, given her background and resources. A mere reprimand would serve no purpose and could endanger her. Thus, even if she could not rid herself of her, she at least aimed to extract a piece of flesh from her. Rest assured, Xiaoyi, I will keep you updated at all times. Shen Yi reassured her that Lin Xie ceased her soothing motions, leaning her head down to look at Shen Yi's face. Open your mouth, huh? Later that evening, Shen Yi observed the delicate Lin Xie nestled in his arms and playfully tapped her forehead. What are you staring at? Your lips are swollen. I see you're quite bold. Perhaps you're in need of a lesson. Hehe, who could resist a Yi's lips like magnets? It was only when I tried to pull away that I realized I couldn't. Hey, quite the metaphor you have there. Now, off to sleep. But I can't sleep. That we've been together for so long. Shall we not explore the nightlife a little more? Ouch. Shen Yi withdrew his hand from Lin Xie's head, realizing that since they began embracing and kissing, she had transformed into a Pandora's box, overflowing with peculiar ideas. Was this still the shy girl he had first met? Yi really lacks romantic understanding. According to the narrative, we should be spending a wonderful night together. Goodness, I implore you, just sleep already. All right. He seems to have something. Ouch. Why are you hitting me again? Apologies. Let me turn over. Life at school remained monotonous and dreary. With Lu Yunyun absent, Shen Yi found himself either running errands for Zheng Xiaoyu or assisting her in her office, where he inquired why she didn't enlist the class leader or other officers. Zheng Xiaoyu simply replied, You're quite useful. So, you consider me your free labor then. Although Shen Yi bravely resisted a few times, he ultimately complied with Zheng Xiaoyu's financial incentives. The wickedness of the wealthy. Miss, everything is prepared in a villa atop a mountain. Lu Yunyun stood on the open balcony, gazing at the crescent moon obscured by clouds, savoring a glass of red wine, to the entrance behind her. A bodyguard respectfully reminded her, I understand. If you fail to accomplish this task tomorrow, all of you will be dismissed. However, should you succeed, reward shall surely await you. Rest assured, we will not fail again. The man speaking was none other than the leader of the ruffians Shen Yi had encountered earlier. Go. The deep red wine resembled fresh blood, and under the faint moonlight, Lu Yunyun slowly raised her glass and drank it all in one go. As night deepened, Lin Shi suddenly opened her eyes in bed. Glancing at the still, slumbering Shen Yi, she quietly slid out from under the covers, barefoot and softly making her way to the storage room. With a click, a key turned in the lock, revealing an assortment of tools that at first glance resembled an ancient interrogation chamber. Lin Shi skillfully entered the storage room, retrieving a small black gadget from a black plastic bag, followed by Shen Yi's phone from the bedside table. Effortlessly prying open the phone case, she discreetly placed the small device within, then secured the phone cover once more, her movements fluid and seamless. After preparing a cloak, dagger, and anesthetic, she returned to the room. Just as she climbed back into bed, she noticed Shen Yi groggily opening his eyes. Xiaoyi, where did you go? I just got up for a moment. I'm sorry, Yi, for waking you. Lin Shi calmly nestled back under the covers, inhaling Shen Yi's scent, which gradually calmed her restless heart. Nothing happened. Just sleep. I love you that I love you too. If I ever did something terrible to you, would you forgive me? That would depend on what you did. But didn't I tell you from the start? No matter what, I will always be by your side. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Shen Yi bid farewell to Lin Shi and made his way to the school gate. Upon arrival, he spotted Lu Yunyun waving at him from across the street at ACAF. As he approached, he noticed that her attire differed greatly from her usual style. Today, she wore a vibrant red dress, complete with a dog cartoon hairpin, small leather boots, and black socks, resembling the most vivid butterfly amidst a flower garden. Good morning, Shen. Good morning, Sister Yun. As soon as Lu Yunyun spoke, Shen Yi sensed a hint of intrigue in her tone. But he dismissed it, considering her intentions. Sister Yun, you look lovely today. Really? Thank you for the compliment. I dressed up meticulously today to attend the performance I've been eager to hear. With your words, I feel at ease. Then, shall we head out now? Well, it might be a bit early as the performance starts in the evening. During this free time, I would appreciate your company. Shen Yi. I understand. Chapter 46, The Performance, Part 2. Then let us set off now. Before Lu Yunyun could finish her sentence, a black sedan pulled up in front of them. A suited man emerged from the driver's seat, respectfully addressing them. Miss, the location is ready. We can depart now. Lu Yunyun nodded, turning to Shen Yi with a smile. Shen, let's get in the car. Okay. As they entered the car, the engine roared to life, swiftly disappearing down the street like a flash of lightning. Not long after the car vanished, a graceful figure emerged from a nearby alley behind the CF, followed by the soft sound of high heels. I didn't expect that little girl to get ahead of me. It seems they've known each other for quite some time, but this little girl is too naive to play games with me. Let me teach her the rest. Shen Yi is not to be used like that. Sitting in the back seat, Shen Yi felt a sudden jolt, as if struck by lightning, causing him to twitch involuntarily, startling Lu Yunyun beside him, who quickly reached for the lock button. Shen Yi, what's wrong? And nothing, just felt a chill down my back. Perhaps it's due to the recent temperature fluctuations that I see. If you need anything, remember to tell me. All right, Sister Yun. With a soft rustle, the blanket seemed to stir, as if enchanted. Rising momentarily before settling back down, as a corner of the blanket was lifted, Lin Shi, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. The mere kisses are no longer enough. What should I do? How I long. How I yearn to draw closer to AI. The flush on Lin Shi's face left her feeling somewhat dizzy, and it was only after a few deep breaths that her reason began to settle. At this moment, Lin Xie reached for her phone on the bedside table and tapped on an app, revealing a map of Cherry City on the screen, where a small red dot was rapidly moving and turning. It seems AI has already gotten into the car. Lin Xie sat up in bed, brushing her silky hair aside. She had no cause for concern regarding Shen Yi's current situation. Lu Yunyun was not foolish enough to act at this point. Moreover, her AI was no pushover. Even if she intervened, it would take considerable effort. Perhaps a shower would be in order. Lin Xie squinted, peeling away the last veil that concealed her beauty, and an enchanting scene unfolded before her, a picturesque landscape of graceful mountains and delicate, fair skin, a gift from the heavens that left one in awe of nature's craftsmanship. Wait, perhaps I should change to a different shower gel. Today promises to hold extra surprises. Suddenly, the sound of car brakes pierced the air. Miss, we've arrived. Lu Yunyun nodded eagerly, turning to Shen Yi to say, Shen Yi, we've reached our first destination. With a beaming face, she flung open the car door and dashed out. Mr. Shen. Just as Shen Yi was about to exit, the bodyguard in the driver's seat abruptly called out to him. Hello, may I ask what the matter is? Sir, while I am unaware of the circumstances between you and Miss Lu, I feel compelled to inform you. Cough, cough, rest assured, I absolutely won't do anything out of line. Moreover, Shen, am already spoken for. Mr. Shen, have you misunderstood my words? The driver coughed twice, attempting to mask the awkwardness. Shouldn't you, as the driver, be warning me that there is a vast disparity between our statuses, advising me not to harbor any improper thoughts about your young lady, lest I find myself in dire straits. The bodyguard took a deep breath, striving to remain composed in the face of Shen Yi's remarks. Mr. Shen, do you particularly enjoy reading novels? Why do you ask? Such melodramatic scenarios do not exist in our world. I hope you refrain from underestimating my intelligence. The bodyguard vented his pent-up frustration, donning a sorrowful expression. It's infuriating. Had I known that even the lady's personal bodyguard was at a loss with him, I would have made sure this brat knew why flowers are so red. Apologies, dear driver. Please continue. Shen Yi awkwardly scratched his head. It seemed he had overthought the matter. What I wish to convey is, our young lady has always been reclusive, with her parents often occupied with work, leaving her alone on her birthday, locking herself in her room. However, one day, everything changed. The bodyguard appeared to have struck a nerve, his eyes brimming with hope. One day, she returned home transformed, her formerly cold demeanor replaced by a smile. That was something I had never witnessed in all my years of guarding her. Subsequently, I discreetly followed the clues as per the Masteress instructions and discovered your existence, Mr. Shen Yi. Indeed, I realized that it was only after meeting you that our young lady blossomed into the lively person she is today. I can see it in her eyes. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that Lu Yunyun had such a past, yet all he felt was surprise, with no other thoughts. Just as he had stated from the beginning, his heart would forever belong solely to Lin Xie. I'm sorry, dear driver, my heart is already taken. As for Yunyun, I never anticipated this situation. The bodyguard, upon hearing this, appeared to plummet into despair, shaking his head as he returned to the driver's seat. I see. Alas, Mr. Shen, you may disembark now. The young lady will soon sense something amiss, and I must take my leave. Bang. After closing the car door, the bodyguard drove away from the scene. Beep, beep. As the bodyguard drove, a red light flickered on his left earbud, and he spoke as if reporting a situation. Plan A has failed. Initiate Plan B, but there was no one else in the vehicle, and if one were to observe closely, they might mistake his words for mere musings. Sigh. Kid, I've already shown you a clear path. If you choose not to follow it, that's no concern of mine. Yet, this boy is quite the loyal type. Chapter 47. The Performance, Part 3. How do you find it, Shen Yi? This place is quite delightful. I assent to it. Lu Yunyun, hands clasped behind her back, gazed at the nearby department store, her face alight with joy. Isn't this the same place where we first met? Yunyun? Lu Yunyun stared dreamily at the building. It was the site of her first encounter with Lin Xie, a memory etched in her mind. She had thought that day would herald her first date with Shen Yi, but little did she know it would mark the beginning of her descent into despair. Today I intend to indulge in a splendid shopping spree. Shen Yi, you will help me carry my bags, one to you? Well, please, you can't deny me even this simple request. Lu Yunyun clasped her hands together, adopting a pleading expression. Sigh. Very well. Then I shall count on you. Lu Yunyun beamed a sweet smile and skipped toward the department store. Upon entering the building, Shen Yi was struck by an unusual sight. He noticed that aside from the employees in the stores, there was not a single customer in sight, leaving him perplexed. How strange. Why is there not a single passerby in the mall? What is the matter? Shen Yi, Lu Yunyun asked curiously, noticing him standing there, scanning the surroundings. You seem distracted. Do you not wish to shop with me? No. That S nodded. Shen Yi shook his head and conveyed his confusion to Lu Yunyun. Oh, is that what you meant? Lu Yunyun leaned forward slightly, a hint of allure emanating from her. Today is our private world. You know, in order to spend a wonderful day with you, I've already purchased a day's exclusive rights to the department store. What? A day's exclusive rights? Shen Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Who could have known the extent of Lu Yunyun's influence? This revelation shattered his understanding of life over the years. Usually, he would save for a month just to buy an article of clothing, while she had purchased an entire department store in a single day. Shen Yi, feel free to pick whatever you like inside, as long as it brings you joy. No need, Yunyun. Lu Yunyun pouted, dissatisfied with Shen Yi's unyielding demeanor, and reached out to grasp his hand. Then let us go shopping together. Lu Yunyun had anticipated taking Shen Yi's hand, her face filled with expectation, but just as her fingertips were about to brush against his skin, Shen Yi swiftly retracted his hand. I'm sorry, Yunyun. Shopping is fine, but this is not. Lu Yunyun trembled at Shen Yi's cold words, her head gradually bowing in disappointment. It seemed there was no way to salvage the situation. Yet, she did not wish for Shen Yi to dislike her. At least he was still here with her now. It's all right, Lu Yunyun said, mustering her strength to lift her head and smile playfully. I was just joking with you. Let's go. With a smile, Lu Yunyun turned and walked aimlessly forward, the once vibrant store now appearing to her like a frozen wasteland. Do you think this outfit is pretty? Pretty. And this one? Pretty. This suit suits you well. Should I? No need to trouble yourself. Yunyun, you should buy for yourself. In the end, Lu Yunyun did not purchase a single item. Without his attention, even the most resplendent garments were but mere fabric. After wandering through the various floors of the mall, they eventually returned to the exit. Yunyun, let us go. Following Shen Yi outside, Lu Yunyun suddenly called out to him as she stepped out of the mall. Shen, this is my first time shopping with a boy. Lu Yunyun clasped her hand behind her back and smiled shyly, yet her palms bore the marks of her own nails, vivid red imprints starkly visible. Thank you for keeping me company. It brings me great joy. Lu Yunyun had anticipated that Shen Yi would turn and head to the next destination. She had even prepared to summon her bodyguard for the journey. However, to her astonishment, Shen Yi suddenly exhaled a long sigh. Sister Yun, you are a wonderful girl, gentle like a caring older sister next door, that I hope you find your own happiness. Lu Yunyun nodded appreciatively. Yes, thank you. Shen, I will discover my own happiness. It seemed that Sister Yun had experienced a moment of clarity. One could only hope she would reap the rewards of her life moving forward. So, where's our next destination? The next stop is the performance venue. We should be arriving shortly. All right. Thus, the two boarded a sleek black car and set off once more. Before them stood an enormous, awe-inspiring theater. Shen Yi could not help but gape at the grandeur of the building. He had previously read about the Sakura Theater on his phone, noted for being the largest opera house in the world. Housing 30 exhibition halls, each capable of accommodating 500 attendees. Remarkably, each hall could be reconfigured by removing soundproof panels, enabling all 50 halls to be combined into one if needed. This was why travelers flocked to Sakura from across the globe. Sister Yun, do you usually attend performances at places like this? Lu Yunyun replied, her arms crossed proudly as she squinted her eyes. What do you think? Impressive, right? Now I understand the luxurious lifestyle of the wealthy. Shen Yi shook his head in wonder. Such experiences were only themes he encountered in his dreams. All right, the performance is about to begin. Let us proceed inside. Lu Yunyun retrieved a ticket from her pocket and handed it to Shen Yi. This is the entry ticket. Remember to keep it safe. Understood. Shen Yi reached for the ticket. He noticed it was warm to the touch, likely from being nestled in Lu Yunyun's pocket for a while. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yunyun was blushing, biting her lips shyly. By the way, Sister Yun, what performance are we going to see? Well, Lu Yunyun raised her head, resting her chin on her hand, feigning deep thought before glancing sideways at Shen Yi with a playful smile. I wonder if you know a piece called 10 Sides Ambush, Chapter 48. The curtain falls as the ticket inspector tore their entry tickets. Lu Yun led Shen Yi into the grand hall. Beneath the heavy, wide doors lay a long black curtain. The musicians are ready. Let us hurry inside. The black curtain was slowly drawn aside, revealing an expansive view that met Shen Yi's eyes, filled with rows of seats and a broad sight line. Akin to standing atop a lighthouse overlooking ships in the sea, rendering everything else minuscule. Our seats are in the third row. It's the best spot for viewing. Lu Yun eagerly rushed to her seat. Her excitement palpable. Hehe, Sister Yun, you seem quite thrilled. Have you visited here many times? I come occasionally. Mainly, I just really enjoy the performance this time, she replied, her gaze fixated on the stage, her small hands clenched into fists, clearly indicating her anticipation for the show. All right, Shen Yi, let us watch quietly. The performance had begun with a sudden blackout in the auditorium. The atmosphere plunged into darkness, as if an invisible hand had ensnared the venue. Moments later, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the stage, revealing a man clad in a long coat, wearing a hat and sunglasses, casually perched on a wooden stool. His expression was calm, betraying no emotion. But in an instant his brow furrowed, and the guzheng in his hands transformed into a weapon, filling the air with an ominous tension. The guzheng resonated powerfully, transforming the once tranquil setting into a battlefield. The rhythm poised for combat. Shen Yi was captivated by the vivid expression of the performance, fully immersed in the music. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yun discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Though it appeared normal, a sense of being watched lingered in the dark corners. Perhaps merely an illusion. The rapid strumming of the strings struck Shen Yi's heart like a hammer, stirring an unease within him, just as the tension in the guzheng's melody seemed poised to peak. The music abruptly ceased, plunging the auditorium into a profound silence. Before Shen Yi could comprehend the abrupt stillness, a powerful, majestic melody erupted, reverberating through the hall, escalating the intensity once more as Shen Yi regained his senses. He looked back to the stage, finding it eerily devoid of performers, as if they had never existed, save for the lone spotlight illuminating an empty stool. What do you think, Shen Yi? This piece is beautiful. I assent to it? Indeed, the intensity and melody truly draw one in. Just like the title suggests, 10 Sides Ambush. Lu Yun reclined in her soft seat, completely relaxed, her gaze vacantly fixed on Shen Yi. You know? Shen Yi, I'm really happy today. Thank you for being here with me, and no need to mention it. Your happiness is all that matters, Sister Yun. Shen Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lu Yun's words seemed to assure him that she had found closure. Has it finally concluded? Shen Yi pondered, rising to leave, puzzled as to why the lights in the auditorium had not yet illuminated. Just as he was about to inquire about it, the atmosphere around them shifted unexpectedly. Lu Yun appeared to be resting with her eyes closed, yet she was keenly observing Shen Yi's every move. A hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her lips. It seemed they were right. Shen Yi was indeed formidable. Should one commend her discerning eye? Nonetheless, today, no matter how he tried to escape, he would remain within her grasp. Lu Yun slowly opened her eyes, tilting her head in confusion toward Shen Yi. What's wrong? Your expression seems off. Is it because the performance was lackluster? No, Sister Yun, don't rise yet. Shen Yi leaned closer to Lu Yun, whispering in her ear. The situation in our auditorium is a bit unusual. Due to the environment, you may not have noticed, but we are surrounded by many people. Ah, Lu Yun gasped, covering her mouth with both hands, yet she resembled a cat, sneaking a whiff of Shen Yi's scent. This distance. I can never tire of your scent, Shen Yi. It's utterly addictive. What should we do? Lu Yun stammered, her voice trembling as if she might burst into tears, resembling a delicate and frightened heiress. Don't worry, Sister Yun. While I can't promise anything else, I will ensure your safety as we leave. Remember, if a fight breaks out, you must run straight to the back exit. I suspect the front is blocked. Humph, not just the front. The back is blocked as well. What about you, Shen Yi? Don't concern yourself with me. I have my ways to escape. They won't be able to harm me. Just trust me. As the assailants drew closer, Shen Yi steeled himself. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. With a resounding clang, the previously dark auditorium was suddenly flooded with light, revealing dozens of men in black, armed with electric batons, baseball bats, and knives, advancing toward them. Who are you? Shen Yi boldly demanded, drawing the attention of the surrounding individuals, and subtly signaling Lu Yunyun with his eyes. One of the ringleaders casually twirled his knife, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he regarded Shen Yi. Kid, here's your chance. We only want this girl. You can leave. Her identity is quite special. And today we've finally found a prime opportunity. We must thank you. As if you hand her over quietly, our boss might even reward you with some money. Shen Yi's expression shifted, despite his skills. The sheer number of assailants, coupled with their weapons and the need to protect the startled Lu Yunyun, left him momentarily at a loss. Shen Yi. Lu Yunyun tugged at the hem of his clothing. Her voice barely a whisper. When he turned to her, she leaned in to speak softly in his ear. They're after me. You must leave quickly. I do not wish to witness your suffering. Although Lu Yunyun uttered these words, Shen Yi could sense her entire being trembling that a myriad of emotions surged within Shen Yi. Despite his own overwhelming fear, she was still concerned for him. He couldn't fathom her thoughts. Sister Yun, Shen Yi murmured softly, I will hold them off. You need only run to the back door. Chapter 49. Lu Yunyun's triumph. The dark-clad figures encircled Shen Yi and Lu Yunyun from all directions. And the leader among them, upon seeing Shen Yi's indifference, realized his resolve. Humph, you wish to play the hero? Such arrogance. You shall come to regret your choice. The man cast a glance towards his comrades, who nodded in agreement, their expressions menacing as they closed in on the two. Surrender. Miss Lu, there is no escape for you. The encroaching circle tightened, and Shen Yi shielded Lu Yunyun while vigilantly surveying the dark figures around them. His peripheral vision darted towards the back door, yet no one had appeared after such a prolonged wait. Conversely, he could see the legs of individuals behind the black cloth ahead, indicating they were allied with the assailants. Sister Yun, remember what I told you, Shen Yi said, nodding towards Lu Yunyun, then fixing his steely gaze on the encroaching figures. Are you all so afraid of me that none dare advance? Surprisingly, his taunt did not incite the crowd. No one rushed forward, which only heightened Shen Yi's anxiety. After all, a group with such coordinated teamwork posed a significant threat, and despite his abilities, he doubted he could escape unscathed. It dawned on him that their hesitation stemmed not from teamwork, but from the previous two bodyguards who had faced defeat. None wished to be the first to meet a similar fate. Moreover, Lu Yunyun had warned them that failure would result in their dismissal, making them exceedingly cautious, for losing their jobs was a dire prospect. Seeing that no one was willing to take the bait, Shen Yi decided to take the initiative. Delaying any further would only heighten his own peril. Damn it! Why must it be me? The dark-clad man, who was positioned slightly behind, cursed inwardly as Shen Yi launched himself at him. With no choice but to brace for the encounter, the man swung his bat towards Shen Yi's abdomen, intending to incapacitate him. However, Shen Yi's speed was astonishing. As the man raised his weapon, Shen Yi's fist connected with his face, forcing the man to instinctively block with his arm. With a resounding thud, Shen Yi's fist struck the man's arm, causing him to stagger back in pain. Who on earth is this kid? Is he some kind of monster? The leader of the dark-clad men, sensing the unfolding chaos, roused his stunned comrades. Everyone attack. Do not give him a moment's respite. As a throng of assailants surged towards him, Shen Yi grasped Lu Yunyun, pushing her through an opening in the crowd, shouting, Sister Yun, go! I cannot afford to be distracted. Shen Yi, be careful. I will find someone to rescue you. Tears welled in Lu Yunyun's eyes as she ran towards the back door, feigning heartache. Thud! Shen Yi was struck by a blow from behind, eliciting a muffled grunt. Finally, I have no more reservations. Just as another blow was poised to fall, Shen Yi seized the end of the bat, rendering the attacker unable to withdraw it. His penetrating gaze locked onto the assailant, his calm demeanor exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. If something were to go awry, I would certainly be torn apart by the president. Miss, please ensure your safety. The vehicle may be on the brink of an accident. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunyun's heart tightened, and she gritted her teeth, positioning her body protectively in front of the still unconscious Shen Yi. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving a long trail of skid marks on the asphalt. And the uncontrollable car careened off into the thicket by the roadside. Crash! Bang bang! A violent metallic clamor erupted, transforming the entire vehicle beyond recognition. The hood crumpled and spewing white smoke. Lu Yunyun felt as though her head was spinning. Her once exquisite makeup now rendered a disheveled mess. Fortunately, she appeared to have escaped serious harm, and the Shen Yi she shielded seemed to be unscathed as well. Cough, cough, cough. The acrid smoke filled the car. And after a prolonged struggle, Lu Yunyun managed to roll down the window. Just as she leaned out, intending to drag Shen Yi from the vehicle, she noticed a dark figure approaching from a distance. The sound of footsteps crunching on the soil grew increasingly near. Initially, Lu Yunyun thought it was a bodyguard coming to assist, and she cried out, "I'm here. Hurry, come help." However, as the shadow became clearer, her expression froze, momentarily forgetting to climb out. For what stood before her was not her bodyguard, but a mysterious figure cloaked in a robe, their face obscured. "Who are you?" Lu Yunyun, weakly collapsing to the ground, gazed up at the figure that seemed both unfamiliar and eerily familiar, an unsettling thought surfacing in her mind. And oh, it can't be. You can't be her. Absolutely not. Panic surged within Lu Yunyun as she shook her head, unwilling to accept her inner suspicions. The mysterious figure stepped closer, squatting down with a chilling laugh that carried a hint of mockery. "Lin, yeah." Lu Yunyun shouted in fury, seemingly expelling the tempest of emotions within her. Why? Why is it still you? I refuse to accept this. I will not accept it. At this moment, Lu Yunyun's mental defenses crumbled entirely, as if all her meticulous preparations could be unraveled in Lin Xia's eyes. Leaving no doubt as to who was responsible for the recent accident. "Oh, dear, Sister Yin, what has happened to you? You look positively disheveled." The cloaked figure spoke languidly, their tone laced with sarcasm. "Lin Xia. Once again, it's you." Lu Yunyun clutched at a tuft of grass in frustration. "Ever since you appeared, Shen Yi has distanced himself from me. Without you, I wouldn't be in this state. So what? Does it even matter? He loves only me, and it will always be so." Lin Xia scoffed, stepping down onto Lu Yunyun's hand with a deliberate force. Observing Lu Yunyun's tenacious demeanor, Lin Xia pressed down harder. "Though you are a young lady of wealth, I certainly wouldn't dare to harm you." With that, Lin Xia flashed a sinister smile, resembling a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell. "But tell me, if a news report were to emerge tomorrow about the heiress of the Lu family meeting a tragic end due to a vehicular incident, wouldn't that carry more weight?" "Lin Xia, you are a madwoman. You and Shen Yi will never end up together. Your facade will eventually be unveiled. Am I the madwoman? We are all mad here," Lin Xia retorted, stepping over Lu Yunyun's form and seizing the still unconscious Shen Yi from the car. "Dragging him out? No. Leave him." Looking at Lin Xia's actions, Lu Yunyun could no longer endure. She had painstakingly gone to great lengths, even severing ties with Shen Yi, only to be met with the stark realization of her failure. "Help! Someone! No need to shout. I've already taken care of both of them as soon as they emerged," Lin Xia nonchalantly replied, inspecting Shen Yi's condition, and upon confirming he was unharmed, hoisted him onto her shoulder with ease. "Please, don't take him. I'll give you anything you want. Just leave him." Lu Yunyun trembled as she spoke, fully aware that any misstep now would leave her with no second chances. "Anything at all?" Lin Xia smirked, producing a dagger from her waist. "Then what should I do if I wish for your demise?" Chapter 51. Alliance. When exactly did this happen? Why did none of my people notice you? Lu Yunyun questioned Lin Xia, bewildered, knowing she had dispatched individuals to keep watch against Lin Xia's discovery. How had she infiltrated so seamlessly? Moreover, she seemed to know precisely which vehicle Lu Yunyun intended to take. Lin Xia cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yunyun and proceeded to examine Shen Yi's injuries, deliberately avoiding the rear seat to ensure Shen Yi remained unharmed before tampering with the vehicle. Zzz. As Lin Xia peeled back Shen Yi's coat, Lu Yunyun felt a surge of adrenaline. Crawling closer as she shouted, "Stop! You must stop!" After confirming that Shen Yi was largely unscathed, Lin Xia impatiently pressed her foot down onto Lu Yunyun's head. MMM. With a muffled thud, Lu Yunyin turned her face, glaring fiercely. Lin Shi, you cannot defeat me. In this world, power equates to everything. Finished. Then prepare to meet your end. Hehe, do you truly believe that by killing me, you would absolve yourself of any consequences? You will still not gain Shen Yi, such a verbose fool. Lin Xie kicked Lu Yunyin away and crouched down, gripping her hair tightly. Lu Yunyin, did you genuinely think I would stab you? Wouldn't a death deemed accidental be much more convincing? Lin Xie's words jolted Lu Yunyin awake, and she feigned calmness as fear washed over her. No, you cannot escape. My people are already aware of your location, and you will be discovered. Is that so? Lin Xie regarded Lu Yunyin with a hint of panic flickering in her eyes, yet she refrained from exposing her, instead retrieving a long strand of fluff from her pocket and inserting it into the vehicle's gas tank. No, you cannot do this. You're insane, a lunatic. You are a mad woman. Lu Yunyin trembled, unable to fathom that Lin Xie would dare disregard her words and recklessly attempt to destroy her. Lin Xie abruptly halted, tilting her head to reveal a grotesque visage that starkly contrasted her previous charming demeanor. Mad woman, I merely seek to protect my beloved from being taken away, while it is you wretched individuals who wish to obliterate my happiness. You all deserve to perish. With that, Lin Xie shoved the fluff into the gas tank, leisurely humming a tune as she strolled over to Shen Yi, pulling him closer. Sister Yunyin, how pitiful you are. Since that's the case, as your sister, I shall help you experience a Yi's essence. Lin Xie turned her gaze toward Lu Yunyin, whose pupils widened in shock as she slowly lowered her head. MMM. No. MMM. Please don't. SSS. Shen Yi. Lu Yunyin could no longer muster the strength to crawl forward, her eyes devoid of life, reduced to a soulless shell. Humph. Lin Xie, satisfied with Lu Yunyin's despondent appearance, finally released Shen Yi's lips. Glancing at the unconscious Shen Yi in her embrace, she bit down hard on his neck. Foolish Yi, still oblivious to the situation, pretending to protect others until the very end. With that, Lin Xie hoisted Shen Yi on her back and glanced back at the stunned Lu Yunyin. Igniting the fluff before striding away into the thicket, I shall not spare anyone who covets Yi, even if it costs me everything. He shall forever belong to me. The flames rapidly advanced toward the gas tank, unbeknownst to the figure emerging from the nearby foliage, who swiftly extinguished the flames before they could reach the tank. How interesting, truly fascinating. I never anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. My representative for learning is indeed in high demand, that I never would have guessed that our Miss Lu has fallen to such a dismal state. Why extinguish it? Lu Yunyin inquired, gazing at the woman before her as she watched Lin Xie retreat. Nothing. It's all gone. Huffed. The woman before Lu Yunyin erupted into laughter. Are you truly giving up so easily? Mind your own business. You are no different. You have your eyes on him too. Lu Yunyin, baring her teeth like a small creature whose fur had been ruffled, bellowed loudly. If only I had acted sooner. I wouldn't have ended up like this, a once pristine game reduced to shambles. In truth, it wasn't as if there had been no opportunities that that moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunyin wiped the smudge from the corner of her mouth and propped herself up to sit. What do you mean? My meaning is quite simple. I cannot contend with that woman alone. I require an ally. Why should I assist you? Because of my identity, of course. The woman, with a flirtatious bite of her lower lip, smiled sweetly. Present. You can no longer appear in their sight. But I am different. My status is quite unique. Noticing Lu Yunyin's silence, the woman understood she had piqued her interest and continued to elucidate. In fact, you have performed reasonably well, yet you have underestimated that woman's strength. Surely, you do not naively believe that all women who remain by his side are ordinary, do you? Get to the point. Humph, I need your help. Once we eliminate the woman beside Shen Yi, everything will fall into place. However, I lack the necessary resources, which is why I must rely on you. Miss Lu, what do you desire? I will reveal that to you later. For now, let's first rid ourselves of the most troublesome presence, and then we shall compete for what we both want. Deal? Hey, I did save your life, did I not? Not even a single thank you. Moreover, I am your teacher. After all, Zhangxie stepped out from the shadows, her face radiating allure. Like a cunning fox, it appeared she was assisting Lu Yunyun. Yet in reality, Lu Yunyun was merely a pawn in her scheme. After a while, Lu Yunyun gradually recovered from the shock of the accident and slowly rose to her feet. Seeing Lu Yunyun unfazed, Zhang Xiaoyi could only shrug in resignation. Wait, before you leave, we must create a bit of commotion. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, flames shot skyward. Lin Xie glanced back at the sky illuminated by fire before turning away to depart. Chapter 52. The Mysterious Woman. Where am I? Gradually regaining consciousness from his stupor, Shen Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before he cautiously opened his eyes, only to be met with utter darkness, as if someone had deliberately placed a blindfold over him. Ugh! As Shen Yi moved, it felt as though he were bound by something. Despite exerting all his strength, it proved futile, but he soon realized that his wrists and ankles were shackled, rendering him immobile. What has happened? Shen Yi vaguely recalled Lu Yunyun spraying some gas at him before he lost consciousness. Could this predicament also be her doing? Lu Yunyun, what do you intend to do? Feeling the coldness of the ground beneath him, Shen Yi protested loudly. Release me! Do you not realize your actions are unlawful? Yet the only response he received was a suffocating silence. Could it be that no one is here? A flicker of hope ignited within Shen Yi. At least he still had a chance to escape. If he could just rise along the wall, he might be able to inch his way out. Thus, Shen Yi curled up and began to move, only stopping when his head bumped against the wall, using his restrained hands to feel his way along the surface until he managed to stand upright. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being observed by Lin Xie, who had been silently watching from the corner of the room since Shen Yi regained consciousness. Lin Xie's profound eyes gleamed with excitement as she beheld Shen Yi's vulnerable state. It was as if she had been stimulated by something, causing her cheeks to flush with a sudden rush of heat. Indeed, this form of AI is the most alluring. What to do? I can hardly contain my restless emotions. Initially, Lin Xie had planned to carry Shen Yi home. But midway through her journey, she abruptly halted. Given AI's temperament, he would likely encounter similar threats in the future. Although she had taken some precautionary measures, any oversight could lead to irreversible consequences. While Lin Xie yearned to bind Shen indefinitely, so they could live together without worries, she knew he would inevitably undergo a complete change in attitude toward her. Deep down, she still craved the affection that only Shen Yi could provide. However, if this opportunity was squandered, it would be a grave mistake. In truth, I am merely observing AI's escape capabilities to gather experience for a flawless plan in the future. Yes, that's it. Yet, when Lin Xie chose to imprison Shen Yi, her latent desires surged forth uncontrollably. Lin Xie fixed her gaze intently on Shen Yi, who was still struggling. At this moment, she had entirely forgotten her initial purpose of observation. Now, she simply wished to indulge in her desires. Finally, he has managed to stand. Shen Yi exerted significant effort to straighten his posture. Just as he attempted to move forward, he sensed a wave of warmth emanating from in front of him, followed by a delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Who? Who is? Before Shen Yi could finish his sentence, the figure before him pushed him to the ground, and before he could react, they pinned him down. Cough! Who are you? The person before Shen Yi remained silent, merely donning silk gloves as they brushed against his cheek, then pressing their entire body down upon him. Ugh! Shen Yi desperately attempted to wriggle free from their grasp, but the shackles were far too constricting, rendering his efforts useless. Who are you? Why are you treating me this way? If you seek money, I can provide it. The figure remained mute, simply caressing Shen Yi's face with their hand. I wish to torment AI just a little more. It is not enough. This is far from sufficient. Human desires magnify with each passing moment, and Lin Xie was no exception. Originally, her purpose was to observe, yet she ultimately succumbed to temptation. The heavy, heated breaths brushed against Shen Yi's face, and he could feel the stranger's head hovering perilously close to his own. Wait, is she intending to? Just as Shen Yi grasped the implication, a soft, tender pair of lips sealed his mouth. As the defender, Shen Yi chose to fortify his defenses, refusing to allow any adversary to breach his walls. However, It seemed the assailant had anticipated this move and dispatched forces to block his two main exits. As time elapsed, the supplies within Shen Yi's fortress dwindled, and due to his blocked routes, he could not receive any reinforcements. Otherwise, his fate would be starvation. No, I cannot hold on any longer. Ultimately, Shen Yi instinctively parted his lips, and just as he sought to gulp down fresh air, the figure seized the opportunity and invaded with relentless fervor. Glug, glug, At this moment, Shen Yi's mind felt utterly vacated. The only thing he could do was gasp for breath. The person lying on his chest, however, seemed unsatisfied with this, and suddenly, Shen Yi heard a series of rustling sounds. Wait, what is she planning to do? Just as the figure's hand rested on Shen Yi's waist, they abruptly halted their actions. And oh, this cannot be. Lin Xie suddenly snapped back to reality. In her overwhelming excitement, she had momentarily forgotten her identity, lest Shen Yi remain oblivious to who she truly was. Ding! Shen Yi felt the weight upon him gradually lift, and a metallic object fell onto his abdomen. Thank you for your hospitality. Consider this a collection of interest. I shall be visiting you often from now on. A cold voice echoed, and from her tone, it was impossible to discern any specifics. Only the quality of her voice suggested she was not young. Who are you? Shen Yi nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke. Anyone would feel enraged in such a predicament. Is this how you speak to your benefactor? The woman stepped forward, tilting Shen Yi's chin upward as she addressed him. I was sent by that girl to rescue you. But I also require appropriate compensation. Initially, my intention was purely monetary. Yet I must collect some interest, after all. That girl? You mean Xiaoyi? Who else could it be? I propose you join me. I find myself quite fond of you. You must be dreaming. Shen Yi's words were laced with unwavering determination. Lin Xie chuckled softly, her heart brimming with joy. After much contemplation, she chose to disguise herself as a mercenary, someone who accepts payment for services rendered, ensuring that her distinctive voice would not raise any suspicions. Chapter 53. Returning home, let us conclude here for today. I hope we may meet again in the future. Upon uttering these words, Lin Xie vanished into the night, leaving not even the echo of her footsteps. How infuriating! Shen Yi had never endured such humiliation, but suddenly recalled that his hands and feet were still shackled. Just as he was about to cry out desperately, he felt the shackles loosen, followed swiftly by the sound of them clattering to the ground. Unshackled? When did that happen? Shen Yi first flexed his wrists, the prolonged stillness having left his body stiff and weak, before removing the blindfold obstructing his vision, finally discerning his surroundings clearly from the damp atmosphere, the gusts of cool air seeping through the broken windows. In the spacious yet desolate room, it became evident to Shen Yi that he was likely in a dilapidated building. Clink! Just as Shen Yi prepared to rise, he suddenly heard a metallic object fall from his chest. What is this? Shen Yi reached down to the floor, and indeed his fingers grazed a key. Could this be for unlocking the shackles on my feet? Inserting the key in the lock, he heard a satisfying click, and the shackles fell away, granting him his freedom. Who on earth was that person? Wasn't I supposed to be knocked out by Lu Yunyun? How did I end up here? As Shen Yi pondered this, a sudden light illuminated an old table nearby. Approaching, he discovered that the glowing object was none other than a cell phone, displaying an incoming call from Lin Xie. Xiaoyi. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Shen Yi's mind. But upon seeing the call, his troubled heart found a moment of peace. Beep. After answering the call, silence hung between them, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Shen Yi held the phone away, scrutinizing the screen before placing it back to his ear, confirming that the connection was clear. The silence persisted until Shen Yi finally broke it. Xiao? Where are you? Lin Xie's voice, cold and piercing, sent a shiver down Shen Yi's spine. Her usual words, brimming with youthful charm, now carried an unmistakable tone of anger. Xiaoyi. Something happened, but can we discuss it once I am home? I will be waiting. Beep. As the call ended, Shen Yi noticed that Lin Xie had incessantly attempted to reach him since he had finished watching the performance that evening. Her calls never ceasing. This realization filled him with shame, prompting him to pick up his phone and step into the night. As anticipated, after navigating through the obstacles of discarded materials, he finally emerged onto the street. The dismal state of the buildings around him made it clear that the person who had trapped him had a thorough understanding of the area. Who was Xiaoyi calling out to? Shen Yi recalled the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of that person, a sensation that felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Lin Xie. Yet the aggressiveness of that individual had left several cuts on his lips. No, something feels amiss. Shen Yi lifted his shirt to his nose, inhaling a rich fragrance that enveloped him, and he committed it to memory. Regardless, I must return home first. I never expected Lu Yunyun to be capable of such treachery. Encountering someone like her was truly unexpected. Is she the type of Yandere portrayed online? The extremity of her character is somewhat unsettling. As he hurried home, visions of Lu Yunyun's deranged visage filled Shen Yi's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily and quicken his pace. In retrospect, perhaps Lu Yunyun was merely a minor episode. Xiaoyi is the one who truly matters. Shen Yi was somewhat familiar with the roads surrounding Sakura City. The place he had just been was not far from his home, and he estimated it would take him half an hour to arrive. Upon reaching the entrance of his apartment, he swiftly pressed the elevator button and stepped inside, pondering how he had been rescued. Logically, he should not have been able to fend off so many men in black, especially after being incapacitated. Could this all be an elaborate trap? What if that person was actually Lu Yunyun? No, that doesn't make sense. If I were her, why would I let him go? Moreover, the sensation, it felt very much like Xiaoyi. Yet the call history does not lie. What on earth is going on? Lost in a haze of confusion, Shen Yi felt like a wanderer in a fog, unsure of where to seek answers. Ding! As the elevator door slowly opened, Shen Yi was about to step out when he noticed someone standing in the doorway. Staring blankly at him, ta-da! Shen Yi yelped in surprise, only to realize that the person in front of him was Lin Xie, tilting her head as she gazed at him. You have finally returned. Upon seeing Shen, Lin Xie seemed to spring to life, straightening her posture and fixing him with a serious gaze that you have any idea how many times I called you? Why did you refuse to answer? Did I interrupt a date with her? Xiaoyi. Shen Yi stepped out of the elevator, guilt etched across his face as he stood before Lin Xie. I'm sorry, that was never my intention. I meant to clarify things with Lu Yunyun today, but I never expected her to make such a choice. Listen. Lin Xie placed a finger against Shen Yi's lips, her expression devoid of emotion as she spoke. If it weren't for that older sister rescuing you from Lu Yunyun, would I have never seen you again? Older sister? Shen Yi swallowed hard at Lin Xie's words. Xiaoyi, do you know her? Who is she? As he inquired, Shen Yi carefully observed Lin Xie's demeanor, feeling that something was off. I don't know. She suddenly knocked on my door tonight, saying that you were in danger and that she could bring you back. Does that mean she knows where we live? Does she even know about us? This doesn't feel right. That woman must be hiding something. Shen Yi furrowed his brow and took Lin Xie's hand, leading her into the house. Chapter 55. Exclusive representative in the deep of night. Shen Yi gazed down at the sleeping Lin Xie nestled in his embrace, gently brushing her bangs aside. The confusion in his eyes revealed his troubled thoughts. Xiaoyi. As Shen Yi recalled the way that woman had toyed with him, though her treatment had been brutal, he couldn't shake the sense of familiarity that resonated with Lin Xie. However, while on the sofa, he had carefully sniffed Lin Xie to detect any changes, but the result remained consistent. She retained her faint, alluring fragrance, while that woman's scent was far more intense, akin to a thorny rose. Could it be that I am overthinking this? But who is that woman? How does she know so much about me and Xiaoyi? Was that person in black the same one who knocked me out? After the night's events, Shen Yi found himself devoid of any leads, feeling an oppressive gloom hanging over him, stifling his breath. Just then, a hand caressed his face. Xiaoyi, you're awake? Did I wake you? I heard your heartbeat racing, so I became a bit concerned. Lin Xie spoke softly to Shen Yi, her tone gentle. If you have worries, you can share them with me, right? With me by your side, we can face anything together, can't we? It's nothing serious. Really, that I was just contemplating whether we should consider moving to a different place. Why would we move? Xiaoyi, think about it. Lu Yunyun is fully aware of her plans. That woman must be quite formidable. Moreover, she has an unsettling familiarity with me. She is undoubtedly dangerous, and she knows where we live. She must have been lurking nearby, perhaps even watching us right now. Lin Xie fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. I think we shouldn't rush into anything, because if what AE says is true, moving elsewhere wouldn't change anything. She would still find us, and no matter where we go, she will ultimately track us down. You make a valid point. Therefore, I believe the best course of action is to remain still and wait. Lin Xie leaned closer, whispering a few words into Shen Yi's ear. Currently, she is in the shadows while we are in the light. The optimal strategy is to wait for her to reveal her true intentions. And then we can catch her and report her to the authorities. But she hasn't committed any crimes. The police would only provide a verbal warning at most. Who claims to be innocent? We could easily devise a trap. For instance, burglary, illegal intrusion, endangering others. As Lin Xie spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her enthusiasm grew, causing Shen Yi to hurriedly cover her mouth. After signaling for silence, she finally quieted down. Xiaoyi, your thoughts are quite perilous. Where on earth did you learn such things? From novels. Those novels teach you such absurd ideas. Suspense novels. Shen Yi was taken aback to discover that such an adorable girl like Lin Xie had a penchant for this genre, completely overturning his perception of her. Xiaoyi, do you not enjoy romantic novels? Suspense romance novels. It's getting late, we should retire for the night. The following morning, Shen Yi bid farewell to Lin Xie and made his way to school. Upon reaching the school gate, he shivered and stood frozen in place for several seconds before finally stepping inside. Initially, Shen Yi intended to take a few days off to tutor Lin Xie during that time. But his homeroom teacher had declined his request, citing the busy start of the term. Sigh. I hope nothing goes awry. Shen Yi entered the classroom with a heavy heart. After glancing around, he noticed that the frightening seat was vacant, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and take a deep breath before stepping fully into the classroom. Shen. Suddenly, he heard a very soft voice calling out to him from behind. Causing him to shudder, he slowly turned his head back. There stood a short-haired girl, fidgeting nervously in front of him, her head bowed, bangs obscuring her eyes, and her cheeks flushed, revealing her shyness. Excuse me. Who are you? I'm called. Just as the short-haired girl was about to reveal her name, a stern voice rang out from the classroom door. Are you disregarding the school's rules? The first class is about to begin, and you're still chatting and playing in the classroom, regardless of your age. Xiaoyi glared at Shen Yi with a furrowed brow, casting a menacing glance at the short-haired girl beside him. Shen Yi, as the representative of your class, how can you be idling here? Come to my office at once. The short-haired girl opened her mouth to explain, but Xiaoyi interrupted her. Why aren't you seated already? Yes. The short-haired girl nodded, tears brimming in her eyes, bowed deeply to Shen Yi in apology, and quickly returned to her seat. It seems I still can't do it. I've only added more trouble for him. Perhaps I should refrain from bothering him. Come in. Shen Yi pushed open the office door and was met with Xiaoyi hurriedly writing documents. Upon noticing Shen Yi's arrival, she set her pen down, crossed her arms, and fixed her gaze on him. Shen Yi, you better explain what just transpired. Would you believe me if I said I had just arrived at the classroom? Is that so? Then it seems the fault lies with the teacher. No. How could that be? Teacher Zheng, you are merely looking out for us. Having a responsible and caring teacher like you is truly a blessing. Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction. Well said. I'll add an extra 100 to your monthly allowance. Thank you for your generosity. Teacher. Shen Yi feigned a flattering expression, though internally he was already lamenting the evils of capitalism. Xiaoyi took a sip from her steaming coffee. Shen Yi, are you heading to Sakura University this weekend? Yes. How did you know? Teacher Zheng. A friend of mine is from Sakura University. He mentioned that students from our school will be teaching their exam preparation class this weekend, as it's been a while since any of their students made it to our academy. I was thinking of recommending you, but I heard that student's name is Shen Yi. Xiaoyi crossed her legs and adjusted her glasses, exuding an air of mature charm that I didn't expect you to have such responsibilities. Shen Yi seems appointing you as my exclusive academic representative was a wise choice. Chapter 56. The resurrected Lu Yunyu and Hehe. It seems nothing escapes teacher Zheng's keen eye. Shen Yi scratched his head awkwardly, surprised that his assistance in an exam class had come to Xiaoyi's attention. But I'm curious, why are you going to Sakura University to tutor those students? It didn't mention any compensation to me. Xiaoyi leaned forward, resting on her desk, completely shedding her earlier authoritative demeanor. Well, it's somewhat complicated, a private matter. All right, since you're reluctant to share, I won't press you. But do remember this. You can teach those students. But you must not neglect your own studies. If your learning suffers, I will not permit you to continue. Rest assured, Teacher Zheng, I will definitely keep that in mind. Good, as my student, I do not wish to see you fall behind. Thank you, Teacher Zheng. Enough of that. Hurry back to class. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Will do. And please inform the class monitor to remove Lu Yunyun's seat. Lu, as Shen Yi prepared to turn and leave. He halted at Zhang Xiaoyi's words and quietly inquired, Teacher Zheng, what did you just say? I said Lu Yunyun is no longer attending this school. She had an incident, so inform the class monitor to take away her seat. I understand. May I ask what happened to her? Are you going to miss her? No, of course not. I'm just curious that I heard she was in a car accident and died on the spot. But please don't spread that around. This should be significant news. Yet the Lu family seems to have suppressed it. Dead? His body involuntarily reacted. He had little memory of the previous night, but he never anticipated that Lu Yunyun had actually perished. Instantly, he recalled the woman in black who had imprisoned him. What's wrong? You seem to have some connection with her. Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes glinted with a different meaning as she leaned her chin on her hand. Scrutinizing Shen, I nothing. I was merely reflecting on how unexpectedly a living person can just be gone. Teacher Zheng, I'll take my leave now. After watching Shen Yi exit the classroom, the office door opened again shortly after. But this time, the newcomer was not Shen Yi. Had he been present, he would have gasped, for the person entering was none other than Lu Yunyun, the very one who had been declared dead. Well, if it isn't our resurrected Miss Lu, what brings you here? Are you unable to rest in peace? Lu Yunyun approached Zhang Xiaoyi with a stern expression, furiously slamming her hands on the desk. Zhang Xiaoyi, what are you planning to do? What happened to our agreement? Shoo! Zhang Xiaoyi gestured for silence, a playful expression on her face as she regarded the furious Lu Yunyun. Miss Lu, consider this. Even if you don a human skin mask to pose as a new student transferring in, can your personality and voice change in an instant? If Shen Yi discovers the truth, it may alert that woman. Zhang Xiaoyi scoffed. That woman is quite troublesome. I advise you to refrain from employing your clumsy methods that could disrupt our plans. But I cannot bear to watch Shen Yi be taken from me. I could always have someone silence her. Do you think that would be effective? That woman is far more cunning than you. Do not let it be you who ends up silenced. Seeing Lu Yunyun fall silent, Zhang Xiaoyi sighed in resignation. Not rush. Lay low for a while, and then strike with a decisive blow. The reason I informed Shen Yi of your supposed demise was to let Lin Xian know as well. She will certainly lower her guard because of IT that time. We can take advantage of the opportunity. Humph. Lu Yunyun crossed her arms, glaring fiercely at Zhang Xiaoyi. I'll follow your lead for now, but I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, your demise will be quite embarrassing. After Lu Yunyun turned to leave, Zhang Xiaoyi scoffed dismissively. In her mind, Lu Yunyun was merely a tool for her own advantage, and when the time was right, she would emerge as the ultimate victor. Is what you said true? Lin Xie exclaimed in astonishment while placing a piece of rib into Shen Yi's bowl. Lu Yunyun has passed away? Yes. Shen Yi nodded. This was personally conveyed to me by Teacher Zheng. I suspect Lu Yunyun's death is likely the doing of that woman in black. Xiaoyi, are you listening? Please continue. Lin Xie snapped back to reality and took a small bite of rice, seemingly lost in thought that I inquired whether the woman in black was the murderer of Lu Yunyun. I'm uncertain about that as well. It appears we must take some precautionary measures. After saying this, Shen Yi took out his phone and began searching for something. When Lin Xie leaned in closer to take a look, she discovered that Shen Yi was ordering a baseball bat online. What is this? Xiaoyi, I believe it is imperative that we acquire some self-defense items. If we encounter any unusual circumstances, I want to be able to protect you promptly. For you are the most important person to me. The phrase most important person made Lin Xie shyly cover her face with one hand, indicating that Shen Yi's words had struck a chord with her. You are so kind. Here, drink some more water. Lin Xie handed Shen Yi a paper cup filled with water, and he nodded before drinking it all at once. Why does this water taste so sweet? That's because I bought spring water, and it's quite normal for it to be a bit sweet. Yes, that's so. Shen Yi didn't ponder much further, smacking his lips as if savoring the taste. Yes, it is indeed sweet. I wonder where Xiaoyi got it. All right, go rest and I'll take care of the dishes. That won't do, Xiaoyi. Put down the dishes, I'll handle it. Just as Shen Yi stood up, he stumbled and nearly fell. Strange. What is happening to me? Are you all right? Lin Xie hurried over, placing a hand on Shen Yi for support. You must have been too tense lately, causing you to not rest well. Go lie down on the sofa for a bit. Is that so? Perhaps you were right, Xiaoyi. Then please go rest. I'll wash the dishes and join you shortly. All right. After assisting Shen Yi to the sofa, Lin Xie turned to wash the dishes, unaware that a sly smile had crept on her lips. Chapter 57. Ignorance. I've finished washing the dishes. Lin Xie wiped her hands on her apron and, as she stepped into the living room, noticed Shen Yi lying on the sofa with his head tilted back and eyes closed. Seemingly unaware of the time, Lin Xie quietly hung her apron on a hook and approached him. She called softly. Seeing that Shen Yi did not respond, Lin Xie bit her lip and boldly sat down beside him, leaning in to whisper sweetly in his ear, "Darling." Yet silence greeted her. Hehe. Lin Xie smiled sweetly, her eyes full of anticipation, and slowly kicked off her slippers before settling onto Shen Yi's lap. Wake up. You might catch a cold sleeping here. If that's the case, let me be your blanket. Before she could finish her thought, Shen Yi's arm fell limply to his side, and he groggily opened his eyes to gaze at Lin Xie. In that instant, the entire world seemed to still. Lin Xie's face flushed with visible speed, and she stammered, waving her hands. I was just checking to see if you were asleep. Please don't misunderstand. Anyone would misconstrue such a peculiar posture. However, what Lin Xie did not anticipate was that Shen Yi's breath was warm against her, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Xiaoyi, I don't know why, but I feel so hot. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, slowly turning her head to discover a few pink droplets lingering beneath a glass bottle in the corner of the kitchen. Oh no. Lin Xie's heart sank. In a moment of panic, she had mistakenly grabbed the wrong bottle, transforming the intended sleeping potion into a potion of desire. Wait a moment. I'm going to get you some water. Lin Xie, anxious and restless, attempted to extricate herself from Shen Yi's embrace, but the more she struggled, the tighter he held her. I don't want water. I want you to stay with me. But didn't you say you fell hot? Drinking some water could cool you down. Lin Xie sensed the ominous tone in Shen Yi's voice. Although she had contemplated using the desire potion on him, it was not the right time. She wished to intertwine with her beloved without relying on any substances. That pure affection was what she sought. Even if she had to give Shen Yi the potion daily disguised as water, she would have no objections, but now she had to put a stop to things. But I really don't want any water right now. I have other ways. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we go out to the balcony for some fresh air? Just then, before Lin Xie could finish her sentence, Shen Yi pressed his hand against the back of her head and kissed her. Wait a moment. Shen Yi offered no opportunity for Lin Xie to catch her breath, firmly holding her in place while his lips were relentless. And no matter how Lin Xie turned her head or tried to evade, Shen Yi would find a way to capture her. Ultimately, Lin Xie surrendered, feeling that if it were merely a simple kiss, she would not mind. In fact, she could join this romantic waltz. However, just as she thought it would end there, Shen Yi suddenly changed his approach. Pop as their heads pulled apart, a shimmering line connecting them. Lin Xie was still enveloped in warmth when Shen Yi swept her up into his arms. Lin Xie felt as though she had been electrified, her body tingling from the previous position, and now Shen Yi holding her added to the disarray. No. This is a bad sign. Lin Xie pushed against Shen Yi's shoulder, attempting to break free, but he held her too tightly for her to budge. Put me down, Xiaoyi. I can't hold back any longer. With that exclamation, Shen Yi, his mind clouded with desire, carried the panicked Lin Xie into the bedroom. Calm down, stay calm. Lin Xie was roughly tossed on a bed, and she then saw Shen Yi panting heavily, his gaze filled with an aggressive intensity, as if he could devour her whole at any moment. Xiaoyi, I love you. After uttering those words, Shen Yi lunged towards Lin Xie. Just as he was about to touch her shoulder, Lin Xia's expression suddenly transformed from innocent shyness to that of a cold-hearted assassin. Lowering her head, her hair obscuring her eyes, she deftly evaded Shen Yi's advance. Before he could react, she seized his arms, speaking in a shy tone. I'm sorry. I love you too." Before Lin Xie could finish her sentence, she executed a swift move, knocking Shen Yi unconscious with a solid strike. With a dull thud, he fell limp, succumbing to the simplest method of physical slumber. "Oh, I finally had the opportunity." Lin Xie felt a mix of regret and tears, blaming herself for her carelessness. She had been filled with anticipation for Shen Yi's actions. But now was not the time. She was waiting for him to free her from her own shackles, allowing her desires to amplify until they consumed her entirely. Gently caressing Shen Yi's cheek, Lin Xie placed a lingering kiss on his forehead and whispered, "Good night. I love you." With that, she nestled into Shen Yi's embrace, closed her eyes, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, Shen Yi awoke with a headache, clutching his forehead and gasping for breath. "What happened, Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xie feigned ignorance as she opened her drowsy eyes, concern etched on her face. "It's nothing much, just that last night felt like I was drinking to the point of blackout. And my head hurts so much. You probably bumped your head. You fell asleep early after saying you were tired. That's so." Shen Yi rubbed his head and suddenly realized, "Xiaoyi, today is the day we go to school. What time is it?" "It seems we've overslept a bit. There are still 20 minutes until class starts." Lin Xie suddenly remembered that today Shen Yi would accompany her to Sakura University, feeling frustrated that she had not acted more responsibly the night before. They had no choice but to hurry to school at the quickest pace possible. After a brief cleanup, Shen Yi barely had time for breakfast as they rushed towards Sakura University. Chapter 58. The unassuming siblings just minutes before class was about to begin. They finally arrived outside the classroom. Inside, the room was already filled with students, most of whom wore expressions of anticipation, thrilled at the prospect of being guided by seniors from Sakura University. Meanwhile, at the classroom door, a balding middle-aged teacher anxiously paced back and forth, glancing at his watch repeatedly. Upon spotting Shen Yi, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "My goodness, Teacher Shen, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, the principal and I would have had to pay you a personal visit. I sincerely apologize, Teacher, that I was slightly delayed due to traffic. And oh worries, Teacher Shen, your presence here is already the greatest assistance you can offer these students." The bald-headed teacher smiled kindly, then turned his gaze towards Lin Xie. "You must be classmate Lin, right? Please come in. We've already taken care of your student registration." "Thank you, teacher." "All right, classmate Lin, you may enter first. I will have a word with Teacher Shen." "Okay." Lin Xie nodded at Shen Yi and walked towards the classroom. As she stepped inside, her eyes flickered, and her expression became somewhat unnatural as she glanced at a blonde girl with twin ponytails, who was smiling brightly at her. "You must be Sister Lin, right?" The blonde girl bounced over to Lin Xie, extending her hand with a sweet smile. "Hello, sister. My name is Han Yingying. I'm delighted to meet you." Upon hearing Han Yingying's introduction, the surrounding students lifted their heads to gaze at Lin Xie in surprise. They had not anticipated that Han Yingying, the belle of Sakura University, would take the initiative to greet someone, especially considering she was a student from Eagle Country with a well-off family background. Today, she was unusually proactive. Lin Xie raised her delicate brows slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she reached out to shake hands with Han Yingying. "Greetings, Ying. I am Lin Xie, and from now on, we shall be classmates. That I look forward to your guidance. Sister, why don't you sit next to me? For some reason, I feel an overwhelming desire to engage deeply with you," Han Yingying suggested eagerly. Lin Xie glanced at the empty seat beside Han Yingying, while the rest of the seats were filled with students. It was amusing how that spot remained vacant, almost as if it had been intentionally arranged. "All right, you are quite adorable, Ying. That I too cannot help but wish to grow closer to you," Lin Xie replied. "Yay." Han Yingying clapped her small hands playfully, sticking out her tongue in delight. "That I believe we will get along splendidly. I have a feeling that we are quite compatible." Lin Xie nodded, and as she walked towards her seat, she suddenly felt a piercing gaze, but when she glanced around, the sensation dissipated. Another expert, Teacher Shen, Our school hopes to change your classes from once a week on weekends to daily lessons during the weekdays. Would that be acceptable to you? The school will compensate you with double the remuneration. Considering that the upgrade examination deadline is approaching, said the bald-headed teacher. I'm afraid I must decline. Teacher, Shen Yi waved his hand apologetically that I wish to reserve some time for myself on weekends. As you know, the curriculum at Sakura University progresses rapidly, and I need some time for review and consolidation. In truth, Shen Yi's words were mere formalities. His academic performance did not require such considerations. He simply wished to accompany Lin Xie. Ah, you make a valid point that I shall relay this to the school, the bald-headed teacher responded with a look of regret. Then, Teacher Shen, I shall not disturb your class any longer. The students are awaiting you. After watching the bald-headed teacher leave, Shen Yi took a deep breath. It was his first time assuming the role of a teacher, and he felt somewhat constrained. Straightening his attire, Shen Yi walked confidently into the classroom. As he approached the podium, whispers erupted from the students below. Wow, what a handsome guy. Please, can you not be so infatuated? We are here to study, not to admire looks. He seems so young. He must be inexperienced. I think you're just envious. He comes from Sakura University, and the school specially arranged for him. Can you really complain? Who would have thought this guy looks quite appealing up close? I didn't notice it in the restroom earlier. Some students expressed skepticism, while others praised him, and in a corner, a girl with long black hair and blue eyes gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Brother, look, this teacher seems so young, probably around our age. The girl remarked to the boy beside her, who had short black hair. However, unlike her lively appearance, his pale blue eyes resembled a tranquil lake, deep and serene that if one were to compare, he bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xie. Suran, focus on the lesson. Getting into this class is not an excuse to daydream. The boy lightly tapped the girl on the head, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, upon suppressing his unease. He turned to glance at Lin Xie, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Xie's not an enemy. Got it, brother, Bai Saran teased, sticking her tongue out at Bai Majin, then fell silent. Stand up. At that moment, Han Yingying called out, prompting the students in the class to rise. Respect. No. Just as Han Yingying was about to say the word respect, Shen Yi frantically waved his hands to stop her. Students, I do not appreciate such formalities. As long as you attentively listen to my lessons, that is the greatest respect you can show me. Please do not feel so constrained. We are all peers, and who knows, I might even be your classmate in the future. Shen Yi's engaging remarks eased the tension in the classroom, and some students who had initially harbored grievances began to open up. Meanwhile, Lin Xie rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Yi, who was passionately speaking at the podium, as a thought blossomed in her mind. Should I call him E in private, or just teacher? Or perhaps teacher in the morning and at night? It was evident that Lin Xie was already contributing to the delightful prospects of their future relationship. All right, let us officially commence the lesson. Before we begin, I would like to familiarize myself with everyone's names. I will now take attendance. Chapter 59. A bet is a bet once Shen Yi finished taking attendance. The class officially began to test the students. He wrote a challenging problem on the blackboard. Ding ding. Shen Yi struck the blackboard with the chalk twice. Students, let us examine this problem that was one of the more difficult questions from an exam I participated in previously. Although I know you have all encountered it before, I would like to ask if there are any alternative methods to solve it. Impossible, a male student suddenly exclaimed. There is only one formula for solving this problem. Even the standard answer follows the same reasoning. Teacher, please do not make us seem ignorant. Exactly. Another boy chimed in, stealing a glance at Han Yingying. They were aware that their admission into this class was based on merit. And this was an opportunity to expose Shen Yi's pretentiousness and perhaps gain favor with the school belle or other girls. Everyone, please be quiet. At that moment, Han Yingying stood up and spoke, placing her hands on her chest in a demure manner. Teacher Shen's confidence must stem from a valid reason. Please do not disrupt the classroom decorum. Lin Xie muttered to herself, feeling uneasy at the sound of Han Yingying calling Shen Yi by name. But she suppressed her negative emotions. If it weren't for the class monitor. Classmate, shall we make a bet? Shen Yi placed the chalk on the podium and dusted off his hands, maintaining an air of leisure. Brother, look at how confident Teacher Shen is. Do Do you think he truly has a second method of solving the problem? Bai Saran whispered to Bai Majin, who remained expressionless. Sure. I am thinking. Stinky brother. Let us wager on whether I can write the formula more effectively and rapidly than you. We will both write on the blackboard simultaneously and see who finishes first. How about that? Shen Yi provocatively placed the chalk on the desk of the male student. Humph. And if you lose? What then? If I lose, it will prove my inadequacy, and I shall leave this classroom. However, if you lose, you must publicly declare that you will listen attentively in class from now on. Deal? The boy stood up defiantly, snatching the chalk from the desk and striding to the blackboard. That I'm ready. Well, commendable courage. Shen Yi nodded and retrieved a piece of chalk from the box, positioning himself on the opposite side of the blackboard. Let us begin. With Shen Yi's command, both began to solve the problem simultaneously. Having already practiced this question for revision, the boy confidently wrote with ease and speed. During this time, he cast a glance at Shen Yi, and seeing that Shen Yi had yet to put pen to paper, he couldn't help but sneer in disdain. I knew he was only of mediocre ability. Even now, he hasn't managed to write anything. One wonders why the school invited him here. The students seated below held their breath, for if Shen Yi did not begin writing soon, he would surely lose. Teacher Shen. At that moment, a lively voice rang out from the back row, prompting everyone to turn their heads. That a playful and charming girl with black hair and blue eyes stood up from her seat, raising her hand anxiously as she exclaimed, Teacher Shen, why aren't you writing yet? Beside her, Bai Majin let out a soft sigh, realizing that his sister's penchant for seeking attention was unlikely to change. You are Bai Saran, aren't you? Shen Yi recalled the girl's name from the roll call and smiled as he responded. It's because I'm contemplating the best way to present this so that you all can understand it easily. The other students in the classroom exchanged puzzled glances, tinged with skepticism. Is this teacher really dependable? Oh, I see. Bai Saran nodded adorably, sitting back down obediently. Someone actually believes him. A boy next to her secretly scoffed, but upon noticing Bai Saran's appearance, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Which class does this girl belong to? I don't think I've seen her before. Upon closer inspection, she's quite cute. As the boy pondered this, a sudden chill crept up his spine, turning back to look at Bai Saran. He was met with the piercing gaze of a man whose demeanor was as cold as ice. That look was terrifying, akin to a dagger piercing through flesh, causing the boy to shudder and hurriedly turn away. All of this was keenly observed by Lin Xie, who was secretly watching. Oh dear, this person is quite adept at hiding himself. If I am not mistaken, they must be siblings. How intriguing. I've finished. At that moment, the boy who had been writing formulas on the blackboard turned around, placing the chalk on the podium and shouting excitedly, Teacher, you lost. Please honor your promise. Shen Yi glanced at the formula the boy had written and nodded slightly. Not bad. This student has done quite well. However, it still falls short in comparison to my own. What a joke. At this point, teacher, you haven't written a single word, yet you brazenly praise yourself. Clearly, you've lost. Just look at the blackboard. The boy angrily turned to point at the board, only to be met with a shocking sight. A formula that had previously been absent now appeared on the once blank black screen, and it was remarkably succinct. Compared to the boy's lengthy formula, this one was both concise and straightforward, primarily because the students could grasp the problem-solving approach it represented. He dared say that had he not seen this formula, he would never have conceived of such a response in his lifetime. That the boy thought, bewildered. When he looked back at Shen Yi, he found that Shen Yi had already stepped down from the podium and was lightly tapping Lin Xie on the head with a book in his hand. Teacher, why did you hit me? Lin Xie said pitifully, covering her head with her hands, though inwardly she was quite pleased. He interacted with me. I wish you would tease me a bit more. Pay attention in class. Look at how distracted you were just now. Come down and copy this formula 10 times for me. Got it. I'll copy it 10 times. Shen Yi felt that Lin Xie's tone was somewhat off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint why in the end. He could only return to the podium and gaze at the dazed boy. Classmate, it's your turn to perform. A bet is a bet. Chapter 60. Acknowledgement of mistakes witnessing Shen Yi's miraculous maneuver. The onlookers lost their anticipation for a spectacle and shifted their attention to the blackboard. The boy who had just been on stage felt his face flush with embarrassment, suddenly realizing how shameful his prior behavior had been. Teacher Shen, I'm sorry. The boy looked at the incomprehensible formula on the board, understanding that his grasp of the subject was far inferior to Shen Yi's. He had doubted the teacher's credentials in a bid to showcase his own superiority, and reflecting on it now seemed utterly ridiculous. The boy bowed deeply to Shen Yi and shouted, "I apologize for my actions. Please allow me the opportunity to learn from you." "Teacher Shen," after finishing. The boy kept his head down. Too ashamed to meet Shen Yi's gaze, he was acutely aware that his disgraceful conduct could lead to serious consequences, so he sincerely apologized. "All right, return to your seat," Shen Yi said, not one to hold grudges. Since the boy had admitted his fault, it was best to move on. "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely pay attention in class." The boy hurried back to his seat, now fully focused on the lesson, and the others adopted a similarly earnest attitude. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had established his footing and could now teach with peace of mind. "Now, let's officially begin our lesson. First, how do we derive this formula?" As he elaborated, everyone listened intently, and time naturally slipped away. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Shen Yi had just concluded his teaching for the day. "We will stop here for this week's lesson. If anyone has further questions, please feel free to come and ask me afterward. I will write a group number on the blackboard for those who wish to contact me online during their free time." Teacher Shen. Just then, Han Yingying, who was seated next to Lin Xie, raised her hand with a playful smile. "I had a bit of confusion regarding the formula earlier. May I come and ask you about it?" Lin Xie frowned slightly at this. Han Yingying's notes had clearly indicated she understood the material well, yet she was putting on an act of ignorance, clearly trying to get closer to her A. "Teacher, I don't understand either." Lin Xie also raised her hand, her eyes fixed intently on Shen. Those two students, please wait a moment. I don't understand either," by Saran, who was sitting in the back row. Suddenly stood up excitedly, only to be pulled down by Machin. "It's all right, I'll help you later, Dado. Then let us wrap things up for today. Everyone that will meet again next time." "Goodbye, teacher." The students all stood up, gathering their notes, their faces filled with confidence. They all felt that under Shen Yi's guidance, they were drawing ever closer to Yingdu Academy. Soon, the classroom emptied, leaving only Lin Xie and Han Yingying behind. Bai Saran had intended to join them, but was ultimately escorted out by Machin. "All right, Han Yingying, do you have any further questions?" Shen Yi inquired while tidying up his lesson plans that he wasn't worried about Lin Xie, as he could always provide her with additional help later. "I'm just unclear about the steps for using this formula, for example." Han Yingying leaned forward, her two long pigtails cascading down, gradually inching closer to Shen Yi. "Han Yingying, you're being a bit vague. Why not point it out with your hand so I can understand your question better?" "Okay." Han Yingying nodded sweetly, walking around the podium to approach Shen Yi. Just as her shoulder was about to brush against his elbow, a figure suddenly intervened. "Coincidentally, I don't understand this part either, Sister Yingying. Let us listen together." "All right, sure." Han Yingying's mouth twitched slightly as she complied. "Here." Following the direction Han Yingying pointed to, Shen Yi began to explain, and after a brief yet clear explanation, he finally completed one of the steps. "Oh, that's why it's written this way. Do you understand?" "I understand. Thank you, Teacher Shen, that you're truly amazing." "You're too kind." Just then, Shen Yi suddenly felt as though his arm was being restrained by something, and when he turned to look, he found that Lin Xie had wrapped her arms around him without him realizing. "Ekshi, what's wrong? Isn't it class time anymore? I naturally have my own things to attend to." Lin Xie tightened her embrace and rested her head against his arm, a blissful expression on her face as she replied, "Now you are mine. You can't escape." Seeing this, Han Yingying feigned shock, covering her mouth in surprise. "Teacher, what is going on here?" "Oh, it's quite simple. Xiaoyi is my girlfriend, that we are a couple now," Shen Yi stated openly, feeling that as a university student, there was no need to hide such matters. "Really?" Han Yingying exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide open. "I'm so envious." "Teacher Shen, you are so." Lin Xie turned her head to look at Shen Yi, squinting her eyes and flashing a sweet smile. Shall we head home?" "All right. Goodbye, sister. I believe that one day I will be as happy as you." Han Yingying waved at Lin Xie, though her attention was entirely focused on the intertwined arms of the two. "Sister, it seems you're quite afraid of him leaving." "Huh. For some reason, I find myself wanting to see your expression of despair. I believe that version of you would be even more enchanting," with a smile. Han Yingying returned to her seat, stuffing her well-kept notebook in her bag and leisurely walking out of the classroom. I, how about we gotta play tomorrow? Of course, but little she, can you keep up with your studies? I thought today as problem should be easy for you to understand. Lin Xia's hand gently trailed down Shen Yi's arm, her index finger lightly tickling his palm before their fingers intertwined tightly. Actually, I purposely said I wouldn't be able to. And why is that? Because I want you to tutor me privately in the evening, teacher. After saying this, Lin Xia flirtatiously winked at Shen. Clearly understanding her meaning, turned red and averted his gaze. Well, we can discuss that later. Chapter 61. Dining out IE. Do you know that blonde girl from earlier? Are you referring to the class monitor? What about her? That woman is quite suspicious. IE. You need to be cautious around her. Lin Xia's tone grew slightly agitated as she pouted, seemingly expressing her discontent. Don't worry. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a teacher. With little she in my life, why would I show any interest in other girls? Shen Yi squeezed Lin Xia's soft hand, surprised to discover that she was a bit possessive upon hearing Shen Yi's words. Lin Xia's joy was evident, and she stood on her tiptoes to lightly peck his cheek. I'm really happy to have met you. Little she, why do you seem so clingy today? Not at all. I'm always this clingy. And so, Lin Xia wrapped her arm around Shen Yi's as they exited the teaching building. Just a short distance away, Lin Xia suddenly turned back to glance at the classroom. She saw that the lights were already off, the curtains slightly drawn, but a strand of golden hair and a pair of light green eyes were fixated on them. Humph. Why does IE attract so much attention? One after another, they want to steal my only treasure. These nuisances simply won't disappear, but I don't care. You will become the next Lu Union as their figures gradually faded out of sight beneath the building. The last glimpse of the curtain was finally drawn shut. Little she, upon reaching the bottom of the apartment building, Shen Yi paused and turned to look at the puzzled Lin Xia. Let us eat out today. It's a rare moment to relax. I have no objections as long as I'm with IE, that I'm willing to go anywhere. Little she, listening to Lin Xia's heartfelt words, even Shen Yi felt a lump in his throat. Then he pulled her tightly into his embrace. Breathing in her sweet scent, he whispered softly in her ear, rest assured, little she, once the conditions are right in the future, I will take you to every wonderful place in the world. Okay. Lin Xian naturally wrapped her arms around Shen Yi's waist, playfully responding. But honestly, I prefer spending all day at home with IE. Why is that? Lin Xia bashfully covered her face, as if recalling something delightful. Because IE himself is far more tempting than anything else. I want to devour IE all at once. Ouch! Little she, that statement is quite dangerous. You mustn't say such things recklessly in the future. Shen Yi retracted his affectionate gesture, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief at her words. Honestly, how can such a cute and beautiful girl occasionally spout such nonsense? Humph. IE has the heart of a thief, but lacks the courage. Truly a weakling. Hey, I think little she is quite cheeky. Where do you get your confidence? Well, IE, don't just boast. I haven't seen much of your capabilities. Eek! Before Lin Xia could finish her sentence. Shen Yi gently pressed his lips against her smooth, elastic cheek. Humph. What else can you possibly say? Shen Yi crossed his arms defiantly, unable to deny that Lin Xia resembled the most vibrant flower in a garden, even as he swallowed hard after merely kissing her cheek. Tissish, aside from that, IE, is that all you can do? I don't think you're impressive at all. Lin Xia smirked dismissively, seemingly unconcerned by Shen Yi's previous action. However, her darting eyes betrayed her true feelings, as she was only pretending to be calm. It seems I must show you my true prowess, or you'll never understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Without hesitation, Shen Yi leaned down to plant a kiss on Lin Xia's forehead, but as he lowered his head, he felt something was off. Strange, this doesn't seem like her forehead? When Shen Yi opened his eyes to assess the situation, he realized that Lin Xia's head was level with his, meaning he had inadvertently kissed her lips. Just as Shen Yi attempted to pull away, Lin Xia took the opportunity to push him into a secluded alley beside the apartment. Hamu, I like you. Lin Xia seemed to be lost in a trance, becoming uncontrollable whenever she caught a whiff of Shen Yi's scent. This was likely what people referred to as an addiction. As their minds clouded with a haze of passion, they finally separated, panting heavily with flushed faces, Lin Xiao's cheeks gradually returning to normal. Phew, I'm exhausted. Lin Xiao languidly collapsed against Shen Yi's chest, her dazed expression revealing just how wild she had been moments before. Little Shi, could you refrain from being so dramatic? After all, this is a public place. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us like this. Though Shen Yi muttered under his breath, he still caught Lin Xia to prevent her from falling to the ground. But IE is just too tempting. That is not a valid excuse, by the way. Who refers to me as tempting? Wait, since IE said that, does it mean that if we weren't in a public place, we could take things further? Not a chance, we should head out to eat. With that, Shen Yi hurriedly took Lin Xiao's hand and rushed out of the alley that it was now afternoon, and many restaurants were bustling, ready to welcome guests. Shen Yi led Lin Xia to a particular restaurant. This place serves authentic cuisine. I used to come here often. Little Shi, since it's your first time, you can choose the dishes. Shen Yi handed the menu to Lin Xia, who quickly marked the dish without hesitation and then began to browse through it rapidly. Observing her expertise, Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction. It seems little Shi will surely pick some excellent dishes. Clearly, she knows what she is doing. Lin Xia swiftly completed the menu and handed it to the nearby waiter. The waiter glanced at Shen Yi with a knowing look before turning to call out to the kitchen. What is wrong, IE? Why aren't you eating now that the dishes are served? Shen Yi fell silent, staring at the array of dishes on the table. Goji berry-stewed lamb spine, stir-fried sea cucumber with mustard greens, and garlic oysters. Little Shi, why did you choose these dishes? Because the pictures on the menu looked vibrant, with a variety of meats, vegetables, soup, and seafood. Everything you could want. As she spoke, Lin Xia took Shen Yi's bowl and added a couple of chopsticks of chives to it. IE, stop dawdling and eat. Seeing no sign of anything unusual in Lin Xia's eyes, Shen Yi decided to chalk it up to coincidence, unaware that all these dishes were considered tonics, as a young man. Consuming them might send him soaring. With a face full of anticipation, Lin Xia's eager expression compelled Shen Yi to eat bite by bite. Well, consuming just a little should be harmless. I certainly cannot waste such heartfelt intentions from Xiaoyi. Lin Xia propped her chin on one hand, incessantly placing more dishes into Shen Yi's bowl, occasionally emitting soft sighs as if recalling some delightful memory. Shen Yi puffed out his cheeks, shaking his hands in protest, and after chewing for quite some time, he hastily exclaimed, Xiaoyi, please, don't serve me anymore. I can manage on my own. Shen Yi's eating pace was utterly unable to keep up with Lin Xia's relentless serving. Just as he finished the contents of his bowl, she promptly filled it again. Hey, but there are still so many dishes left. We can take our time eating. By the way, Xiaoyi, you haven't even touched your own chopsticks. Clearly, you're doing this on purpose. Hehe, caught red-handed, Lin Xia tilted her head playfully and stuck out her tongue. Actually, I noticed you were exhausted from teaching today, so I wanted to nourish you. Later, I found online that these ingredients are particularly beneficial for boys. Do you know what these dishes are meant to nourish? Aren't they just for building up one's health? Lin Xia replied with a look of confusion, as if she truly did not understand. Yes, they are meant to nourish, but the direction of nourishment is somewhat different. Direction? Does nourishing one's health really require direction? Cough, cough. Naturally, it does. For instance, some foods can enhance skin hydration and beauty, while others can replenish bodily functions. And some can strengthen one's physique. That's so. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, picking up a pair of chopsticks filled with chives and offering them to Shen Yi's mouth. Without much thought, Shen Yi habitually opened his mouth to eat. The reason I asked you, Xiaoyi, is that these dishes can be a bit heating. Then why do they say online that they are excellent supplements? Indeed, they're supplements, but moderation is key. Consuming too much can lead to overheating. I see. Lin Xia agreed verbally, yet her hands did not cease, as she placed another piece of sea cucumber into Shen Yi's mouth. As Shen Yi continued eating, he sensed something was amiss. Why was he still being fed? Looking down, he noticed that the ingredients on the dining table were nearly depleted, while Lin Xia's bowl and chopsticks remained untouched, presenting a stark contrast. Xiaoyi, aren't you eating? Feeling the satiety in his stomach, Shen Yi realized that Lin Xia had not eaten a single bite from the start. I'm not that hungry right now. I have no appetite at all. But you should at least eat a little something to fill your stomach. Here I am, finishing everything by myself. It's all right. There's still some milk at home, so don't worry about me. Lin Xie stood up from her seat, linking her arm through Shen Yi's, speaking in a sweet, delicate tone that I've already paid. Since you're feeling too full, let us head back. We can digest on the way. Shen Yi felt that Lin Xie seemed rather anxious, even carrying a hint of urgency in her tone. Meanwhile, in an upscale apartment, Zhang Xie, dressed in an OL outfit and high heels, stepped into an elevator. When the doors finally opened, a figure stood before her. You arrived too late. Lu Yunyun, clad in pajamas, glared at Zhang Xie, holding a photo of Shen Yi in her hand, her disheveled hair indicating she had just woken up. You can't blame me. After all, there was so much work to do at school over the weekend. Zhang Xiaoyi shrugged helplessly as she stepped out of the elevator. I've gathered some new leads over the past few days. Oh, whose leads? Following Lu Yunyun into the living room, Zhang Xiaoyi noticed the decor that exuded a sense of affluence. Lin Xie's. Lu Yunyun plopped down onto the sofa and retrieved a transparent folder. The first page revealing a photo of Lin Xie, filled with dense notes of information, as expected of the young lady from the Lu family. Gathering such information is a breeze. Just as Zhang Xiaoyi reached for the folder, Lu Yunyun abruptly withdrew her hand. What do you mean by that? The calmness in Zhang Xiaoyi's tone vanished, replaced by a hint of inquiry and displeasure. Zhang Xiaoyi, you can't possibly think I'm a fool. Can you? Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. Lu Yunyun narrowed her eyes, glaring at Zhang Xiaoyi, forcefully slamming the folder onto the table. Don't presume you're clever. I see through all your actions. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll ensure you have no place to be buried. Are you threatening me? The only one who can assist you now is me, since my teammates refuse to be forthright with me. I might as well act on my own. Just wait, that I'm merely giving you a warning. No one dares to deceive me. Zhang Xiaoyi inwardly regretted her situation, realizing Lu Yunyun was not so easily manipulated. Her current strength was still too feeble. She must acquire more power to secure her position. As the folder opened, lines of information emerged. Lin Xie, female, father Lin Wuning, mother deceased, currently living with Shen Yi after mysteriously disappearing from her home. Any thoughts? After reading, Zhang Xiaoyi tossed the file aside, feeling that the information provided little assistance. That IT currently confirms that Lin Xie is quite detested in her family, meaning aside from Shen, no one else knows her. Lu Yunyun clenched her teeth at this revelation, vividly recalling the incident Lin Xie had caused before her, a memory that resurfaced each time she closed her eyes, deepening her resentment towards Lin Xie. Chapter 63. Outburst. Do you wish for her to vanish from this world? Zhang Xiaoyi crossed her legs, the light casting a glow on her black stockings, the slight separation of her feet and high heels adding an alluring touch. Yes, Lu Yunyun gritted her teeth. Since her disappearance would not attract attention, there's no need for any further schemes. No matter how skilled she is, can she outrun a bullet? At that moment, Lu Yunyun had completely lost her rationality, fixated solely on eliminating the humiliation Lin Xie had inflicted upon her. When the time comes, I want her to witness Shen Yi and me together, right until she dies with resentment. Zhang Xiaoyi fell into silence, taken aback by the deranged and sinister side of the seemingly elegant, gentle Lu Yunyun she never expected to see. Should one attribute Shen Yi's allure to his overwhelming charm, or is this the true nature of Lu Yunyun? Zhang Xie leaned more towards the former, as her emotions would also spiral out of control whenever she saw Shen Yi with another woman. Yet, she considered herself a rational and cautious individual. It felt as if her body had plunged into darkness, losing all control, consumed by the singular desire to possess Shen Yi, a feeling that had ignited the very first moment she laid eyes on him. Shen Yi, oh Shen Yi, why are you so lovable? Achoo! Just as Shen Yi returned home, still in his shoes, he sneezed at what's wrong. Are you catching a cold? Lin Xie clung to Shen Yi's back, nuzzling against him. Do you need me to warm you up? No. It's nothing, perhaps just a tickle in my nose that made me sneeze. Feeling the warmth radiating from her back, Shen Yi straightened up to explain. By the way, Xiaoyi, you still haven't had dinner. Is there anything you want me to cook for you? Sure, I want to eat the dishes made by Cough. At least let me go so I can cook. How can I do that while you're holding me? But I'm not hungry right now. Didn't you just say you had an appetite? Why are you suddenly not hungry? Lin Xie released her embrace and scampered over to the refrigerator. Retrieving a bottle of milk. Didn't I say earlier, a little milk is all I need. With that, Lin Xie twisted off the cap and drank the milk in one go, smacking her lips as if savoring the flavor. Is that enough to fill you up? Though Shen Yi was skeptical, he decided not to press further. As Lin Xie's expression indicated, she truly might not have an appetite today. Xiaoyi, I'm going to take a shower now. You should rest and review what I taught you today. Okay. Lin Xie nodded, raising her small hand to wave goodbye to Shen. If you need any assistance, please call for me. Shen Yi wondered why Lin Xie had said that, but he nodded in agreement. Grabbing a change of clothes, he headed straight for the bathroom, with the sound of water cascading from the shower head. Lin Xie, hiding outside the door, couldn't help but smile intriguingly. The dessert is finished. Now it's time for the main course. Compared to the bland milk from earlier, I find myself yearning for the taste of ai. Sigh. In the bathroom, Shen Yi exhaled deeply, completely unaware that he had become the target of a hunter. How strange. Why does it feel as though there's a fire burning in my abdomen? Just as Shen Yi was about to turn off the shower head and conclude his bath, a wave of warmth surged through every corner of his body, leaving him uncomfortably breathless, as if he were holding in a gasp. Suddenly, vivid images of the nourishing dishes he had shared with Lin Xie during dinner began to flood his mind, and he quickly identified the source of this warmth. Oh no! It must be because I ate too much earlier. Before Shen Yi could finish his thought, he froze in place, recalling the image of a bald, muscular man uprooting a willow tree. At that moment, he felt an uncanny resemblance to that scene. No. If this continues, something terrible will happen. Shen Yi clutched his stomach and approached the shower head, intending to turn it off, but instead, he increased the water pressure, as if to mask some unspoken disturbance. That's right, I haven't locked the bathroom door. Just as Shen Yi stealthily reached the bathroom door and placed a hand on the doorknob, it suddenly began to turn, and the door slowly creaked open. You've forgotten your towel. Lin Xie seemed prepared, swiftly entering while holding a towel, and before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yi's hand instinctively covered her eyes. Little Xie, why did you come in? Shen Yi appeared disheveled, desperately trying to maintain a safe distance from Lin Xie while using one hand to shield her eyes and the other to dodge the towel in her grasp. I came to bring you a bath towel. Why did you barge in without knocking? Can't you leave some privacy for a kid? I got it, but please don't cover my eyes. I can't see anything. With that, Lin Xie forcefully pried Shen Yi's hand away, eagerly scanning her surroundings. Perhaps Shen Yi's intense desire to survive preserved his dignity, while his heart raced uncontrollably. Tisich, what are you doing? Hurry up and get out. It took Shen Yi considerable effort to push Lin Xie out, promptly locking the door behind her. Phew, that scared me. Just as Shen Yi let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a metallic clinking sound, followed by a curious peek through the crack of the door. What he saw left him in shock. Lin Xie had somehow produced a key, inserting it into the bathroom door and beginning to twist it. And upon noticing Shen Yi open the door, she couldn't resist giving him a playful smile. What a little ghost. By the way, how do you have the bathroom key? When I gave you the keys, I was worried about accidents, so I made duplicates of all the room keys. Oh, I see. Shen Yi nodded thoughtfully, but quickly snapped back to retort. No, wait, little Xie, why are you using the key to open my door? Didn't you know I was taking a shower? Lin Xie lowered her head, clutching her shirt hem, her flushed cheeks betraying her embarrassment. I just needed to use the restroom. Use the restroom? Phew. So that's it. I thought. Thought what? Nothing. Chapter 64. The bold Lin Xie. Just a moment, little Xie, I'll be out after I tidy up. Okay, but be quick. Bang! As the door slowly closed, Lin Xie bounced back to the sofa. And after her interruption, Shen Yi knew he could no longer engage in any other activities. I'm so hungry. Lin Xie, as for the nefarious schemes, it is indeed I who am the wayward one. With that, Lin Xie lifted her gaze to meet the bewildered expression of Shen Yi before closing her eyes and tenderly kissing him. Xiaoyi. Wait a moment. I can hardly breathe him. Just as Shen Yi's mind was drowning in a sea of oxygen deprivation, Lin Xie reluctantly released him, gently wiping her lips with the back of her hand. Hey, just as Shen Yi thought everything was about to conclude, Lin Xie spoke again. There's something you haven't told me. Something? What do you mean? What were you doing just now? I was changing clothes. Who knew you would suddenly barge in, Xiaoyi? Oh, but why are you being so insincere, Yi? With that, Lin Xie mischievously winked at Shen Yi, her gesture seeming to unravel his excuse. This isn't entirely your fault, Xiaoyi. If you hadn't arranged dinner in such a manner, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Oh, I understand. Lin Xie feigned a look of sudden realization, placing her hands on Shen Yi's abdomen as she leaned down again. Then, since it was my mistake, I shall bear all the consequences. Chapter 65. Breakthrough. Hearing the unusual tone in Lin Xie's voice, Shen Yi sensed a subtle atmosphere. Though he wished to stop her, the raging fire within him completely extinguished his thoughts. Gently, he caressed Lin Xie's cheek and softly asked, Xiaoyi, are you really sure this is all right? Is it too soon? Lin Xie placed her hand on the back of Shen Yi's hand that was caressing her face, her bright eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. The bustling environment outside, filled with lights and noise, stood in stark contrast to the tranquil and delicate atmosphere within the room. Under the glow of the night, Lin Xie's graceful figure appeared exceptionally radiant, and the last remnants of Shen Yi's rationality faded away in the wake of her enchanting words. Lin Xie felt her body lighten as Shen Yi swept her up into his arms. Xiaoyi, are you certain you won't regret this? Never, Lin Xie replied, her arms wrapped around Shen Yi's neck, her eyes brimming with profound affection. The notion of regret was non-existent, for from the day she met Shen Yi, their fates had been irrevocably intertwined that I will not regret it. But what about you? Of course not. After Shen Yi exclaimed this with enthusiasm, he failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of something unusual in Lin Xie's gaze. Then it settled. If Yi were to do anything wrong. Lin Xie's tone shifted abruptly, her playful demeanor turning icy as she spoke softly. No matter where you flee, I will find you. Shivers coursed down Shen Yi's spine, the sudden chill striking him like a plunge into icy waters. Even the temperature of the room seemed to drop several degrees. Puffed. Lin Xie burst into laughter at Shen Yi's bewildered expression, covering her mouth. Silly, I was just teasing you. Look at your dazed face. How could you be frightened so easily by a few words? Oh, you little Xiaoyi, how dare you scare me? Just watch. I might just have to take you down a peg. Shen Yi retorted, playfully pinching Lin Xie's soft cheek. It turned out to be a mere false alarm. Lin Xie's earlier expression had reminded him of Lu Yunyun from that fateful night. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Xiaoyi might just be feeling insecure. Lin Xie wrapped her arms around Shen Yi's neck and tilted her head back, lying down on the bed. She then slowly closed her eyes, her eyelids fluttering gently, resembling a flower poised to bloom. I love you, Xiaoyi. The volcano had finally quelled. Here 1,000 words omitted. As night deepened, Shen Yi gazed down at Lin Xie, nestled comfortably in his embrace, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. This extraordinary sensation was so surreal that he almost believed it to be a dream. Lin Xie giggled softly, as if lost in a beautiful dream, her tousled bangs falling across her forehead, with a hint of perspiration glistening if one looked closely. This night would be unforgettable for both of them, their intertwined love growing ever stronger. Shen Yi carefully brushed Lin Xie's bangs aside, wiping the sweat from her forehead. In that moment, she resembled a flower refreshed by rain, more vibrant than ever, yet exuding an air of maturity. Gently stroking the fragrant, silky strands of her hair, Shen Yi leaned down to kiss Lin Xie's forehead, before tenderly enveloping her in his arms and closing his eyes. In Shen Yi's heart, from that night onward, Lin Xie would be the most important companion on his journey through life, for the first time in 2 lifetimes. His heart felt a tranquility it had never known before. A girl named Lin Xie had entered his world. Moments later, Shen Yi too drifted into slumber. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie, who had been nestled in his arms, suddenly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze intently upon Shen Yi's face. Lin Xie's delicate face still bore a hint of blush, her spirits seemingly high. The void startling Shen Yi, she rubbed her head slowly against his chest. However, as she shifted her position, she accidentally bumped her shoulder against Shen Yi, preparing to apologize, only to find him still fast asleep. It seems that Yi is truly exhausted today. Well, that's understandable. After all, hard-working Yi has been toiling away for so long. Though initially a bit unaccustomed, as time passed, Lin Xie could feel the overwhelming affection Yi brought her. Shen Yi remained oblivious to the fact that after this night, his previously mundane life would become increasingly vibrant, and he had successfully unlocked the Pandora's box within Lin Xie's heart. The glaring morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Shen Yi's face, gradually rousing him from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Lin Xie, nestled in his embrace, had already awakened, her captivating eyes, like black holes, gazing at him intently. "Good morning, Xiaoyi." "Good morning, Yi." After saying this, Lin Xie stretched her neck and gently pecked Shen Yi's lips. "That you've worked hard." "Worked hard?" "Yes, just like the farmers who toiled diligently to harvest their crops in autumn. Aren't you just like a hard-working farmer?" "What do you mean, Xiaoyi? I feel like I'm not quite following you." Shen Yi replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Humph." With that, Lin Xie sat up in one swift motion before leaning back into his embrace, tilting her head back to whisper sweetly into Shen Yi's ear. "It's all right. You will understand someday." Shen Yi could only take Lin Xie's words as musings, for he genuinely did not grasp what the innocent Xiao she was trying to convey. "By the way, Xiaoyi," Shen Yi seemed to recall something, gently patting her head with concern. "Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? I'm afraid I might have hurt you." "Yi, you're so thoughtful." Lin Xie smiled and shook her head. "I'm perfectly fine. In fact, you look quite worn out yourself of course, last night." Shen Yi's words trailed off suddenly, as he noticed Lin Xie's gaze was strikingly similar to how she had looked the previous night. "Seductive and alluring. Do you know the growth cycle of ripening fruits? Why bring that up all of a sudden? Because don't you find it fascinating? Different temperatures yield different crops, and some crops can bear fruit multiple times in a single season. So, could you please put in a bit more effort, dear?" Shen Yi's heart sank as he sensed impending trouble, but it was too late for him to react. Chapter 66. Adding friends, aha. "I was wrong." At that moment, Lin Xie lay on the bed, laughing helplessly as Shen Yi continued to tickle her. "Are you still being cheeky? What kind of word games are you playing? You're quite the charmer. Aren't you? Ha ha ha. I was wrong. Forgive me." After their playful banter, the two of them lay on the bed, gazing into each other's eyes. Lin Xie spoke first. "I can't seem to live without you." "What should I do?" "Silly. As if I could live without you. Rest assured, Xiaoyi, now that we've crossed this threshold, I will certainly take responsibility for you. I'm not worried that Yi will abandon me. I yearn to be with you at all times." Upon finishing her words, Lin Xie gently nudged towards Shen Yi's position, ceasing only when her forehead met his. "All right, I understand your feelings, little Xi. However, our leisure time has come to an end. It is time to rise and freshen up. You go ahead. I wish to rest a little longer." "Very well, I shall call for you shortly." "Okay." Shen Yi swiftly changed his attire and left the bedroom, while Lin Xie lifted the quilt at the bedside. Fixating her gaze upon the sheets, she stared dreamily at a hint of red amidst the rosy dawn, a blissful expression gracing her face. "This is not a dream. It is reality. I have him. I possess him. I claim him." A mischievous smile crept on her lips as she suddenly buried her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes, rendering her emotions unreadable. Abruptly, Lin Xie's hand began to slowly reach beneath her pillow, and to her surprise, she pulled out a sharp pair of scissors, promptly aiming them at the rising sun, ready to snip in Lin Xie's mind. Such beautiful memories must be preserved, particularly as they symbolize a unique significance pertaining to Shen Yi. After washing up, Shen Yi did not return to the bedroom immediately. Instead, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Though his physique had diminished compared to his previous life, he still held his own here. He had sensed Lin Xie's pallor the night before. It was clear he had overstepped, especially considering her petite frame still required nourishment. He chastised himself for his momentary impulsiveness, forgetting to treat her with the gentleness she deserved. When Lin Xie requested to rest a while longer, his guilt deepened, prompting him to allow her to sleep undisturbed as he busied himself in the kitchen. Dingling, at that moment, Shen Yi's phone rang, startling him as he discovered a friend request from a group chat. Class monitor Han Yingying. "Good morning, Teacher Shen. I am Han Ying, the class monitor. The school has entrusted me with adding your contact information for subsequent teaching correspondence. Thank you. Han Ying? Oh, it's heard a vision of a cute girl with golden hair styled in twin ponytails flashed in his mind. He remembered her as Lin Shi's desk mate. IT was indeed her responsibility to hand over the school's teaching duties to him. No wonder she held the position of class monitor. Her capabilities were not to be underestimated. Shen Yi pressed to approve the request. A message from Han Ying promptly arrived. Han Ying. Good morning, Teacher Shen. From now on, I shall be your dedicated assistant. Dedicated assistant. That sounds rather peculiar. Shen Yi replied, Class monitor Han. You need not be so formal. We're not far apart in age. Simply call me teacher. All right then. May I call you Shen Yi during our free time? That is fine, as it is outside of my purview that I understand. By the way, Shen Yi, what are you doing now? Just as Shen Yi prepared to type, a small hand slid down from his shoulder, resting upon his chest, nearly causing him to drop the spatula in shock. Oh, Xiaoyi, what are you doing? Chatting so joyfully with someone. Lin Xie's dark eyes were hauntingly deep, her tone frigid. Little Xi, you are awake. Shen Yi gently placed down the spatula, his warm hand caressing her arm as he spoke tenderly that I am preparing breakfast for you. The person I was chatting with is Han Ying. Your desk mate from yesterday. She added me as a friend to discuss school matters, so I accepted. Here, take a look. Lin Xie took Shen Yi's phone, resting her head against his back as she swiftly perused their chat history. It was evident that Han Ying's manner of conversing was rather inappropriate, filled with an abundance of emoticons and a playful tone, while Shen Yi's responses were far more straightforward and conventional. You truly are worry-free, just as I deeply trust you. Lin Xie's gaze gradually returned to normal, and she tucked the scissors in her pocket. However, what nerve Han Ying had? Aside from Lu Yunyan, she was the second person courting disaster. Was my imposing presence insufficient? Why do they persist in attempting to usurp my Perhaps I ought to place in a relatively secure environment. After all, this is for his own good. It will surely understand my intentions that in due time we shall enjoy year after year. Day after day, little Xi. What did you say? Lin Xie was startled awake by Shen Yi's call. Yet the thought had already etched itself into her heart that I was about to eat. The kitchen is filled with oil fumes. Stay a bit farther away so you aren't bothered. Okay. Lin Xie nodded, picking up Shen Yi's phone and pressing the voice message button, her melodious voice ringing out. Good morning, Sister Ying. I am currently having breakfast with Yi. I wonder if you have eaten yet. Oh, by the way, Yi's culinary skills are quite impressive. I indulged in several late-night snacks last night, which I cannot forget that late-night snacks. When did we have those? Hehe, it's nothing. I shall go wash up now. Thank you for your hard work, and oh problem. Tea that moment. Han Ying was seated in her garden, adorned in a white and blue Lolita dress, enjoying cookies and milk. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a new voice message. Han Ying elegantly set down her milk cup, using a handkerchief to dab at her lips, a secret delight blossoming within her. And oh, one can resist my beauty. Has he not already fallen for me? It seems he is eager to hear my voice. With this thought, Han Ying hummed lightly before pressing the button to listen to the voice message chapter 67. Surveillance records. Han Ying, filled with glee, pressed play on the voice message sent by Shen Yi. However, to her surprise, the voice on the other end was not Shen Yi's melodious tone, but rather the sweet, ringing voice of Lin Xie. Lin Xie, after listening to Lin Xie's words, Han Ying nearly dropped her glass of milk, her chest heaving several times before she regained her composure. So eager to assert your claim, are you? How pitiful. Your life must be quite dismal. Han Ying scoffed before replying with a voice message. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it is Sister Xi. That I truly envy you for living together. However, Sister must be cautious with those late-night snacks. Should you miss out one day, it will be quite the regret. Ding! After a moment, a message returned. Thank you for your concern. Sister Ying, my appetite is quite robust. However, you ought to take care of yourself, lest you fall ill in unfamiliar lands. Sister certainly knows how to speak amusingly. I want to intrude upon your honeymoon phase that enjoy yourselves, after sending that message. Han Ying gently placed her empty milk cup on the table, unfazed by Lin Xie's verbal sparring. Instead, she basked in the fragrant floral aroma surrounding her garden. Lin Xie, I wonder how things would unfold if your indiscreet behavior were to be exposed. How exhilarating to anticipate little Shi. Time for breakfast. Okay. After freshening up, Lin Xia lay on the sofa, placing Shen Yi's phone on the coffee table before smoothing out the wrinkles on her clothes as she settled beside him. Observing Lin Xia, who sat obediently on the chair, swinging her legs, Shen Yi couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Well then, today's breakfast is a special red date bone soup. Nourishing for the blood. It smells wonderful. Lin Xia leaned closer to the pot, inhaling the aroma, and then extended her hand to Shen Yi. Could you please serve me a bowl? I can hardly wait to taste it. Shen Yi took the bowl, ladled a spoonful of soup, and handed it to Lin Xia. Sip it slowly. Be cautious. It's hot. Okay. Lin Xia could distinctly feel that following last night's events, Shen Yi was even more attentive towards her. His tone imbued with a tender warmth that was beyond reproach. Your kindness leaves me in a quandary. Your gentleness, your love, everything about you, I desire so much. I am truly a greedy person. Lin Xia blew on the steam rising from the soup before taking a small sip. How is it? Little Shi. Tasty. I assent it. Lin Xia nodded, resting her head on Shen Yi's shoulder, responding blissfully. Thank you, for everything you do for me. That I am truly, truly happy. This is what I ought to do. The two nestled against each other for a moment before Shen Yi suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Little Shi, you must respect me during class next time. After all, I am your teacher, and you should give me some face in public. Who says I don't respect teachers? I am clearly paying attention in class. Lin Xia pouted in dissatisfaction, taking another sip of the soup cooked by Shen Yi. And you, Xiaoyi, you are clearly looking at me with a strange expression. It feels as if you have some ulterior motive. You are talking nonsense. That was simply a gaze filled with a thirst for knowledge. You are the one misunderstanding. Hey, do I need to check the surveillance footage to convince you? Shen Yi began. But before he could finish, Lin Xia suddenly stood up, swiftly grasping Shen Yi's chin with one hand while the other rested on the back of his chair, leaning in to kiss him. Xiaoyi, Shen Yi thought to himself that Lin Xia was playing a game she couldn't handle. When she couldn't win an argument, she resorted to action. He felt a strong condemnation welling up within him. Though he had to admit the experience was rather delightful. I owe you so much. Lin Xia smiled sweetly at Shen Yi before finishing her bowl of soup in one gulp and hurriedly leaving the dining table towards the front door. Shen Yi was utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. One moment, Lin Xia was enjoying her meal, and the next, she seemed ready to leave, looking quite grateful. Xiaoyi, are you heading out? Why the rush? Where are you going? Shen Yi followed her outside, only to find Lin Xia already putting on her white socks and preparing to leave. As she slipped on her boots, she glanced back at Shen Yi apologetically. Sorry, I forgot something very important at school. I'll be back shortly, so you wait patiently at home. Okay, how about I accompany you? No, that's unnecessary. I will pick up a few things on my way back. With that, Lin Xia turned the doorknob and stepped out, waving goodbye to Shen Yi. Goodbye, Yi. Be careful on the way. Shen Yi was puzzled by Lin Xia's strange behavior. What could possibly be so urgent? Curiosity piqued, he felt compelled to follow her, primarily concerned for her safety. Oh, it's you. As Lin Xia walked towards the school, she recalled Han Yingying's self-assured words from earlier and suddenly realized something. The reason for her confidence must be that she held some leverage over Lin Xia, which reminded her of the day she and Shen Yi first arrived at Sakura University. It was you who caused the commotion. If it weren't for I mentioning it today, I would have connected the dots. Han Yingying, I eagerly anticipate your next move. What? Something dropped. At that moment, the security guard in the monitoring room was slightly taken aback upon seeing Lin Xia approach. Then nodded. No worries, young lady. There's no rush. If you want to check, feel free to do so. By the way, my daughter is about your age. Thank you so much, sir. This matter is quite important to me. I truly appreciate it. Lin Xia expressed her gratitude with a deep bow to the guard. Not at all. Not at all. That I'm just stepping outside for a smoke. You can take your time. All right. After watching the guard leave, Lin Xia swiftly accessed the surveillance platform and sought the record from the day she and Shen Yi first visited Sakura University. To her astonishment, the footage from that day had disappeared, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Could it be Chapter 68. The End of Tolerance. Could it be that Han Yingying had already obtained the footage ahead of time? It makes sense if she dared to threaten me with it. She must have been well prepared. TSK. This revelation left Lin Xie feeling quite displeased. She found herself in a rather passive position. Who would have thought that the person in the hallway that day would be Han Yingying? Ultimately, it was her own carelessness. Ding ding. Just as Lin Xie fell into contemplation, her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a private message from Han Yingying. "Hello, sister. I trust you had a delightful breakfast." Lin Xie snorted disdainfully and typed a response. "Cut the pleasantries. What do you want?" "Such bravado, sister. It seems you are aware of the situation, but alas, you are a step too late." With that, Lin Xie received a photo, which depicted her and Shen Yi at the entrance that day. "Who would have thought you had such a wild side, sister? What do you think would happen if the school found out? You think this is enough to hold me hostage? I know you're not simple and don't care for such things, but what if the video spreads and Shen Yi's reputation suffers, leading to his expulsion from Sakura University?" As Lin Xie read this, she bit down on her lip, crimson blood trickling down, her fingers furiously tapping on her phone. "Take your grievances out on me that if you dare to touch I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. Sister, you are quite infatuated, but do you think I would be afraid? Don't forget, we are of the same ilk. All right, I don't have time to chat with you. I hope you will obediently deliver the teacher to me. Perhaps I will return him once I've had my fun." Lin Xie turned off her phone screen, lowering her head as she slowly walked out of the monitoring room, her heavy steps mirroring her troubled heart. As she made her way down the corridor towards the exit, a figure suddenly blocked her path. Lin Xie fiercely lifted her head, ready to confront the person who dared to provoke her. But upon recognizing the individual, her expression softened. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Lin Xie exclaimed, clearly surprised yet feeling a surge of joy and warmth inside. "What? Can I come?" Shen Yi chuckled, ruffling Lin Xie's hair. "Did you find what you dropped?" "Yes, I found it." Lin Xie had no intention of revealing this incident to Shen Yi. It was a mistake she felt she should resolve herself. Shen Yi pinched Lin Xie's slightly rounded cheek, commenting, "Looks like your meals have been better lately. I need to make sure Xiaoyi stays plump and healthy. You can't be so careless in the future." Xiaoyi? Suddenly, Lin Xie's smile faded, and she dashed into Shen Yi's embrace. Clutching the fabric of his shirt tightly, burying her head in his chest, "I'm sorry." "What's this? Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" Shen Yi looked at Lin Xie in confusion, gently patting her back with one hand while embracing her. "Xiaoyi, if you have something to say, let us discuss it together, all right?" "Yes." Lin Xie managed to smile, though her expression remained tense. She gazed into Shen Yi's eyes and slowly spoke. "It's nothing, just that I feel so grateful for how good you are to me, that it makes me very happy." "Silly girl, if I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well? You are my girlfriend now. Of course, I will take responsibility for you." Hearing Shen Yi's words made Lin Xie's heart flutter with sweetness. She became even more resolute about resolving the matter with Han Yingying. She didn't want this burden to disrupt the sweetness of her time with Shen Yi. Han Yingying. As Lin Xie linked arms with Shen Yi on their way home, she suddenly glanced at a convenience store they were passing and released his arm. "I want to buy something from the store. Can you wait for me here for a moment?" "Oh, that's no problem, but we need me to help." Not right now." With that, Lin Xie cheerfully dashed into the convenience store. Bored, Shen Yi took out his phone to catch up on the latest chapters of a novel that he had paused reading when the female protagonist turned villainous and began chasing the male lead. How had the story progressed since then? Wow, the Yandere is terrifying. The male lead ran away to another country, but was still found. If they leave even a trace, they will be tracked down. I must admire their keen observational skills. However, he was relieved that such scenarios only existed in fiction. Reality was much more mundane. Speaking of which, the image of Lu Yunyun came to mind. Well, she must be an exception. Speaking of the male lead, he was quite pathetic, a grown man unable to defend himself against a Yandere girl. Didn't he know how to fight back? In the end, he was imprisoned, living a desolate existence. Shen Yi shook his head and put his phone back in his pocket. Glancing toward the store, he saw Lin Xie emerging with a large bag of snacks, while the cashier behind the counter looked at her in disbelief. What are you looking at? Do you think I lack gentlemanly manners?" Seeing this, Shen Yi quickly stepped forward to take the bag from Lin Xie. "Xiaoyi, Let me carry that for you. No. These are all mine. I'll carry them myself. Wow. Quite possessive, aren't we? All right, I want to touch a tea. As they spoke, the two made their way home, oblivious to the fact that Lin Xia's snack bag contained, apart from a couple of snack packets on top, an assortment of brightly colored boxes beneath. With a melodic chime, a couple entered the store, playfully teasing each other. Darling, shall we watch a movie tonight? Sure, I'll go buy some snacks. Go ahead. After dismissing his girlfriend, the man raised an eyebrow at the clerk. Hello? Could you prepare a box for me? The clerk awkwardly smiled at the man. I'm sorry, but we are out of stock today. Impossible. You must be joking. How could this be? The man glanced down and indeed found the shelves emptied as the clerk had stated. Surely, you must have stock in the back. Is there any left? I'm afraid even the stock in the warehouse is sold out. Chapter 69. A friendly appearance. Xiaoyi. Are you certain that bag only contains snacks? It seems rather suspicious. Shen Yi was the first to step into the elevator, pressing the button for their floor while glancing back at the bottom of the bag. Feeling that the colorful items did not resemble snacks at all. Lin Xia, her face flushed, hid the bag behind her, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, and stammered, It's really just snacks. Look, there are chips on top. Let me see then. I want some chips too. Shen Yi reached out toward Lin Xia. She swiftly slapped his hand away. No, absolutely not. Those chips are my favorite, and not even you can have them. Lin Xia hurriedly prevented Shen Yi from probing further, her flustered demeanor akin to a startled creature. Something's amiss. Shen Yi noted the flickering uncertainty in Lin Xia's eyes and sensed that something was off, directing his gaze toward the shopping bag. Xiaoyi must be hiding something from me. Could it be related to this morning's events? Xiaoyi, hand it over to me. No. Well then, you leave me no choice. With that, Shen Yi attempted to snatch the shopping bag from Lin Xia's grasp. But at that moment, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and Lin Xia slipped out like a loach, quickly darting towards home. Try to escape? Shen Yi, seeing this, was unperturbed and leisurely followed after Lin Xia. Xiaoyi, I advise you to come clean and show me what's in the bag. If you confess now, I might let it slide. No, you can't do this. You'll regret it. Lin Xia protested as she fumbled for her keys, anxiously twisting the door lock while glancing back at Shen Yi. Regret? That word does not exist in my dictionary. As Shen Yi drew closer, Lin Xia finally managed to unlock the door. Just as she intended to rush into the living room with the bag, Shen Yi seized it from her grip. Gotcha! Shen Yi held onto the bag tightly, and regardless of Lin Xia's efforts to pull it away, she could not break free. Let me see. No, In the midst of their struggle, the fragile shopping bag tore apart, scattering an array of colorful little boxes across the floor. Shen Yi, initially bewildered, squatted down to inspect one of the boxes closely. This isn't. Now it was Shen Yi who stuttered, astonished that Lin Xia had purchased such items in such quantity. At that moment, he understood the clerk's pitying gaze toward him, tinged with concern. Xiaoyi. As Shen Yi looked up at Lin Xia, he was struck by the absence of her earlier panic. Instead, she wore a mischievous smile, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure. Have you ever heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? I had already warned you, yet you insisted on digging deeper. As Lin Xia advanced towards him, Shen Yi found himself losing his initial bravado, sitting on the floor and retreating. Xiaoyi, stay calm, that I'm only worried about you. Why on earth did you buy so many of these, even if you intended to blow up balloons? This is excessive. Lin Xia casually closed the door, turning to face Shen Yi, who now appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. If you already know their purpose, why bother asking? They're certainly for use. For use? So many. Not too many. If the store hadn't run out, I would have bought their entire stock. Lin Xia sighed slightly, revealing a hint of regret. Shen Yi gazed at her, incredulous. This was a far cry from the shy, sweet, and tender girl he had known last night. What have I done? I've unleashed a beast. Unfazed by Shen Yi's expression, Lin Xia selected a box from the pile and waved it in front of him. Today's target is 1 box. From now on, I'll increase your training intensity daily. How about that? Specialized training is quite humane. Wouldn't you agree? Cough. Xiaoyi, I'm feeling a bit unwell that I might need to go to the hospital. Why don't you wait for me at home? No need. I'll make sure you get all the training you need. With that, Lin Xie began to drag Shen Yi's feet towards the bedroom. How has your studying been lately? Are you putting in the effort? In a room, a girl with black hair and blue eyes sat on the sofa, munching on chips resting on her legs while chatting on the phone. Don't worry, father. Our class has a super amazing teacher. Even my brother says he's great. Is that so? Then Su Ran, make sure you study hard and I'll come back to see you when I have the time. Okay. Bai Su Ran smiled sweetly, clearly looking forward to what the man on the other end of the line had said. Just then, a soft voice came through the phone. Visiting hours are over. Darling, now it's our sweet time together in no. A scream echoed from the phone, abruptly ending the call. Bai Su Ran blinked in confusion, her attention drifting back to the television, just as she reached toward the snack bag for some chips. A large hand snatched the bag away first at Ooh. Bai Su Ran pouted, reaching out, but her tall brother Bai Machin held the snack bag high above her head. Brother, Bai Su Ran immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Her performance remarkably practiced and seamless, her surprise. The man firmly rejected her plea. No. You barely touched your dinner. You can't have snacks. Bad brother, Bai Su Ran, realizing her act had failed, sulked, and turned her head away in frustration. Bai Machin sighed lightly, but for the sake of his sister's health, he had to stand firm, ultimately removing the apron he had worn to wash the dishes and placing the chips in the refrigerator. Chapter 70. The Comeback. Hehe. Lin Xie chuckled playfully, embracing the motionless Shen Yi sprawled on the bed. Congratulations, Yi, on successfully clearing the level. Shen Yi slowly turned his head, his expression inscrutable, resembling a sage detached from worldly matters. Oh, I see. So according to you, I should take pride in this? Is this the same person for last night? Referee, I report her for playing the fool. Lin Xie sighed contentedly, as if savoring a delightful moment. Her eyes squinting as she made a humming sound. Xiaoyi, what is it? Lin Xie opened her eyes, looking at Shen Yi with eager anticipation, leaning closer, but I understand your feelings. Now that we are together. This is what we both desired, and I truly like you, Xiaoyi. Shen Yi spoke earnestly. But you must know that love is a gradual process. If you rush it, it may lead to failure. Just like today, where unforeseen circumstances could arise over time. Shen Yi hoped to dissuade Lin Xie from her current plan, as he felt nearly exhausted after just one day, fearing he might not survive to see another sunrise. He does have a point. Lin Xie nodded thoughtfully. Under normal circumstances, she would never allow Shen Yi any opportunity for rebuttal. However, after today's events, she realized that Shen Yi did not exhibit any signs of disappointment due to her capriciousness. Instead, he persistently inquired about her well-being. This warm concern made her feel exceedingly gentle, and overall, both parties were deeply engrossed in the experience of the day. Then how about this? Lin Xie seemed to have made a firm decision, signaling a one gesture toward Shen Yi. What do you think of this? This is my utmost concession. 1. Shen Yi swallowed hard, and upon seeing Lin Xie's resolute gaze, he understood that agreeing today was not merely an option. It was an imperative. She was not negotiating but informing him. After a long pause, Shen Yi finally sighed in resignation and nodded. I agree. Good. This is what you said, Yi. If you breach this vow, I reserve the right to take coercive measures. Lin Xie nodded in satisfaction, then buried her head in Shen Yi's chest, slowly closing her eyes. Good night, Yi. I look forward to it every day. Good night, Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, Lin Wuning, who was still on his way home, was unexpectedly surrounded by men in black, blocking his path. His heart raced as he looked at them in confusion. Are you Mr. Lin Wuning? Our young lady has a matter to discuss with you. Young lady? Who? You will know when you arrive. Under their guidance, Lin Wuning was taken to a relatively secluded tavern, where a graceful young woman was gazing intently at a photo of a boy on her phone. Seemingly lost in thought, Shen Yi, it won't be long before you return to my embrace, and at that time, I shall not let you slip away from my grasp. Greetings, young lady. Trembling, Lin Wuning stood by the table. His face filled with trepidation as he looked at Lu Yunyun, but he could tell from her demeanor that the person before him was not ordinary. Hello, Mr. Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yunyun, daughter of the president of Lu Group. Lu Group? Upon hearing this, Lin Wuning nearly collapsed, standing frozen as if struck by lightning. For an ordinary company employee like him to encounter someone of Lu Yunyun's stature was beyond his wildest imagination. Mr. Lin, do not be afraid. I am not here to cause you any trouble. I merely have a few questions for you, Lu Yunyun said, lifting a goblet of deep red wine to take a sip. Do you have a daughter named Lin Xie? Why, yes. May I ask why you were looking for her? Did she cause you any trouble? Lin Wuning began to curse under his breath, but then he noticed a strange smile curling at the corners of Lu Yunyun's mouth, causing him to immediately cease his words. So, are you implying that Lin Xie does not have a good relationship with your family? Observing the hint of dissatisfaction in Lu Yunyun's tone regarding Lin Xie, he felt emboldened to speak candidly. Young lady, to be frank, that girl was actually brought home by my late wife and me many years ago. If it were not for my wife's inability to conceive due to special circumstances, I would never have taken her in. It seems my instincts were correct. Lin Wuning continued. He became increasingly animated, unloading years of pent-up negative emotions. Ultimately, she is not of my Lin Wuning's blood. Why should I treat her well? I initially gave her a chance at life. At worst, she would face some bullying from the current family, but who would have thought that ungrateful wretch would dare to threaten me? Had I known, I would never have taken her in. Lin Wuning did not fully disclose the extent of Lin Xie's mistreatment over the years, as he felt no need to TO him. Lin Xie was merely a burden. I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. Lu Yunyun appeared pleased, draining her glass of red wine and tossing a card on a Lin Wuning's table. There is 500,000 in this card. It is what you deserve. 500,000. Lin Wuning was astonished, his mouth agape with disbelief as he quickly snatched the card and clutched it to his chest, bowing profusely toward Lu Yunyun. Thank you, young lady. Thank you. Watching Lu Yunyun leave, Lin Wuning felt a wave of satisfaction. He never expected that a worthless girl could bring him such a substantial fortune. Indeed, his luck was extraordinary, miss. Are you really going to do this? This is no small matter. What if the master finds out? Besides, he is just a slightly better performing boy. There are countless who are more capable than him. Miss, the man in black at the driver's seat cautiously questioned Lu Yunyun in the back. But as he mentioned Shen Yi, he met Lu Yunyun's terrifying gaze, prompting him to hastily fall silent, goosebumps rising on his arms. If you ever mention him again, you can consider yourself dismissed. Yes. Lu Yunyun retracted her menacing glare, turning to gaze out of the car window at the bright moon, unaware that dark clouds had already begun to gather around it, signifying that the moon would not shine for long. Chapter 71. A deep discussion in the office with the distinct sound of high heels drawing nearer. Students around turned to glance at the windowsill. Shen, a stern reprimand pulled the sleepy Shen Yi back to reality. Present, rubbing his drowsy eyes, Shen Yi stood up. In truth, he was not the type to sleep in class. However, this morning, as he was about to leave for school, Lin Xie had transformed into a toll booth, refusing to let him depart until he surrendered an exit fee, which ultimately led to his drowsiness in class. How dare you sleep in my class? You ought to be ashamed as my academic representative. It seems you are tired of living. Xiaoyi adjusted her glasses, her brows slightly furrowed as her eyes scrutinized Shen. I apologize, Teacher Zheng. I accidentally dozed off. Please forgive me. Something seems off. This doesn't appear to be mere fatigue, more like a state of weakness. Could it be that girl has already taken action? TSK? Lu Yunyun has truly squandered a brilliant strategy. If I were her, I would probably be naming my child by now. What a pity. Xiaoyi refocused, looking at the apologetic Shen Yi with irritation. Partly, it was because Shen Yi had become less flawless, and partly because he had the audacity to sleep in her class, suggesting she was not captivating enough. Humph. Xiaoyi pointed to the blackboard, and if you can solve the problems on the board, I will allow you to sit down. Answer the questions. Shen Yi glanced at the blackboard, noticing the unfamiliar and somewhat challenging problems. However, he confidently approached the podium, as he deemed these problems trivial. Do not underestimate the once heroic Shen Yi who saved the world. Cough. That was a bit overzealous. With swift precision, Shen Yi grabbed the chalk and began writing on the board, while the surrounding students eagerly watched, well aware of the academic representative's prowess. All right, I'm done. Shen Yi dusted off his chalk-covered hands and looked at Zheng Xie. Not bad. As expected of my academic representative. Zheng Xie patted Shen Yi's shoulder, indicating he could sit down. However, Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly changed her tone. Come to my office later. Why? I already answered correctly. I mean, you can sit down for answering the questions correctly, but sleeping is a violation of school rules, so you still need to make a trip to the office. Sigh. I understand. Shen Yi sighed dramatically. Xiaoyi, you've put me in this predicament. Achio, snuggled under the covers, Lin Xia inhaled the scent of Shen Yi's clothes and suddenly sneezed, rubbing her nose as she squinted. It must be Yi thinking of me. Speak up. After returning to her office, Zhang Xiaoyi closed the door behind Shen Yi and locked it. She then unbuttoned the top button of her blouse and reclined lazily in her chair, her alluring posture captivating to countless men. Shen Yi awkwardly diverted his gaze toward the test papers to distract himself. Teacher Zheng, this is a bit unseemly. Oh, are you implying that sleeping in class is more refined? Not at all. I think your demeanor seems a bit off. Humph. Zhang Xiaoyi removed her high heels, placing her feet on the chair, curling up into a ball, her office attire accentuating her mature charm. This is my office. I can do as I please. I'm not one of those rigid old fogies, and you need not fear that I will harm you. Zhang Xiaoyi playfully shot a glance at Shen Yi. Not at all, not at all. All right, what I actually wanted to say isn't of much importance, If you feel tired, feel free to come here and rest. That sofa is available for you to sleep on. Ah. Shen Yi blinked in surprise at this, unsure if he could maintain a good mental state every day, but the hard, uncomfortable desk was indeed bothersome, particularly for his back. Really, Teacher Zheng, but that seems a bit against the rules. Doesn't it? Rules? In my office, I am the rule. Besides, I rarely spend time in the office so you can use it to rest. Zhang Xiaoyi smirked slightly, burying her expression in her legs. Indeed, this is all thanks to you. Lin Xia. Thank you, Teacher Zheng. You are truly my dear. Teacher, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I, Shen Yi, would dare not utter a single refusal. Shen Yi spoke with great righteousness, but his thoughts were entirely on the soft, inviting sofa. Haha, there's no need for such formality. I don't require anything from you. Just focus on improving your grades. Who knows, I might even receive an extra bonus. All right then? However, since you've already said that, would it leave me feeling remiss if I didn't make a request? Just as Shen Yi was about to leave, Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly pulled the topic back. Teacher Zheng, go ahead. It's nothing major. You could just call me Xiaoyi outside of class. The students always seem to fear me, but I don't think I'm frightening at all. How can you not be frightening? Just the other day, 2 boys in class were teasing the girls, and with just one command from you, they were made to copy the textbook 3 times and even received a reprimand. Who wouldn't he be afraid of you? Of course, Shen Yi dared not voice his true thoughts, merely nodding awkwardly. Yes, I believe you're not frightening at all. In fact, you are quite open-minded. All right, here is the key for you. Come whenever you wish to sleep. But let me remind you, Zhang Xiaoyi playfully pressed her finger against Shen Yi's forehead, that if you dare to come over and sleep during class, just wait until I deal with you. Rest assured, Teacher Xiaoyi, that will absolutely not happen. You can rest easy. I have class shortly, so I shall take my leave. With that, Zhang Xiaoyi put her feet down, donned her boots, and exited the office, while Shen Yi gazed at the key in his palm. Scratching his head, Teacher Zheng is quite nice. ISNT she. Is this what the younger generation's open-mindedness looks like? Oh well, I should head to class now. With a place to rest, I need fear dozing off during lectures. Chapter 72. Scolding I'm back. After finishing his afternoon classes, Shen Yi purchased a box of chocolate cake from a snack shop on the street and returned home. The moment Shen Yi opened the door, Lin Xia's lively voice crashed into his embrace. Did you eat properly while I was away? Lin Xia inhaled Shen Yi's scent, her previously anxious heart gradually settling. For her, any place without Shen Yi felt cold and dark, regardless of how bright the lights were. Shen Yi absent-mindedly glanced towards the kitchen, his expression changing as he gently pushed Lin Xia away by her shoulders. Lin Xia felt a jolt at his action, her voice trembling slightly. Push me away. Could it be that he no longer loves me? Or has he encountered a girl better than me at school? Who is she? Who is she? Just as Lin Xia's eyes began to dim, Shen Yi pinched her soft cheeks. Lin Xia, I think you're being a bit naughty. Shen Yi wore an uncharacteristically stern expression, his furrowed brow and harsh tone revealing his anger. Answer me honestly. Did you skip a meal today? At that moment, Lin Xie resembled a frightened little rabbit, trembling and unable to speak. Finally, under Shen Yi's fierce gaze, she whispered in a barely audible voice that I ate. Then explain to me why the pot on the stove is still beside the cutting board where I left it last night. If you were cooking, you would have used the pot first. Realizing she had been caught, Lin Xie lowered her head to admit her fault, and her earlier doubts dissipated instantly. She wouldn't feel wronged or scared by Shen Yi's scolding, as she could sense a deeper layer of love and concern in his actions. I'm sorry. How can I be at ease sending you off to school like this? It seems you often do this. Shen Yi brushed past Lin Xie, hurrying into the kitchen to start cooking. Sit at the dining table and eat your dinner first. We'll talk about other things later, I understand. Lin Xie obediently took a seat in the chair closest to Shen Yi, her gaze fixed on him as he busied himself in the kitchen. A warmth enveloped her, making the entire room feel cozy. Shen Yi ultimately prepared a bowl of fried egg noodles for Lin Xie, as it was the quickest way to cook. The priority was to fill her stomach. Eat up. Shen Yi placed the bowl of noodles in front of Lin Xie and then pulled out a chair to sit across from her. Just first finish your noodles that you am. Lin Xie sensed that Shen Yi was genuinely angry this time. So she obediently buried her head in the bowl. Suddenly, she stopped, her dark hair falling over her eyes, and tears began to drip from her cheeks into the noodle soup. Faintly, Shen Yi could hear her soft sobs. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi's anger was immediately extinguished. He quickly moved a chair in front of her, pulled out some tissues, and gently patted Lin Xie's back, speaking softly. Little Xi, don't cry. I was too harsh with you. I'm sorry. I only worry that you're not eating and that it might harm your health, leading to illness later. I am on a moment of anxiety. I lost control of myself. I didn't intend to yell at you. Seeing Lin Xie in such distress pained Shen Yi's heart. He could never bear to scold her. However, her actions today were undeniably concerning. And now he had made his girlfriend cry. I'm sorry. Little Xi, I won't scold you again. Lin Xie suddenly turned around and embraced Shen Yi, shaking her head vigorously. It is not a fault. It's my fault for being so willful. This is clearly my mistake. You don't need to apologize, and I know you are doing this for my own good, that I should have been at home obediently, causing you less worry, yet I still acted willfully while you should have been resting. It's all my fault. Little Xi, Shen Yi held Lin Xie tightly, remaining silent as they embraced, quietly sharing their feelings and love. They both understood that these frictions arose from their deep love for one another. If resolved properly, it would only strengthen their bond, and they had evidently succeeded in that. Stop crying now. Shen Yi wiped away Lin Xie's tears and gently kissed her forehead. From now on, you must promise not to skip meals. Lin Xie nodded repeatedly, burying her head deeper into Shen Yi's embrace. But without I don't want to do anything. You still need to eat well. Just think, if something happened to your health, it would upset me even more that I want you to be healthy. Do you understand? I understand. Then it's settled. Now hurry and finish your noodles, or they'll get cold. All right. After dinner, Lin Xie remained glued to Shen Yi's side. Even when he needed to wash the dishes, she clung to him from behind. Shen Yi said nothing, allowing her to do as she wished. After their earlier encounter, Lin Xie became exceptionally obedient, quietly leaning against Shen Yi's back without uttering a word. Thus, they sat together on the sofa. Little Xi, Shen Yi took Lin Xie's small hand and gently kissed the back of it. Lifting her onto his lap, if you're hungry, just tell me. I brought back some cake. I'm not hungry. Lin Xie leaned against Shen Yi's shoulder, her heart brimming with affection as she intently watched him. I like you I do too. After snuggling for a while, Lin Xie suddenly spoke up. I want. What do you want? Lin Xie blushed and fell silent, simply tapping her cherry-like lips lightly. Shen Yi swallowed hard. Realizing what she meant by her shy demeanor, he tightened his grip around her waist and leaned down to kiss her. Affectionately, Lin Xie gently caressed Shen Yi's cheek in response to his heartfelt feelings. After a brief moment, their foreheads slowly parted and their gazes intertwined, only to overlap once more, reminiscent of their earlier closeness. Chapter 73. Peril lurks. I'm heading out. Be cautious on your way. After last night's subtle adjustments, their relationship had undeniably grown closer. Lin Xie stood at the doorway, watching Shen Yi, who was putting on his shoes, her eyes brimming with deep reluctance, intensifying her desire to excel in her studies at Sakura University. Remember to eat on time. Shen Yi turned and embraced Lin Xie, whose hair was tousled from the previous night's intense academic discussions, leaving her too tired to tidy herself. Yes, I will wait for you at home. It was only after Shen Yi's figure disappeared into the elevator that Lin Xie returned to her bedroom, seeking to reclaim the remnants of his presence on her bed before the scent faded away. Knock, knock. Please come in. With the sound of a knock, the door to Zhang Xiaoyi's office opened as anticipated. Standing at the threshold was Shen Yi, teacher Zhang. Shen Yi entered, looking haggard, and it was clear why he had come. What happened to you, Shen Yi? Have you been out all night? Why do you look so worn? Zhang Xiaoyi, curious, removed her glasses and rested her chin on her hand. I apologize, teacher Zhang. Some family issues have disrupted my regular schedule. But I will rectify that moving forward. You didn't sleep in class today, did you? How could I dare? I only came to find you because I rarely get a chance to relax. Shen Yi smiled sheepishly and then deliberately glanced at the clock hanging in the office. By the way, teacher Zhang, do you have a meeting today? It seems like it's almost time. So you've been waiting for me all along. Zhang Xiaoyi rolled her eyes at Shen Yi, quickly putting on her high heels and handing him a plastic cup of water from her desk. I indeed have a meeting, and I won't return until after the afternoon class. During that time, I'll entrust the office to you. Rest assured, teacher Zhang, I promise to fulfill the task. Shen Yi grinned widely, gulping down the water she had handed him, then settled onto the sofa, waving goodbye to her. Wishing you a successful meeting, teacher Zhang. Humph, look at you with your ulterior motives. Zhang Xia, unwilling to linger, turned the doorknob and exited the office. Little did she know, as the door was about to close. A hint of a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, observable through the crack. Phew, finally, I can sleep well. Once Zhang Xiaoyi left, Shen Yi completely relaxed, tossing the cup into the trash before yawning and reclining on the soft sofa. Had it not been for his own indulgence the previous night, he might not have felt so utterly fatigued today. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. During lunch, he had inquired about Lin Xie, and upon seeing a photo of her meal, he felt a sense of relief. All right, now it's time for me to close my eyes and rest. Time to sleep. Just as Shen Yi finished his sentence, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and within moments, he was enveloped in deep slumber. How peculiar! Was I truly that exhausted today? After a while, a crisp sound of the door unlocking broke the silence, and the office door creaked open. It seems the effect is quite remarkable. Just minutes have passed, and this fellow has already succumbed to slumber. Zhang gently placed her keys on the desk, removed her high heels, and settled beside the sofa in her alluring black stockings, gazing intently at Shen Yi's visage. Indeed, it is only through close proximity that one can feel such excitement. Thankfully, Lu Yunyun has not been focused on you lately, providing me with an opportunity to seize. I believe our future will be filled with delightful memories. Today is merely the beginning. Zhang Xiaoyi restrained her urge to claim Shen Yi for herself, aware that any sudden movement would alert Lin Xie. Were it not for the scent eliminator and metal detector she had recently purchased, she might have already acted. Oh no, taken action, Well, simply observing has its own unique charm, as the saying goes. One may admire from afar, but must not indulge. I am confident that we will coexist harmoniously, my dear Shen. Shen Yi groggily opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of Zhang Xie furiously typing on her computer at the desk. How strange. Why do I feel so well rested? Could it be the sofa's special enchantment? Oh, our diligent student has awakened. Zhang Xie noticed Shen Yi sitting up, continuing her typing as she spoke, that you've been sleeping quite soundly. I returned from my meeting a while ago, and you remain blissfully unaware on the sofa. Hehe, I assent to it because of the wonderful environment you provide, teacher Zhang. It's simply too comfortable to leave. Don't play coy with me, you little rascal. There are only 5 minutes left until class starts. If you're late and the class loses points, I won't hesitate to flay you alive. All right, I'm going. Shen Yi sheepishly scratched his head, hastily making his way out of the office. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but form a favorable impression of Zhang Xiaoyi. Although she appeared strict, she was exceptionally kind to them, embodying the classic notion of a harsh exterior but a tender heart. Even after her meeting, she was cautious not to disturb him. Such a good teacher was truly rare. Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, he had already been thoroughly observed as a subject to study while he slept. Beep, beep, beep. As Lu Yingyun trembled with her plush pillow resembling Shen Yi, her phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, prompting her to angrily grab it, ready to hurl it against the wall. However, upon recognizing the caller, she regained her composure. "Miss, the person you're looking for is on their way. Once they reach their destination, they will proceed to complete the task that we hope you do not interfere excessively, as this matter is easily monitored that I understand. Make sure they capture plenty of photos of her. I want to see her suffering firsthand." With my own eyes at that moment, Lu Yingyun's usual graceful demeanor evaporated, transforming her into a terrifyingly malevolent figure, her eyes betraying a fierce intent and a lingering hint of affection. After hanging up, she turned her gaze to the sunset outside, suddenly bursting into a manic laugh. "Lin Xie, your good days are numbered, but fret not. I shall take good care of Yi. Perhaps we will even bring our child to visit your grave." With that, Lu Yingyun redirected her attention to the Shen E-shaped pillow, launching herself at it. Chapter 74. Master Shen Yi, the first technician. Lin Xie lay on the sofa, murmuring Shen Yi's name, her gaze fixed on the flashing red dot on her phone. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she sprang up from the sofa. Not enough, still not enough. Merely watching this red dot does not provide sufficient security. I need to find something with more functionality. With that, Lin Xie quickly dressed and exited the door. This afternoon, Sakura University was hosting an academic exchange event requiring the participation of all faculty and students. Shen Yi, who was not particularly fond of group activities, had no choice but to attend when it became mandatory. Observing the podium where a bald, portly middle-aged man claimed to be returning from studying abroad, Shen Yi felt little interest, mainly because the content he presented revolved around his personal achievements during his studies. Essentially a showcase of his spending. The majority of students present exhibited expressions of exasperation. How much did this guy pay the school? Is he just wasting time? Shen Yi thought, feeling it more worthwhile to return and spend time with the charming Lin Xie. Bored, he naturally took out his phone to browse. First, he sent Lin Xie a message, informing her that he might be late returning due to the meeting as he prepared to check the latest news. Lin Xie replied almost instantly, piquing his curiosity. It seemed as though she was always watching her phone. For the moment he finished typing, she responded. Yet he couldn't deny how pleasant it felt to be so cared for. "Lin Xie, I understand. Please let me know when school is over. I'll be waiting for you at home." Shen Yi. Okay. After updating Lin Xie, he opened the news section for the week. And the first headline that caught his eye was astonishing. A man plays basketball in overalls. Wait, this made it to the top of the news. I can only imagine what the rest of the week's headlines will be. As Shen Yi suspected, the subsequent headlines were trivial matters, yet the final one captured his attention. Family annihilation in the country. Is it due to years of hatred? At long last, a somewhat intriguing piece had arrived. Shen Yi promptly clicked on it and began to peruse the contents, gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation at hand. The essence of the news article conveyed that a fierce conflict had erupted between two families long ago, resulting in the Lin family suffering a crushing blow to the extent that the entire lineage of the family head was annihilated. However, unexpectedly, years later, a loyal old steward from the Lin family successfully avenged the treachery against them. After reading this, Shen Yi couldn't help but be astounded. In professional terms, a steward is merely a position, and one would assume there would be no need for such actions. Yet this steward took it upon himself to exact revenge on behalf of the family head. One could not help but admire such unwavering loyalty. Just as Shen Yi was preparing to indulge in a newly released novel, a slender hand extended towards him. He looked up to find Xiaoyi glaring fiercely at him. "Oh no. It seems our academic representative has a rather unique approach to learning. Give me your phone." "Apologies, Teacher Zheng. I was merely checking if my phone was on silent though. If that is the case, bring your phone immediately to my office. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, be prepared to write a reflection." Indeed, Zhang Xiao was a figure unyielding in her authority, and the surrounding classmates cast sympathetic glances at Shen Yi. In truth, some of them were also playing on their phones. yet Zhang Xiaoyi remained silent about them. The moment she spotted Shen Yi with his phone, however, she pounced like a serpent lying in wait. Looking at the news? Zhang Xiaoyi placed Shen Yi's phone on her desk, her stern gaze fixed on Shen Yi, who was chuckling nervously. Indeed, Teacher Zheng, your vast knowledge and insight surely enlighten you that the man on stage is merely wasting our time. I sought to engage in something of significance. Oh, a matter of significance. You say, if you were to be caught by the supervising teacher and points deducted from our class, would that not be significant? Zhang Xiaoyi placed her hands on her hips, speaking with indignation. Hehe, I assure you it won't happen again. Teacher Zheng, do you have any idea how much effort I've expended on your behalf, providing you with a place to rest and granting you special privileges? I see you believe I. Zhang Xiaoyi, to be easy to bully. With that, Zhang Xiaoyi descended from her position and pinched Shen Yi's ear, causing him to yelp in pain. Teacher Zheng, please calm down. My ear. It feels as though it might be torn off. Zhang Xiaoyi huffed, settling onto the couch while calling Shen Yi's name. Shen Yi, come sit here. This might not be appropriate that you wish to face disciplinary action. Oh dear, Teacher Zheng, your concern for your students is truly admirable. Shen Yi complied and took a seat, though he maintained a safe distance from Zhang Xiaoyi. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyi removed her black high heels and draped her legs over Shen Yi's lap. This bold gesture struck Shen Yi's mind like a hammer, compelling him to rise, but Zhang Xiaoyi interrupted him. You shall not leave. If you dare to vacate this couch, a note of reprimand will be in your hands by tomorrow. Teacher Zheng, why must you resort to such extremes? I am merely an ordinary student. Could you not turn a blind eye just this once? Very well, Zhang Xiaoyi replied without a moment's hesitation, pointing to her lap. After all my toil for you, and now I must let you off the hook, you must at least ensure my satisfaction first. Teacher Zheng, what do you mean? It's simple. After wearing high heels for meetings every day, my feet ache from walking. If you could massage my legs, perhaps today, this incident could be overlooked. As Shen Yi gazed at Zhang Xiaoyi, her alluring figure clad in black stockings, he found himself at a loss. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, Zhang Xiaoyi tossed something his way. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a pair of gloves that I mean no harm. I simply wish to relax. These gloves are also to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Is that acceptable? Gloves? Very well. Shen Yi ultimately nodded in agreement. Then, Teacher Zheng, you must promise me that while I massage your legs, you will remain still. I will do my best. The previously fierce Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly became bashful, covering her face with her hands as she reclined on the couch, murmuring softly, let us begin. Chapter 75. Love Zhang Xiaoyi shivered at the unexpected sensation, causing Shen Yi to retract his hands in alarm. Teacher Zheng, what are you doing? Must you react so dramatically? I am merely massaging your legs. Shen Yi shot her an exasperated look, aware that anyone observing might misconstrue their actions. It's your fault. Shen Yi, your technique is simply too effective. Zhang Xiaoyi playfully glared at him and then patted his shoulder. Why are you still standing there? Continue. Very well. As you wish. Shen Yi sighed in resignation. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. So he complied. Fortunately, there was a layer of gloves between them. Otherwise, the sight of Zhang Xiaoyi's clad legs would have left him in a state of disarray. Noticing Shen Yi's heavy breathing, Zhang Xiaoyi discerned his hidden thoughts and provocatively inquired, so what do you think? Is it appealing? Shen Yi nearly choked on his own breath at her words, hastily standing up, and Teacher Zheng, you've misunderstood. I harbor no inappropriate thoughts. Then why are you staring so intently at my legs? Zhang Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes like a cunning fox, enticing Shen Yi in her trap. Little did she expect that he would vehemently shake his head. Teacher Zheng, I did not mean to. I merely wanted to ask where you purchased this style. I wish to buy one for my girlfriend. As soon as Shen Yi uttered those words, the office fell into an oppressive silence. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Xiaoyi spoke in a detached tone. Shen, you may return to class. I need to prepare for my next lesson. All right, Teacher Zheng. I shall leave at once. With that, Shen Yi hastily removed the gloves and exited the office, while Zhang Xiaoyi's expression reflected a mix of irritation and disbelief. Just as she reached for her high heels to put them on, Shen Yi abruptly re-entered. Teacher Zheng, you haven't yet told me the brand of those stockings. Get out? Understood. Once Shen Yi had completely departed, Zhang Xiaoyi clenched her fists in frustration. Despite her efforts, Shen Yi remained as oblivious as a wooden post, even contemplating buying stockings for Lin Xie. It was clear that this approach was futile. After donning her boots, Zhang Xiaoyi approached a potted plant facing the couch and retrieved a small black device with a lens, a sly smile gracing her lips. Since Shen Yi chooses to remain ungrateful, I shall not be held accountable for my actions. Rest assured, I shall take good care of you from now on. Zhang Xiaoyi appeared to have conceived an amusing idea, her body involuntarily trembling with excitement. That evening, Lin Xie and Shen Yi's embrace, both reclining on the couch while watching television. Lin Xie suddenly spoke. What is the matter? Today, when I went downstairs to buy eggs, I purchased a bracelet for you. I heard that wearing it brings great luck. With that, Lin Xie produced a black adjustable bracelet from her pocket, featuring a beautiful jade stone at its center. Thank you, Xiaoyi, but didn't you buy one for yourself? Shen Yi felt a warmth in his heart. He was not concerned with the bracelet's beauty or cost. What mattered was that it was a gift from Lin Xie, a testament to her affection. However, soon Shen Yi would come to realize just how weighty that love could be. I don't need any jewelry. I find this quite sufficient. Lin Xie winked playfully. Then, may I put it on for you? Lin Xie turned over, kneeling on the couch as she carefully fastened the bracelet onto Shen Yi's wrist. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she warned, by the way, you must not remove this. Its luck will dissipate otherwise, if I discover you without it. As Lin Xie's gaze drifted towards the display cabinet filled with small boxes, a mischievous smile played on her lips. Then I will use every single one of them on you within a day. Shen Yi felt a chill run down his spine at her words and fervently shook his head. Rest assured, Xiaoyi, I would never dream of taking it off. Good, that's a relief. Please don't take offense. This is for your own good. With that, Lin Xie resumed her previous demeanor, nestling in Shen Yi's embrace and peacefully closing her eyes, as if anticipating something. Xiaoyi. What is it? I'm sorry. Lin Xie immediately opened her eyes upon hearing Shen Yi's apology. She flipped over and sat on Shen Yi's lap, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her expression turning grave. What do you mean? Seeing her reaction, Shen Yi raised his hand to caress Lin Xie's delicate cheek, speaking earnestly. During the time I've been away from home, you must have felt quite lonely. Thus, I wanted to apologize to you. Although we are a couple, I have not been able to accompany you properly. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xie patted her chest, then nuzzled her face against the palm of Shen Yi's hand. Not really. Although I did feel a tad lonely when you weren't home, I am well aware. I know that no matter what, you will return to me, regardless of any obstacles or setbacks along the way. I will be here waiting for you, because I love you. Xiaoyi. Shen extended his arms and embraced Lin Xie. This being his first encounter with the essence of love, he had thought he had grown accustomed to solitude, living as he did in a previous life, merely existing in a mundane manner. However, since meeting Lin Xie, he discovered what love truly is. Love is akin to a beautiful melody, harmoniously played to create a splendid symphony. It is also like a poetic painting, with graceful and elegant scenes etched deep within the soul. Love embodies companionship. On the solitary and desolate journey of life, that singular ray of light awaits you ahead. For she wishes to walk hand in hand with you along the remaining path, through storms and tempests, lightning and thunder, and quakes that shake the earth. She will always be by your side. Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi. Lin Xie gazed dreamily at Shen Yi, who lay beside her, the air infused with a captivating essence, perhaps the most straightforward expression of love. Chapter 76. Friendship time flew, and soon it was the day Shen Yi was to attend class. Xiaoyi, the material I am going to cover today might be somewhat challenging. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me when you get home. Lin Xie nodded, though her thoughts were not on the difficult topics, but rather on Han Yingying. It was clear to her that Han Yingying would cause some trouble at some point, and she needed to be cautious. However, she had now fortified Shen Yi, allowing her to clearly grasp the surrounding circumstances, enabling her to intervene should any changes arise. Lin Xie suddenly halted, standing still as she gazed at Shen Yi. What's the matter, Xiaoyi? Shen Yi turned, looking at Lin Xie, who appeared troubled. Be careful. I.e., you must be cautious when interacting with certain people. I believe I saw her in the crowd earlier. Her presence? She is. Shen Yi trailed off, abruptly closing his mouth, glancing around as if searching for something. He then stepped forward, enveloping Lin Xie in his arms. Whispering in her ear, Xiaoyi, are you referring to that person in black? Lin Xie did not respond but merely nodded, a dazed look in her eyes. Then starting today, you should go out less. It is possible that this person has already begun to watch us. Shen Yi's brow furrowed, unable to calm himself. The shadow cast by the previous encounter with the woman in black loomed larger than that of Lu Yunyan. She is a formidable character, as if she knows all our plans and information. It feels as though we are being watched. Therefore, Xiaoyi, you must be exceedingly careful. I suspect she may focus her attention on you first. Lin Xie nodded, observing Shen Yi's anxious demeanor. Her intention was to heighten his vigilance, as she sensed that beneath the calm surface lay turbulent waves. Were there solutions? Certainly, but should Lin Xie choose that route? It could lead to dire consequences. In recent days, Shen Yi's warmth had caused her to wrestle with her thoughts at night. Much like a scale swaying indecisively on one hand, she yearned for Shen Yi's meticulous care and affection. On the other, she feared the reemergence of Lu Yunyan's predicament and Han Yingying's leverage. And oh, I am still too weak. Relying solely on my meager strength to protect IE is impossible. If only I were stronger. Then no one would dare harbor ill intentions toward my IE. Xiaoyi. Lin Xie gradually returned to her senses at Shen Yi's call. Are you all right? Is there something you haven't told me? No, nothing. I was just thinking about what that person in black might want. I am unsure either, which is why I am concerned. But rest assured, should she dare to lay a finger on you, I will make her regret it. At this point, Shen Yi seemed to transform, as if Lin Xie were his Achilles heel. Hehe. Lin Xie felt pleased upon hearing this, playfully tapping her hand against the back of her hand in front of Shen Yi. Xiaoyi, why are you hitting yourself? Oh, it's nothing, I just feel so safe with you. Now let us hurry to class, as Lin Xie attempted to link arms with Shen Yi to head toward the classroom. A delightful voice suddenly called out to them. Teacher Shen. Both turned to see a lively figure approaching, and Shen Yi hesitated before calling out the person's name. Bai Saran. Is that you? Yes. Bai Saran bounced over to them, waving cheerfully to Shen Yi and Lin Xie as a gesture of friendliness. Good afternoon, Sister Xie. Teacher Shen. Hello. Lin Xie cautiously observed the vivacious Bai Saran, glancing behind her, then slowly relaxing. For behind Bai Saran was a male figure. It was her brother. Bai Maching admonished sternly, and Bai Saran, sensing she had erred, pouted and approached her brother. I'm sorry, brother. Yisai. Bai Maching's stern demeanor faded, replaced by a gentle touch as he lightly patted Bai Saran's head. From now on, don't be so reckless, understood? In the blink of an eye, you vanished. If you were to get hurt, how would I explain it to Mom and Dad? Hehe, I won't do it again. Bai Saran playfully stuck out her tongue at her brother, then linked her arm with Lin Xie's, sweetly saying, Sister Xie, may I be your friend? Oh. Lin Xie narrowed her eyes at Bai Maching before returning her gaze to Bai Saran and asking, Of course, but may I ask why you wish to be friends with me? Because you are so beautiful, Bai Saran candidly expressed, inching closer to Lin Xie. I think both your appearance and character are wonderful. So, I want to be close to you. Bai Saran seemed to realize her words were somewhat misplaced and quickly corrected herself. By the way, sister, you and Teacher Shen are a couple, right? Shen was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Xie. Little Saran, you are quite perceptive. You even know this. Hehe, I could tell from the moment I first saw you. During class, I noticed Sister Xie's gaze never left Teacher Shen for a second, but I really think you and Teacher are a perfect match. Thank you, dear sister, for your blessing. I am growing fonder of you as a sister. Brother C, I told you I was right. Sister will definitely become my good friend. Bai Maching sighed lightly, an expression of helplessness on his face. Well, it's getting late. We should head inside. Sensing the atmosphere was off, Shen Yi quickly interjected. Okay. With that, the group made their way toward the classroom, just as they were about to enter the building. Lin Xie turned back to see Han Yingying standing a short distance away, casting her a gentle smile. Lin Xie. That seemingly tender and charming smile carried a uniquely ominous undertone. Chapter 77. We are kindred spirits. This problem is essentially like this. But its level of difficulty is rather high, making it somewhat complex to explain all at once. I have printed out a solution guide from the teaching office. You all may refer to it. Shen Yi placed the chalk back in the box, clapped his hands, and looked at the students in the class that if there are any areas you do not understand, feel free to ask me privately. As the exam approaches, I hope everyone will seize the time to review. Sakura Capital Academy awaits your arrival. The students in the class ignited with determination, their confidence surging now that they had Shen Yi's guidance. Believing they could gain admission to their dream school. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door, followed by the entrance of a teacher with a receding hairline. Excuse me, Teacher Shen, may I interrupt for a moment? The director here is looking for you and hopes you can make a trip over. Understood. Shen Yi nodded and turned to address the students. Classmates, continue your self-study. I shall return shortly. After Shen Yi had not departed long, Han Yingying, buried in her work, deliberately cast a glance at Lin Xie beside her, a moment keenly observed by the perceptive Lin Xie. Teacher, may I go to the restroom? Go ahead. With that, Han Yingying hastily exited the classroom. As soon as her footsteps faded in the corridor, Lin Xie suddenly rose to her feet. Teacher, go on. Thank you, teacher. Mediterranean teacher did not wait for Lin Xie to finish speaking before granting permission. A testament to years of experience. As soon as a student opens their mouth, a seasoned teacher instinctively knows their intent. Just as Lin Xie stepped out, Bai Saran, seated at the back, sprang up from her bench, raising her hand high, ready to speak. Mediterranean teacher merely gestured toward the door with his chin. Saran, Bai Machin, sitting beside, shot a glance at Bai Saran, signaling her to settle down, yet Bai Saran paid no heed and dashed out. As Bai Machin was about to rise and pursue her, he was halted by Mediterranean teacher. I'm afraid, dear student, there are simply too many who have stepped out. Why not wait for the next classmate to return before you go? Bai Machin, his face darkened, was lost in thought, eventually surrendering with a reluctant, sorry, teacher. I have a terrible stomachache. I can hardly hold it. Upon hearing this, Mediterranean teacher quickly made way. Apologies, apologies. Please go quickly, dear student. Don't hold it in. Ah, teacher Shen Yi, you have arrived. Upon seeing Shen Yi enter, the bald-headed director's face beamed with a smile, immediately gesturing for Shen Yi to take a seat. You are too kind, director, that I was just teaching the students how to solve problems. May I inquire what you called me over for? Oh, it's nothing much. That I simply wanted to ask if you would be interested in taking on an additional tutoring assignment. Additional tutoring? What do you mean? Director? The director, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head before explaining that I, in fact, the class monitor of your class, Han Yingying, is from a rather renowned family abroad. Our school has invested considerable effort to gain their support, and they have promised that if Han Yingying successfully enters Yingdu Academy, our school's prestige will undoubtedly rise. As he spoke, the bald-headed director appeared quite animated, the flesh on his cheeks visibly quivering. Thus, Han Yingying is of great importance to us, and we sincerely hope she can rely on her true abilities to gain admission to Yingdu Academy. Just as you have to enter the best class with outstanding grades. Listening to the director, Shen Yi began to grasp the situation, leaning forward on the desk to inquire, Director, do you mean for me to tutor Han Yingying individually? Precisely. This is not only the school's desire, but also a request made by Han Yingying herself. She mentioned that she is quite impressed with your teaching style and breadth of knowledge. However, rest assured, teacher Shen Yi, the compensation for this will be quite generous. Shen Yi remained silent for a prolonged moment before ultimately shaking his head. I'm sorry, director, but I have no intention of doing so. You can inform Han Yingying that if she wishes to improve, she should concentrate on her studies in class. My time is quite valuable, as I also need to assist my own family member with their studies. Ah, what a pity. The director shook his head, his expression not appearing very pleasant, though he maintained a forced smile that if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, teacher Shen Yi, please take a look at this. Puzzled, Shen Yi watched as the bald-headed director produced a sealed envelope for him. Han Yingying insisted that this must be personally delivered to you, regardless of whether you ultimately agree or not. It is sealed, and I have no idea what it contains. Understood. Then I shall take my leave. As Shen Yi exited the director's office, he curiously opened the envelope. Inside, he found a photograph, and upon bringing it closer, His pupils constricted as if under some enchantment, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. The photo slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, revealing an image of Shen Yi and Lin Xie walking in the corridor. Precisely from the day he first arrived at the school, Han Yingying had just reached the restroom door when she halted, glancing back toward the corridor's corner, softly uttering, "Come out." After a few seconds, a figure slowly emerged from the corner. It was Lin Xie. I wondered who it was. It's the original Xie's sister. What do you want? Lin Xie replied coldly. Surely, my dear sister, you are already quite aware. Given your meticulous nature, you must know what I am thinking. Han Yingying smiled as she approached Lin Xie, whispering softly in her ear. After all, we are quite alike, are we not? Chapter 78. Mutual Gazes Once. There is someone who attempted to take E away, so I am the second, am I? It appears she did not succeed. She will not succeed either. Lin Xie's expression remained icy as she regarded Han Yingying. Her tone laced with a hint of threat, but I do not mind having another failure. Anyone who harbors ill intentions toward you will find themselves dealt with by me, one by one. He is mine. Clearly, Lin Xie did not include herself in the list of those with ulterior motives. Sister, you certainly have a commanding presence, but do not forget that I hold leverage over you. Lin Xie scoffed disdainfully, seemingly unfazed by Han Yingying's words, her dark eyes exuding an inexplicable aura of terror. Do you truly believe that a single piece of leverage can sway me? Suddenly, Lin Xie reached forward and tightly grasped Han Yingying's neck. Yet Han Yingying displayed no signs of fear or disarray. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips. It seems you are quite angry, sister. How delightful. This is the true Xie's sister. Hearing this, Lin Xie tightened her grip even further, causing Han Yingying's eyes to widen instinctively. As time passed, Han Yingying began to tremble, but this was not from fear of Lin Xie. Rather, due to the prolonged constriction of her neck, her eyes were now rimmed with blood vessels, and her complexion turned pale, her once delicate and charming features slightly contorted. I recall it was right here that moment. By Saran's dazed voice echoed from the corridor, prompting Lin Xie to immediately release her grip, causing Han Yingying to collapse to the ground. Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance to confirm Bai Saran had not entered before turning her gaze back to Han Yingying, who was clutching her throat and coughing incessantly. This is merely a warning. If there's a next time, I will not allow you to leave unscathed. With that, Lin Xie disdainfully wiped her hands and exited the restroom. Tiske? Why must that woman ruin my plans at such a crucial moment? I was so close. Han Yingying muttered under her breath, frustrated. If only she could endure a little longer. Once she fainted or her arranged accomplices discovered the situation, Lin Xie would be finished. Yet, it was indeed unfortunate that someone happened to arrive at that moment. However, that woman was truly ruthless. Her gaze did not seem like one meant to intimidate. She was a beast devoid of reason. Forget it by the time this is calculated. Teacher Shen, you must have already received my gift. I hope you will like it. Han. Miss Han. Just then a woman entered, and upon seeing Han Yingying in such a state, she instantly panicked. Are you all right? I'm so sorry, miss. I'm late. Smack! A heavy slap struck the woman's face. Useless wretch! I could see that moment. Han Yingying appeared to have transformed into another person, the air of an authoritative figure bursting forth. The woman immediately knelt, trembling in fear. Return and accept your punishment. Yes. Unbeknownst to the two in the restroom, a shadow flitted past the outer wall, silently vanishing around the corner. Lin Xie took a deep breath, concealing the murderous aura and fierce demeanor she had just displayed. In truth, she genuinely wanted to kill Han Yingying. The moment she spoke of her intentions toward Shen, Lin Xie felt an uncontrollable urge to eliminate anyone who harbored designs on him, as for the consequences of causing a scene. She did not care. When the time came, she would resort to forceful measures regarding Shen Yi. No one would be able to separate them. Just as Bai Saran was searching for Lin Xie, she spotted Lin Xie approaching her, bouncing over like a little white rabbit. Xie's sister, what's wrong? Were you not in the classroom? That is because I noticed that your complexion, Sister Xie, was not quite well, which caused me some concern. Bai Saran, upon saying this, stealthily tiptoed closer to Lin Xie and gently whispered in her ear, Sister, is it That time of the month? I have a spare in my backpack. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, and as she gazed at Bai Saran, whose face was flushed with embarrassment and whose head was bowed, a warmth spread through her heart. This little one, don't worry, I'm fine. I just had a slight stomachache earlier, but it's better now, Lin Xie replied with a smile. She could sense a genuine kindness emanating from Bai Saran's actions. She was like a pristine sheet of white paper. Untouched by the world impurities, that it seemed that the man had taken good care of her. But what a pity. It's good that you're okay, sister. Shall we head back to the classroom together? And by the way, Saran, how did you know I was in this direction? Well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure, but just now, I heard a strange noise in the corridor, almost as if it was guiding me here. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes flickered, and her gaze subtly shifted towards the safety passage beside them. Due to the lack of light, the passage was shrouded in darkness. Yet, Lin Xie spotted a familiar figure peering at her. Half of their face visible, seemingly transfixed, as they approached the classroom door. Lin Xie suddenly saw Shen Yi walking towards them from the opposite passage. Xiaoyi, you're back. Yes, the principal called me to discuss some teaching matters. Hurry in for class. All right, teacher Shen, Bai Saran playfully nodded beside them. I could see that moment. Two more figures emerged from either side of the passage. Han Yingying with an expressionless face, and Bai Maching. Hey, brother, when did you come out? How can you say that? I've told you countless times not to be so mischievous. Hurry back to the classroom with me. Bai Saran elongated her tone, clearly displeased, just as the siblings rushed into the classroom. Lin Xie unexpectedly locked eyes with Bai Maching, and at that precise moment, Shen Yi and Han Yingying also exchanged glances that it seemed that everyone had something significant to convey, while the innocent Bai Saran was the first to step into the classroom. All right, class, let us continue. Once Shen Yi returned to the classroom, the atmosphere reverted to its original state. Chapter 79. An invitation to dinner after class concluded. Lin Xie initially expected Han Yingying to cling to Shen Yi like an adhesive. Yet to her surprise, Han Yingying left the classroom with an air of nonchalance, as though everything was unrelated to her. Although this behavior was perplexing for Lin Xie, it sufficed that Han Yingying did not approach Shen Yi. What's wrong, Xiaoyi? You look troubled. Something bothering you. On their way out of school, Shen Yi observed Lin Xie, who was absent-mindedly linking her arm with his, and inquired. Could it be that Han Yingying had shown her the photo? No. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have distracted myself while being with you. Lin Xie appeared to take the matter seriously, her face betraying a hint of panic. Upon noticing this, Shen Yi promptly halted, enveloping Lin Xie in a tight embrace. Resting his head gently atop hers, and spoke tenderly. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. No matter what, I will always protect you. From now on, I will be by your side. Even though Lin Xie had heard Shen Yi express such heartfelt sentiments before, each time, it stirred her emotions to the point of tears. She understood that this precious warmth was a rarity she would not encounter again in her lifetime, and Shen Yi's presence was nothing short of miraculous. Therefore, she was willing to sacrifice everything to hold on to Shen Yi tightly, even if it meant he might come to loathe her. I really like you. Truly. You are my favorite. Lin Xie murmured softly against Shen Yi's chest. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind them. Teacher Shen. Just by hearing that lively voice, one could tell who was approaching. It was the adorable and spirited Bai Saran, accompanied by the taciturn Bai Maching. Teacher Shen, are you and Sister Xie going home? Yes, it's about time to head back for dinner. Shen Yi nodded in response. Then, would you like to join us for a meal outside? Bai Saran raised her right hand, beaming with a sweet smile that I really want to have dinner with Sister Xie. Well, I don't have any objections, but we should ask Xiaoyi for her opinion. Shen Yi glanced down, discreetly wiping away the remnants of tears from Lin Xie's eyes. What do you think, Xiaoyi? No problem. Then it's settled. Upon hearing this, Bai Saran's excitement surged, and she eagerly grasped Lin Xie's hand, exclaiming, Sister Xie, I know a great restaurant that I often visit with my brother. All right, then I'll trouble you, Sister Saran, to lead the way. Bai Saran confidently patted her chest, though her confidence seemed somewhat lacking. Leave it to me. Bai Saran's pure kindness rendered Lin Xie completely at ease. In fact, she was quite willing to befriend this girl. For the first time, she smiled, a stark contrast to her usual happiness only when with Shen Yi. Bai Maching observed everything quietly, pondering something in his mind, while he silently followed behind, carrying 2 bags in one hand. "Boss, I'll have this, and finally one of these." As soon as they entered the restaurant, Bai Saran enthusiastically directed Shen Yi and Lin Xie to sit down. Then approached the counter, placed their orders, soon sitting with Bai Maching. "Sister, the dishes here are relatively light, but they're all quite delicious." Thank you, Saran." Just then, Shen Yi, seated beside Lin Xie, spoke up, with the exam dates approaching. "I hope both of you can achieve high scores and get into Yangdu Academy." "Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Shen. By the way, may I ask you a question?" "Oh, what is it? Are there any aspects that remain unclear?" "Not that. I just wanted to know if you and Sister Xie are living together." Upon saying this, Bai Saran's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice dropping as she clenched her fists, seemingly eager for Shen Yi's response. To be precise, yes, that I knew it. I thought your relationship must be quite close." "Ahem, Bai Saran, you should drink more water." Shen Yi quickly handed her a teapot to cover his embarrassment. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom." Lin Xie suddenly stood up, casting a glance at Bai Maching across the table, who then also rose to say, "I'll go fetch a new pot of tea." After the 2 figures disappeared, Bai Saran leaned closer and whispered, "Teacher Shen, now that my brother and Sister Xie are not here, can I ask you one more thing?" "What else do you want to know?" Shen Yi lifted his cup to sip tea, and Bai Saran's next words nearly caused him to drop it. "When will you and Sister have a baby?" Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Yi nearly choked on Bai Saran's question. The abruptness of the inquiry left him speechless. After a long pause, he finally managed to respond, "It will happen in the future. It will happen." As Lin Xie reached the public wash basin, Bai Maching entered behind her. "Was that shadow in the corridor you?" "Indeed, it was me." "Did you deliberately lead Saran here?" "Yes." "Why are you helping me?" Bai Maching spoke in a calm tone, "Because we share a common goal, to protect those we love." "What does that have to do with your assistance? Isn't Saran well protected by you?" "No, not nearly enough, because I am her brother, unlike you." Bai Maching trailed off, seemingly reluctant to continue, and shifted the conversation back on track. "The reason I'm helping you is that Saran is too lonely. To protect her, she has lost so much. One could say she has no one in her life besides family. I cannot trust any strangers who come into contact with her, even those of the same gender." In that moment, Lin Xie comprehended Bai Maching's true intent and articulated her understanding. "Because we are akin, you can confidently allow me to interact with her, which is what you desire." Indeed, Saran's outward cheerfulness is merely a facade. Secretly, she often locked herself in her room, shedding tears, yet I am powerless to intervene. Simply because I am her brother. Bai Maching clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, but gradually regained his composure. "However, since you have appeared, she has been feeling better lately. Take tea home. She often inquires when she might see you again, and she even expresses a desire to be placed in the same class as you. In the past, I would have taken measures to prevent such occurrences, but you do not. To put it plainly, I feel at ease." Bai Maching candidly articulates her innermost thoughts. "With friends like Saran, I no longer harbor fear or feel the need for vigilance. For we are kindred spirits." Chapter 80, The Alliance.